All right, let's take it away.
Hey, look, we're on screen.
Hey, thanks, everyone. I'm Black Belt Ginger Ninja, or BBGN. For today, we'll be on a first name basis. You can call me Nick. And we're on a first name basis because I'm joined on commentary by my dad. Say hi.
Hi.
This is George.
Woo!
He's my dad. There are no Mirror's Edge runners local to Boston that were here, but I've got someone better. And I've got him all set up. Because there's no Mirror's Edge runners, I've got some intro cue cards for him as he's going to explain some tricky stuff as I go through the run. This is going to be an any percent run. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I think I can actually cue you in with our first card if you're ready, Dad.
Let's go. All right. So he wants me to read this, and I'm not gonna.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I will read it. Hello, my name is George. Just for the record, I'm reading right off of here.
I wrote that.
My handsome son, Nick, will be playing Mirror's Edge any percent, meaning you'll be seeing lots of glitches and crazy swag, out-of-bounds skip.
Swag.
We'll be on easy difficulty. It seems a little, you know, I wouldn't be on easy, but life isn't on easy. But that's okay, he is. Okay. Which makes all the enemy's damage less. Is everybody ready? I have to take a second. Timing starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, first skip of the game. I'm going to skip training. Saves a whole bunch of time. We're going to start off with a few side steps and some good movement. You want to explain the side step for me, Dad?
I would love to describe it. In Mirror's Edge, there's an in-game sidestep mechanic where Faith swings her hands across the screen, which allows us to dodge sideways. The sidestep also gets the players to full speed instantaneously. So by turning the camera during a sidestep, Nick can turn on a dime and, more importantly, get to full speed instantly. Wow. So graceful.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty graceful. You're going to see side steps all over the place. They are a key movement tech. The other key movement tech is the kick glitch. You'll see one right here. Why don't you explain the kick glitch, Dad?
The kick glitch, and I do see this a lot. For the record, I've probably watched 20 hours of this thing, and all I ever see him is kicking the whole time. It's a little annoying, but it's okay. I know he's doing it for speed. All right, the kick glitch. At the end of the wall run kick animation, the player is put into a grounded state for exactly 1 frame. If you hit the jump during that 1 frame, you can get a glitchy jump at the end of the kick, hence the name kick glitch. Luckily, we can bind jump to scroll wheel to consistently hit that 1 frame window and use the kick glitch to fly across the map.
Yep, like this. 1 kick glitch, 2 kick glitch. You can even chain them together. Basically, in this game, you'll almost infinitely gain speed until you touch the ground again. So we're going to use the kick glitch and other glitches just to keep gaining speed, fly across the map. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah.
This game is divided into 10 chapters. This is the first of 10. It's actually called Prologue, and then the rest are numbered 1 through 9. Each chapter is a few minutes, so full run should take about 40. But that's about it. I got to go a little slow here so that this helicopter loads in and we can end the level. We're off to a good start. Good job reading. That was great.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's a skill I've developed since 3rd grade.
Thank you.
Speaking of 3rd grade, no, my wife is not on. She's a 3rd grade teacher. So to all the teachers, if any teachers are watching, which they can't be because you're teaching, we appreciate you.
But she doesn't have me on the live stream, you think, for the kiddos?
That would be awesome, but no.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Okay, well, coming up here, starting chapter 1, there's one more glitch that I don't think is on your paper. I'm happy to explain it. It's called the use glitch.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Basically, I have jumped bound to 1 scroll direction. I have the use key, which is used to hit elevator buttons, bound to the other. Hitting the use elevator is a little bit slow, but I can override that by scrolling during another animation. So by doing a little scroll on the use button while I'm punching there, I can hit the button without actually hitting the button.
Yeah, so that's key is he's actually punching the elevator. And we were talking earlier, I actually do that live. I walk up the elevators, I punch them. And
I do not recommend doing that because that would really hurt your hand.
Well, you don't punch them hard.
Okay, that's smart, actually.
Okay.
There's some guards there, but we can run right by them.
I notice we always ignore the guards. That seems to be the general thesis of this game is we just run by them.
Yeah, the game has a whole bunch of combat mechanics, but you can kind of just avoid all of it in the speedrun. First out of bounds skip. I'm going to try to get a little bit inbounds here. The level behind me just deloaded. Let me jump back up here. And then with a few kick glitches, I can get out of bounds again because the level's deloaded. And with a kick glitch and a wall boost on an invisible wall, we can then hit an invisible slide. Why don't you explain the wall boost real quick, actually? You're going to see a whole bunch of wall boosts coming up.
Do I have wall boost?
Do you have wall boost? You might not.
I don't have wall boost. I don't even have the slide.
I mentioned I have jump bounce to scroll down. And the cool thing about wall running in this game is that it actually gets you more speed than you would just by running or even jumping. So I'll often use the scroll wheel to jump quickly on and off a wall, like this, for example, and then again. and that'll help me gain speed. For the record, you run at about 26 kilometers per hour, you wall boost at about 45, and when possible, I'm also going to be like adding in little jumps because you jump at 30. So little speed increases here and there just to save bits of time.
And every second counts.
Every second counts, exactly. Here's a sliding wall climb. The cool thing about wall climbs is that you can, much like you can sidestep on the ground, you can sidestep out of a wall climb. You do that with horizontal momentum, bada bing, bada boom. You are both wall climbing and gaining height and gaining speed.
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm hoping for a world record here.
We're not going to get world record here, but, you know, I think like this week, so we'll see.
Okay, that seems like a negative attitude for, you know, on a speed run in front of everybody. I'm thinking we should go for it.
I'm out of bounds here. You want to explain pedestrian skip for me?
I do want to do, I actually can. So pedestrian skip. When you enter an elevator, the player is put on a special player slate where they are not allowed to jump. However, in the kick glitch, we are allowed to jump for 1 frame when the elevator state ends. Nick will use this jump out of bounds. From here, they'll run on an invisible wall and navigate a huge invisible death barrier to kick glitch into a later part of the map and save 15 to 20 seconds. Pretty simple, right? I've seen him do this. For the record, I just saw him use 5 minutes ago.
I hit the invisible wall, the invisible death barrier twice. There's so much invisible collision around here. We're going to go for it one more time. Let's see if we can get this time.
I saw you actually do it last time.
3. And there we go.
That's
perfect.
All right, we got some clapping. Thank you. I really didn't do anything, but I am the coach, and we talked earlier, so as the coach of this run, I'm getting 30% credit.
We negotiated that. I'm not happy with how the negotiation went.
Well, because the negotiation went, I'm the coach, I should get 50%. He said 30, and I was like, I'll take it, because let's be honest with you.
So I'm back in bounds. I just had a checkpoint in the bottom left corner. Sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
Important things to say.
I understand.
And that checkpoint is great, because it means I can quit and reload, and even though the level wasn't loaded, it's loaded now. We're going to use those checkpoints. Those checkpoints are persistent. Like, when the game starts, all the checkpoints are active throughout the level. So we can, if we can get out of bounds and hit a checkpoint early, we can use the quit and reload to get really far, skip huge parts of the game. So we're going to do that as often as possible. Speaking of which, we're ending chapter 1. We're moving on to chapter 2, and there's a glitch right at the beginning of chapter 2, a pretty tough one. Not even sure I'll get it, but we're going to go for it. Called Taco Noli, which I have another flashcard for you on Taco Noli.
Oh, all right, Taco Noli. Oh, I do have it. All right, here we go. Nick will first use a simple wall run, wall climb turn to get out of bounds.
Wait a second. I'll point that out. It's coming up.
Yep, I'm going to wait for it.
And, okay, here it is. Go ahead.
Okay, from there, he'll need to do 2 glitchy wall boosts on the same wall and chain that to a blind kick on an out-of-bounds wall. And chain that into 1 last kick glitch on an invisible wall. I noticed there's like out-of-bounds. Okay. If all goes well, which it definitely will, we'll hit a checkpoint midair and save almost a minute. Which... I read it, but...
So close. We got everything except the last kick. So that means that I was going to fall into an out-of-bounds void, which means that the game will never kill me, so I just have to quit and reload.
Are we doing it again?
What do you think?
I think we go for it again, so I can read it again. I'm going to read the whole thing again, because we're going to make it work this time.
I don't know that we need to read. We're going to go for it one more time. If we don't get it, it's not a big deal to do the backup.
Okay. So... supposedly, if all goes well, which it definitely will, is what I wrote, but luckily I never got to reading that because it didn't.
Yep.
And then we'll hit a checkpoint midair and save almost a minute. So let's do that.
Okay, one more time, folks.
All right, here we go.
So out of bounds. Okay.
Okay, we're still doing some invisible stuff. I don't know.
1, 2. Okay. Do this better this time. Let's see if we hit the checkpoint. Let's go.
Boom! Huh? Whew. See, that's why I knew we should do it the second time. I could tell this one. No, we might not be doing... so just so everybody knows, we agreed that if we don't get it in the first time, we're not going to go through it like 3 or 4.
Right.
But we were only going to attempt it once. But I felt confident. I felt confident.
I appreciate that confidence. Because I learned that trick last week, so...
That's big. That's big.
But it's a huge skip, and it's great.
Well, a minute's worth it, right? Because if we do it twice, we still, as long as we hit it.
Exactly. Oh, no, I died.
Okay, that wasn't planned.
I'm just kidding. That was on purpose.
Oh.
That death sets up a skip here. I'm going to let it speak for itself, actually. Watch this.
Oh, I remember this one.
Ooh. Well, I got most of it up there.
Oh, that wasn't planned?
That one wasn't.
Oh, got it.
But it's fine because you spawn right here again, so let's try one more time. Sick. So that is called a fling because, well, yeah, you fling. I'm going to explain how that works in this next section because there's another fling coming up that I want to show you. So basically, every time you wall run, the game calculates your wall run height based on your last jump location, right? It tries to determine how high the wall run's going to go. But if you die, your last jump location is reset. It's actually reset to the in-game coordinate of z = 0. which most of the time isn't that important, but when you're underground like this, which I am, this is one of the few sections of the game that's underground, it means Z equals 0 is way up there. It throws off the wall run calculation, and if by interrupting the wall run during certain animations, I can get flung way high and chain that with a kick glitch, bada bing, bada boom. You get sent way up, and you save like 45 seconds probably on that fling. Absolutely crazy. Oops, let me just get off this elevator. There's some invisible collision here I'm gonna jump on. Lets me jump on some more invisible collision. And here's another death to set up a fling. Oh. This fling's a little bit weird. That last fling was on a springboard. This is the other place you can do flings, on these little swing poles here. Let's see if I can get it. I'm gonna use slow motion for this fling because it's really hard. And you can actually see it happen in slow motion. Super cool.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, that one was pretty cool.
Thank you. That saves a nice little auto-scroller. So there's a little auto-scroller section there that we skip. So that is most of Chapter 2 now. Coming out to Chapter 2, there's a chase section at the end. But by going out of bounds, I can actually kind of skip a lot of the chasing you're supposed to be doing. Let me jump back inbounds. Never
Just
mind.
to give you a heads up, we're at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. How we doing?
We're on great pace. Don't even sweat it.
Well, I wasn't sweating it, to be honest with you, because I really just have to, jabber.
This is Jackknife. We're supposed to chase him. We go a little bit faster than he's intended, so you might see him cheat a little bit and teleport. That's fine. We're going to ditch him, and we're going to go for a kick glitch chain called Chase Chain. I mentioned you can chain kick glitches together, and the advantage of doing that is you can go pretty far, pretty fast. Let's see how this goes. Nope, did not hit it. That is okay. We'll go back the original way. This chase is cool anyway. I wanted to show this.
We seem to be catching up to him.
Yep. Not like that, though.
Well, I mean, we had to give him a little lead because he knew we were going to get him.
Well, the good news is that I go for Chase Chain again.
Okay, all right, so we're going for it again?
Oh, yeah, you know it.
All right.
You got to have no fear with these skips.
No, I'm with you.
So if all goes well, I'll actually get a wall run on this wall down here. You have to manipulate your height really precisely, which makes it kind of hard.
Okay.
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 It's looking good. Can I get this ledge grab? Oh, let's go.
There we go. Boom.
That is a pretty hard skip. Mirror's Edge kind of has tiers of skips. That's one of those skips we recommend beginners do not go for. Usually only like the top 10, 25 runners go for that, but saves a whole lot of time. Saves like 10 seconds if you get it. I'm gonna quit and reload here, otherwise the game will fade out.
Did it right.
Here's the cool thing about the use glitch as well. I have a free scroll mouse. By free scrolling, use glitching this, it actually makes the elevator go up faster. Certain animations in this game are tied to how fast you scroll on them, which is kind of funny. So by really spamming scroll wheel, I can save some time in some places. Free scroll mice are sweet. A lot of speedrunners use this G502, and there's a reason why.
I thought they used the Hero, actually.
The G502 Hero is another very popular model. We were chatting about that. It's fine, ignore that. I went for a sliding wall climb on this wall, but accidentally got a wall run, but that's fine. This is what it's supposed to look like. So now we're gonna do a skip. There's actually 4 checkpoints in Chapter 3, 3A, 3C, 3B, and 3D.
I have 3A and 3C.
And we are doing, you'll never believe this, 3A to 3C skip. You'll never guess what that does. Why don't you explain that, Dad?
I can actually tell you what it does. Nick will first climb out of bounds by chaining together some wall climbs and side steps on the orange awnings. Where are the orange awnings?
They're coming up. They're way up there. You can kind of see them in the distance.
I'm gonna wait to the orange awnings.
Okay, we're coming.
Okay.
I'll go as fast as I can.
No, yeah, that's the whole theme of this whole day.
That's the whole thing. Yeah. Right, sorry,
okay.
I forgot.
That's okay. So once we get to the orange awnings,
we're here.
From there, he'll chain together a kick glitch, wall boost, and then another kick glitch and wall boost to fly into a checkpoint floating in mid-air.
Yeah, duh.
I mean, that's obvious. I mean,
first I
didn't even need to read that. I actually knew that one.
And now here's the kick glitch. So I'm gonna use slow motion again because this strat's like low-key kind of hard. And then kick on this wall, and then one wall boost on this wall, and you see the checkpoint. Let's go. There it is.
Okay.
So that skips
for the
checkpoint
record,
3B entirely.
I didn't actually see the checkpoint, but I believe you.
Well, you got to look a little harder.
Okay. No, that's true too. I do have glasses, so you know.
So 3C is a bit of a noob killer. There's no checkpoints anywhere in this. There's like no like soft checkpoints in between if you die. So I just simply won't do that. Is the plan.
Quick question. You said at one point you were wall sliding versus wall climbing.
Yeah, I mean, the wall boost is just wall running on and off the wall.
Yeah.
And so I just did a little wall boost there, actually.
What's the wall slide?
One of these, sliding wall climb. Its sliding wall climb is a wall climb with horizontal momentum. So it gets me a little more height than just simply jumping on and off the wall.
Got it. That was not in the script. I was actually curious about that.
Great question.
Well, you know, I do pay attention.
Little tiny time save. You'll see me do this all over the run. Is I jump kick doors.
Yes.
If I jump kick them, I can start a sidestep really quick once I land, and then I can get back to full speed quickly.
Yeah,
so.
I wouldn't recommend you jump kick regular doors. So I don't want you guys going out of here jump kicking regular
People
doors.
are going to be jump kicking doors all over PAX. It's going to be our fault.
Right. I don't want that. I'm like, I watched Ginger Ninjas run, and now everybody's jump kicking, and then they come to us. Now, I'm only here for a day, so I'm okay, but you're here for 4, so you could, you know.
Yeah, they might kick me out.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
That's probably not supposed to happen.
Would you believe that it was?
Yeah, well, I mean, you did say you fell before for a reason, so we could tell them that.
That was for sure on purpose,
Right, yeah. It was to get us more speed on when we came out of that door right there.
There's a really tough trick coming up here called Crane's Kick Glitch. This used to be harder, actually. We found a better setup for it maybe a few years ago. The cool thing about Crane's Kick Glitch is it's a lot like a regular kick glitch, except it's a speedy. We have to get it. Basically, if you start a wall run kick when there's a ledge, like a little ledge like this, it'll give you more speed during the wall run, and then more speed in the kick glitch. And if all goes well, I can just barely grab this ledge. Let's see.
Oh, nice job.
First try.
Nice job, buddy.
That is very difficult, but I'm glad I made it. It looks just like a regular kick glitch, but if you're not using reaction time like I'm using, it's not frame perfect, but pretty darn close. And especially in a 3D game like this with all the angles, makes it kind of a pain.
I feel like we're doing well. We're at 15 minutes and 10 seconds.
I think we're doing great. That's the end of chapter 3. I'd say most of the big skips are kind of at the beginning there, at least the ones I'm scared of, personally. So we're on chapter 4 now. This does have some huge skips, right, in chapter 4.
Yeah, I only have a couple of...
Yeah, you'll notice your script gets a little bit sparse at this point because that's most of the stuff that I needed you to explain.
That's okay.
What we're going to do here is we're actually going to go out of bounds one more time. You can see me quitting and reloading a lot to get further in bounds. The cool thing here is that I can actually load in a floor and die. And then that's actually good. This is one of those deaths I meant to do.
Right. That's what I
mean, they're all intentional, of course. But by dying here, I hit a checkpoint. I spawn into an unloaded zone. But the good news is the rest of the level is loaded. So this skips us like, I mean, I mentioned 3 to 3C skips 1 checkpoint. This skips like 3 or 4. It saves literal minutes. It's a crazy skip. Here's some of those wall boosts. I'm free scrolling this.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier also. Mike, why is her leg in the wall?
Yeah, chaining together wall boosts on the same wall like that is pretty common. And then we'll go this way. There are trains that are on cycles here, so I have to be a little bit careful with how fast I go. If I don't, I'll get a bad cycle. We'll see. This is okay pace so far, but I'm omitting some harder strats that could lose me a lot of time, but also help me get the right cycle. Ooh, that roll is going to be actually kind of killer. We'll probably have to avoid the train here. Yeah, no train. We'll see. So there's a train coming.
Yeah.
You'll hear it honk. And when it honks, I just got to hightail it and dodge it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh.
That guy didn't do that.
Those poor guards did not understand the assignment.
Well, you know, I didn't understand it either, so it's okay.
Get up here. Nice little wall boost on this wall. Skip that swing pole. And then another little thing here is I'll try to land on certain ledges at certain heights. This game does have a whole mechanic where if you fall too far, you get a hard landing, but you can negate that with a roll. But rolls and hard landings are slow, so I'm going to try to get neither over the course of this run and just try to get the perfect height every time. So it's all good.
I remember this part.
Oh no, where's the train? I'm just kidding.
Use that same joke earlier too.
That's all right. In practice.
That's all right. I'm okay with it.
So we've talked a lot about the gameplay, and of course this game is kind of light on story, heavy on gameplay. Really cool parkour movement, right? There is a story in this game. I have your little note card for that.
Oh,
We're on a little auto-scroller here, first-person auto-scroller, so I'm just going to dodge around, maybe let her get hit a few times, but why don't you explain the story?
I'll read the story. In a heavily monitored dystopian city, the only way to privately deliver messages is by hiring a runner, a courier, who navigates the rooftops of the city with parkour. Our character, Faith Connors, is one of those runners. Ironically, Faith's sister, Kate, is a police officer. Kate has been framed for the murder of a political candidate, so it's up to Faith to traverse the city, chase down leads on the murder, and hopefully save her sister from capitalism or something.
Yep.
I'm not sure why we're saving from capitalism, but that's okay.
It's bad capitalism in this game. So the whole point of this game is, right, like chapter 1, I meet my sister. I skipped the cutscene, you didn't see it.
Okay, well.
I meet my sister, and then chapter 2, I chase down a lead, and then chapter 3, I chase down another lead, and now chapter 4, I chase down another lead. And now we've been directed to go to the mall. So that's what's happening in Chapter 5. It's called
the mall?
New Eden.
Oh.
Named after, yes, the New Eden Mall.
Not a lot of malls out there anymore.
No, but in this, it's an abandoned mall here, I think. Or maybe it's closed. I don't know.
Well, to be honest with you, there's a lot of abandoned malls and closed malls, too.
Yep, that's kind of like the real world.
Yeah,
Crazy how that works. This game came out in 2008. How prophetic.
If they had Amazon that delivering packages, it would be even more, but that's okay.
Yeah. Can I barge through this door? I have to go a little slow in this room. If I go too fast, things won't load in, which is kind of annoying. Just the curse of being so fast.
Well, there's worse things in life when you're a speedrunner.
I mentioned elevator clips. By use glitching, while you're in the corner of an elevator like this, you can actually clip the elevator, and I'm going to use that, plus that elevator bounce you heard earlier. I'm going to try to use that to... Okay, nice little infinite wall climb on this set of walls. So the elevator bounce is coming up here once the loading ends. Perfect. And then infinite wall climbs. You can chain together the wall climb side steps. Perfect.
Boom. Nice job.
I learned that 3 days ago.
All right.
Yep. I've been playing the game for about 10 years, so I know a lot of skips, but all these new cool kids and their cool skips, and I got to make sure I'm catching up.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this. Nick's like a boomer now, and
I've been speedrunning the game for 10 years. The 10-year anniversary of my first posted speedrun on YouTube just came up, which is a long time to be speedrunning, but it's been an absolute pleasure. It's the reason I come back to this game.
Yeah, he used to spend 5 hours a day on it, but then he got a life, and I don't know if she's watching, but he also got a fiance. So when you actually get a full-time job, a fiance, and a real world, it tends to decrease the amount of time you can play.
Yeah, but I still make time for it when I can.
I understand.
It's a lot of fun.
There was a lot of training this week. I was not at his house, but I did hear from people that there was a lot of training going on this week. He wanted to give you guys the best run he could.
Nice little kick glitches here. There is a kick glitch chain coming up. I'll go for it once to skip some zip lines. It wasn't going very well in practice.
No,
but it's never stopped me before.
I do. This is exactly where we had problems. Yeah. Oh, okay. You probably don't. Okay.
Yeah, this is not good.
That guy seems to really have it in for you.
So this game has auto lock. Because it's a PC port, they thought, what would be really cool is if we made it on console so that you lock onto enemies. But that becomes a problem in PC.
Here we go.
See if I can get the chain.
Here we go.
That is not it.
No.
But that's all right. Didn't lose any time either.
So we went on the actual ropes.
Yep, that's all right.
Okay.
Sliding wall climb into a wall boost there saves me having to go and do a little climb up animation, which is sick. It's actually springboards. Those red items there are springboards. There's actually hidden springboards. I used a little hidden springboard on the corner there.
Oh, okay.
Basically, any 2 bits of collision that are stepped up like that, like 2 steps, you can use as a springboard.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the red things were.
The whole thing in this game is that you have runner vision and things will turn red because you can see the path through the city.
That part I knew because being at my skill level, I needed to thread the path to actually get around.
Yeah.
We were talking about this earlier. You'll see, I don't know if you guys noticed, when he does steps, he hasn't taken, I've never seen him in 100 hours of watching this game ever take a set of stairs, which you'll see as he goes around. He just jumps through the whole thing and never actually touches the stairs.
Yes. Actually, speaking of big skipping stairs, I'm about to do a trick called Beamer, which you have a little note card for.
I do have a note card on Beamer. I'm very excited.
Let's see if I can get it. It's frame perfect, but he'll explain that.
All right. By interrupting a wall climb, right as Faith climbs over a lip in the wall, Faith will be catapulted or beamed across the room at highway speeds. And therefore, we call this trick the Beamer. Oh, I like this part. Beam me up, Scotty. Look at that.
Okay.
Was that in for me?
2.
Go get him.
Try. We usually take bets on how long it takes marathon runners to get this because it is frame perfect, and I'm
not
choking, but it's fine. I'll get it. Let's go.
There we go.
There
All right, see, this is the whole stair thing I told you. He never takes the stairs.
No, never.
I mean...
And in fact, I'll just jump on these signs. That's definitely faster than the stairs. And then try to get as much momentum as I can into this event here.
All right.
So for those who have been counting and keeping track, this is Chapter 5, so we are probably more than halfway through the game at this point. And we're doing A-okay. Oh, nice. Got
22 minutes?
It's probably good pace. I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I do not have my splits open. A lot of times this game is timed with loads removed. We have an auto load removing timer on through LiveSplit on speedrun.com. So I kind of know all the times with loads removed, but in real time, I don't really know what pace we're on. Got to wait for that.
Final. We'll see it at the end. It'll be fun. It'll be exciting. Everybody will get to reveal it at the same time.
Exactly. You guys are in for a surprise as much as I am. Okay. Well, we're coming up. Playing this pretty much as intended. This last bit a little bit faster. For example, I can jump into this vent rather than climb into it. Yeah, boring, slow, bad. Would never dream of it. And
you took stairs. You said you never take stairs.
I jump up them. Jumping upstairs is faster than jumping up them. So I am doing a little bit of optimization.
Looks like my little
That's the
friend-
first time I've seen you take stairs, so. And I just literally went in and said he never takes the stairs.
I know, it's bad timing, but I did jump up the stairs. So.
That's true. All right, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, you're on the ropes now.
Yep, this is chapter 6. It's called The Factory. We learned in the mall that there might be something funky going on at this factory, so we're going to go investigate. I actually need to get out of bounds real quick, so let me do that. There's a glide here, and then I have to land on this light, otherwise I'll die from this fall, but the light is just low enough to prevent me from dying. Now I'm out of bounds. You'll know I'm out of bounds probably right about now.
Yeah.
The cool thing is that I can get inbounds pretty quickly. There's a checkpoint floating in midair right about here. And I got a little stuck, but the factory loads in right around us, which is a very flashy skip, and that saves, again, another like solid minute. I'm gonna do a use glitch through a wall here. The use glitch just happens to go through walls, as well as skipping the animation. It lets you activate that button through the wall, saves you from having to go around. Speaking of skipping stairs, let's take the fast way down here.
Nice.
Should be somewhere below you.
Perfect. You grab that pole to stop your fall. And then right down here. The cool thing about wall boosts, they can be chained together. So I'll chain together 2 wall boosts here to gain even more speed. And then here's another instance of just scrolling really hard on this wall to just keep wall boosting on it. And another instance of free scrolling the other direction to hit this elevator a lot of times with the use glitch and make it go up a little bit faster. Little optimizations here and there, right? Some of them are pretty obvious, like when I'm double wall boosting, and some of them a little less obvious, like when I free scroll like a maniac with my G502.
I feel like we're in a commercial for G502.
Yeah, Logitech has speedrunners. They have us covered.
Okay, that's fine. I
Oh.
just, that was playing.
It's fine, it's fine,
Okay.
it's fine, it's fine.
All right, that's okay.
I gotta get through this door again. Yeah, I didn't explain this, but this whole section, basically what's happening story-wise here, maybe it's good that I died here, because I can explain story-wise. It turns out that the solution that the cops came up with these like runners,
Yeah.
is to train cops to do parkour. So now we're in a cop parkour training facility, and they're chasing us. We're pretty fast, so I don't think they'll catch us, but they can be really annoying. They actually have like tasers, so they'll sometimes tase you while you're trying to run, and it's kind of random. But I didn't get tased there, so we're good. So that's the sort of the underlying plot, is the parkour cops are now coming for us. And it's all part of the big conspiracy that our sister is part of.
I appreciate you, cluing us in, because I honestly did not know that.
Yeah, believe it or not, yeah, I can tell just sort of from the speed run, you don't really get a lot of the story. So I'm trying to keep you in the loop.
I appreciate it.
Here's another hidden springboard right there. Allows us to get up to this ledge a little bit faster. And then let's do a nice little wall boost here. And then a kick glitch into a wall boost. Hopefully you can see, like, there's so much opportunity. People will post strat montages on YouTube. If you just look up Strats and Swag, is actually one of the big series by a runner called Gloss, where he just posts minute-long videos of the crazy stuff you can do by chaining together wall runs, kick glitches, beamers. There's some crazy stuff. It's like a whole subgenre of Mirror's Edge speedrunning, or strat montages.
Do it. I'm going after that guy.
That's chapter 6.
Wow,
We're
nice
on to
job.
chapter 7, called The Boat. Hey, guess what we skip in this chapter?
The boat.
We skipped the boat. Yes. Great guess.
Very excited. Well, I can use context clues.
So I mentioned that there are those checkpoints, right? The cool thing is that checkpoint A is outside the boat, and then checkpoint G, the last checkpoint, is also outside the boat, but over here. The whole level takes place inside the boat.
Oh.
But if I just run out of bounds here, I'm out of bounds right now, there is a fence in the way here that's supposed to block my way.
Yeah, I see
But
it.
I can get over it pretty easily.
Oh, yeah.
Not like that, I can't.
That's-
That's okay, I have a backup.
Okay.
And then the checkpoint's just down here.
Under the water. Excellent place for it. That's where I would have put it.
So quit and reload, and we just skipped the entirety of chapter 7. Shortest chapter in the game from a speed
Oh.
perspective.
Wow, that was quick.
There is one boss fight I have to do at the end, and I say boss fight very loosely. I need to punch her 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then disarm.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, big boss fight. Big spoiler here. This is a character in the game that's betrayed us. So I won't tell you. Play the game.
Okay.
Okay?
We know now that we have to punch her 5 times.
Yep. So for those who have been keeping track, that was chapter 7. This is now chapter 8. 2 chapters left. These last 2 chapters, they can be a bit brutal. There's some tough combat sections, tough parkour sections, but I don't think too much left to explain there. We're basically just, at this point, you know the core movement, right? If you've been listening, you know there are kick glitches, wall boosts, side steps, and we're just going to keep chaining those together.
Even I know that.
Here's a double wall boost into a kick glitch. If I do it with the perfect height, I can actually avoid a roll here. Nah, I couldn't. Too much height. And then a use glitch on this elevator. Oops. Oh, no, I got it.
All right. So
We're moving. This This is Regovator.
28 minutes. You said, how many, what did you say you were going to do it in? 42?
I have an estimate of 40 minutes. We're going to be well under estimate. Don't you?
All right, I'm pretty excited.
Okay, so this is checkpoint 8B. This is another one of those nice little checkpoints where we skip all the cool checkpoints. So if we die, we'll just go back to the beginning. But again, I simply will not do that.
All right. Well, I'm going to throw it out and say, if Nick's, as we talked about Nick actually has a sister, Allie. So if Allie's watching, hey, Allie. So Nick actually has two siblings. He has a younger sister and a younger brother. The younger brother will actually be here on, I think his name is Black Belt Ginger Ninja Jr., isn't it?
No, he's changed his tag a few times.
He's changed his tag.
All right.
Well, his tag, that's what his tag was at one time, and he'll be here actually on Saturday and Sunday. So
yeah, it's a whole family affair here.
I wonder where he got the gaming love from.
Yeah. This is the atrium. So in Chapter 8, the end of Chapter 8, you can kind of think of this as like the platforming final boss. Chapter 9 is very combat focused, but this is like a puzzle platformer really to sort of cap the game off. A little death there, that's okay.
Well, that's how you go down.
Yep. Yeah. You're supposed to go up.
Well, yeah, but we wanted to show them the up and the down.
I'm going to try it. Now that you've seen both directions,
right.
I prefer up. I'm going to try that again.
I understand. Well, we're completed, you know.
There's a whole vent section here that I'm going to try to skip. I'm going to go out of bounds.
Oh, okay.
Again. And then further out of bounds, more obviously out of bounds now, I would say.
Would that be called the glitch?
I think it would be called. Okay, you got your one. You got your one. Congrats.
If you guys, there was a run where Nick did.
Oh gosh.
Where this gentleman said glitch about 400 times during the run.
Mm-hmm.
It was quite amusing.
It was very good. A very funny run.
Yeah. I'm only allowed to say it once, so I've already used mine up.
Oops, I died. Just kidding again. So what that death does is it actually spawns the hitbox for this truck a little bit early. So I'm going to jump up here, and I have to actually hit the truck through the wall. It's, right. I think the hitbox is right about here. Nope, it's not there. Give it one more shot.
What's your status? Over.
There it is.
Oh.
So we call that truck bang because you wall bang the truck. If you ever played Call of Duty, that might resonate with you. Nice little kick glitch here. And that is basically Chapter 8. One little piece of tech I'll explain as we wrap up is that there are lots of animations that put you in the grounded state. The elevator bounce, the kick glitch. The roll is also one of them. So you can sort of roll off edges here. The one-frame grounded state will kind of cushion your fall and allow you to fall further than you can. Allows you to skip all the stairs in this run.
I told you he never does stairs.
I hate stairs.
For the record, he does hate stairs.
But he hates stairs. So that's Chapter 8. That brings us to Chapter 9. Like I said, this is sort of the combat finale. There's going to be lots of guards, lots of opportunity to die here. Got a little stuck, but that's okay. We'll do a backup strat.
Hey, we're kicking butt. We're at 31 minutes.
Well, we are kicking butt.
I'm going to say if Tyler, which is his younger brother, hi, Tyler. Hopefully you're at school because you're supposed to be in class right now. So if you're watching this, I know.
I just used glitch that valve, which has makes the animation come up faster, but also stacks the sound effect.
Oh, yeah, that's super loud in the old ears, just for the record.
No, it's fine. Yeah, no, it's a very good thing that happens.
Okay.
But it's a fun little quirk of the game that we heard your eardrum to save time.
That's okay. It's all about saving time.
And then hit the button here.
Why did we? I thought we smacked the thing. We don't have to hit
That
the
button's actually tricky. Certain use glitches will keep you in the elevator state forever, and it'll soft lock you. So I just played safe on this elevator.
I was paying attention.
You were paying attention.
That, yeah.
There's a few more big skips, but now that we're at the end of Chapter 9, we're basically coming into the twilight era of the game. There is one big skip coming up called Super Duper Beverage Skip. There have been a few beverage room skips. This elevator has a funny voice line including the word beverage, so it's the beverage elevator. We found a few different ways to skip it. This is the best one, I would say. You click the elevator here.
Okay.
Now that I'm on top of the elevator, I'm going to run into an out-of-bounds section right here. I'm going to use that vent on the right side of my screen as sort of to determine how high I am. I need to be about this high. So by quickly pausing and unpausing, I get the perfect height. I load into this room. There's the checkpoint. And that skips like 4 checkpoints.
Oh, wow. Nice job.
One last big skip here. I'm going to jump out of bounds. There's actually, to my right, you can see there's a whole section where snipers would shoot at me and I'd have to dodge them, but there's a seam in the wall here. It's so thin that I can't stand on it, but I can't jump on it. So I'm just gonna mash the jump key and just mash my way straight from the start of this rooftop section to the end.
Wow.
Yep. And we are basically here. So there's one more room left. That's kind of I mentioned the combat final boss. There's one more room coming up that I'm gonna have to jump through called the server room. See if I can clip this elevator. That'll save me some time. Nice.
That was pretty quick, buddy.
Thank you, thank you.
I didn't even get to half my notes. I had more notes, but it's okay. You know what? We'll save them for next time.
Well, next time, for sure. Quick note, I mean, this game is beautiful. It came out in 2008, but it's still really the graphics hold up. They did wonders with the Unreal Engine, so you get a little chance to enjoy the view as we come up to this last element.
They also have a statue that came off of Catalyst that he actually owns that actually has faith. He actually has a actual statue in his house about Mirror's Edge. So
yeah, I'm a fan.
well, I know you are.
Do a quit and reload here to make this load in faster. And now let's get past these guards. So there are a bunch of guards here. You're supposed to disarm them and use their guns to shoot the servers, which will override the door controls here. Luckily, they forgot to make the ceiling solid. So I'm just going to go through that.
Interesting strategy to make the ceiling not solid. That's okay.
That is literally the last strat. This is like just a victory lap at this point. I've got to run to the end.
Okay. And that's it?
Yeah, there is unfortunately a 3-minute cutscene here that would normally block our progress. But good news, if you quit and reload, it puts you after the cutscene. So we are good. So this is coming up. Time is coming up. I just need to go a little bit slow here. The game won't load if I go too fast, but if all goes well, when I grab that helicopter, it's over.
All right. I'm excited.
Let's go.
Here we go.
Time.
Boom. Nice job, dude. Nice job. I mean, I get 30% of the credit, so we did a good job.
I'll take my 70.
Yeah, I'll take my 30. What are we doing in 34 minutes?
That's pretty good. That's pretty darn good. I'm super psyched with that. We got a lot of the big skips. I'm glad you got to see them.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, thanks everyone for watching. I'm going to pause this game before you get a DMCA claim because there's copyrighted music in the credits. But thanks everyone for watching. Games Done Quick does some amazing work. If you're on Twitch and you're not following it, you definitely should. They uplift communities and do great charity work. Otherwise, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. I'm Black Belt Ninja. Do you want to say anything?
Hey, everybody that I know, if anybody's on from the stream, Grammy and Grampy could be on. His Grammy and Gram. Other than that, thanks everybody for coming. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go enjoy PAX.
PAX East!
Thank you for that wonderful run, Black Belt Ninja. Up next, we have Vexx running. And we have a couple announcements before we head to that run. GDQ Hotfix is proud to present its first Asian American and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month celebration. Join us on May 18th and 19th for 2 full days of showcase speedruns and celebrating AAPI Heritage. Submissions are open until April 21st, and the schedule will come out on April 29th. Use !AAPI in chat to get more information on how to submit a run. Coming up next, we have Jaxler running Vexx, so stay tuned. Thank you for tuning in to PAX East 2024 stream. We are Games Done Quick. We're coming to you live with a run in just a few minutes of Vexx, any present by Jaxler. But we still have a couple minutes, so get settled. A couple more announcements we have for you. Games Done Quick is looking for a new mainline event volunteer coordinator and host co-coordinator. Feel free to review the duties and apply at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. If you're interested in either job, we'll be with you in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are Games Done Quick, and we are at PAX East 2024. We have a full schedule of awesome speed runs coming at you all weekend, but we have a couple announcements we'd like to announce before we get into it. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th through July 6th. Run submissions are now open and will close March 24th. If you'd like to submit a run, go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information about the event. Now, coming live from PAX East 2024, we have Jaxler running Vexx any percent. All right, Jaxler, take it away.
All right, what's up, everybody? I am Jaxler, and this is Vexx for the Nintendo GameCube. So if you've never seen this game before, this is a 3D collectathon platformer. I like to pitch it as Mario Sunshine, but edgy. This game freaking rules. It's going to be a wild 90 minutes of just breakneck pace movement and all kinds of crazy nonsense glitches and so on. So this is like one of my favorite games to speedrun. It's got so much ridiculous tech to it. Super excited to show it to you folks tonight. And on top of that, this is my couch. This is Gibby. He's going to be hanging out with us over the course of this run here. Couple things to note before I get started. I am playing on the GameCube version of the game. The reason that's important is I can play without a memory card plugged in, and that's going to set up for a glitch. I want to say about an hour into the run, which is weird to say, but we'll get there when we get there. But otherwise, you know, this game kind of just speaks for itself, so I'm good to go. So if we're good to start time, let's get rolling in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, thanks everybody. All right, so Vexx kind of has a advanced platforming mechanic similar to what Mario Galaxy has, where you can do like crouch jumps and crouch long jumps as well. So you press the left button on the controller, or the left trigger on the button to crouch. And then after that, you can press A to jump, and you'll either get a high jump or a long jump, depending on whether or not Vexx is moving before you press the jump button. And so, weirdly enough, an interesting quirk of this game is that you can actually reverse the inputs. So if you instead press A and then crouch, you end up getting what's called an extended high jump or an extended long jump, where the jump animation starts and then the high jump or long jump animation plays. I need that, please. Thank you. And so we can be doing that all over the course of the run. So it might come through on my mic, actually. There's going to be a lot of me pressing the A button and then immediately slamming on the left trigger in order to get extra distance in both my high jumps and my long jumps. And that's going to be the backbone of most of the speed tech you're going to see here. So the first skip that I'm going to go for is something here called door skip. We'll see how this one goes. This one's pretty tricky. But I'm going to line up for this right here. Go for extended high jump, cancel it with a kick. Extended high jump, wall jump. There we go. Nice. That's door skip. So that skips about 10 seconds worth of platforming to get up to this waterfall area right there. Really happy I nailed that one first try. That is one that I reset to more than I would like to admit. So that's going to let us get up to sort of this hidden alcove area and access the first of our hearts here, which is water towers here. So we're doing a combination of these extended high jumps, and I'm also doing the same input with these long jumps here in order to get extra distance and speed. So in this section for this task, we need to hit three rings, switches, and different water towers up here. So we're going to start by climbing up to this one. I'm going to set up the camera in a certain way so I can just swim right through. There's the first one, and then we're going to fall back down through, and we have 2 more rings to grab in a similar fashion. So an interesting thing with this second one is, and this will come up a lot over the course of the run, is there are certain animations in this game that you can buffer a short hop out of. So what I can do right here is actually buffer a extended high jump out of the jumping out of water animation, and that can actually let me hit that switch from underneath. You're normally expected to go up and above that room and then fall down into the water ring there, but we can save about 10 seconds of swimming right there by skipping it entirely. And then this last one is just a quick swim up here, moving in a very specific pattern so that I'm on a good cycle as these blockers rotate as I make my way through here. And this is going to get us the first of our race hearts here. So you can think of the race hearts, or hearts for short. They're like the stars in like a Mario 64 sort of situation. So we get one of these, and as we collect more, we're going to unlock the ability to access new levels and get to new hearts, right? So in the any percent speedrun, our goal is to get 60 hearts as quickly as possible. That unlocks the door to the final boss. There are 80 total hearts in the game, at least intended to be 80 hearts. I have, okay, that is a very strange UI glitch. He is yapping. All right, so second heart right here, we're gonna go ahead and mess with one of my least favorite things in life, physics. We gotta kick this soccer ball into a goal, and then the ball explodes and gives us a Wraith heart. But this is a game made in like 2003, so physics, as you may expect, are a little bit jank. So I'm gonna use the hill to try to give me a little, okay. There we go, okay, good save. So yeah, as you can see, the physics in this game, quite volatile. And then you've also got these enemies that just kind of spawn in as you get close enough to them because of the draw distance. So they're always in the same spot though until you get close enough. So I'm kind of taking the soccer ball here a little bit slow just to be safe because they're being a little bit rude. And then I'm gonna try to set up for an animation skip here. You'll get out of the way, buddy, thank you. There we go, nice. So I kick the soccer ball into the goal to spawn the heart, and then long jump into the cutscene so that I grab the heart during the cutscene, which stacks the cutscenes and saves about 5 seconds or so. All right, so now we're coming into another heart that is kind of a shared objective between every level in this game. It's very similar to those like red coin missions from Mario 64 or Mario Sunshine, but instead of red coins, they are soul jars in this game because this game is edgy. So I need to collect 6 hidden soul jars in the level in order to get this Wraith heart, and so essentially what we're doing is going from between each Wraith heart as fast as possible, and then the heart will spawn in a preset location. So the way that these are kind of routed is we get the last soul jar right near where the heart location is. And so a whole lot of jump spacing going on here where I'm planning out in advance kind of where I'm gonna set up these extended long jumps so I don't accidentally bonk or like put Vexx into a weird animation that could cause me to lose time. There's a lot of little things like that that I'm kind of doing under the hood in order to make sure Vexx actually goes where I tell him to go. And so if I get through here quickly enough, and if my extended long jumps are tight enough, then we'll actually be able to catch this platform cycle, which allows us to grab that soul jar right there. And then we're gonna see another example where you can kind of buffer extended long jumps out of like random animations. So that like booster panel animation, you can buffer an extended long jump out of that and allows you to cross over the water without having to swim there. And so we pretty much have one more soul jar here before we can claim the heart. But before I do that, I'm gonna do a little bit of a setup. I'm gonna wait for him to do the dance. I'm gonna kick him up into the air. I'm gonna wait. And so what I'm trying to do here is uppercut all 3 of these enemies at the same time so that I can build up my rage meter in the top right corner. If I hit all 3 at the same time, I get this massive combo. And so that's gonna be an important setup for actually pretty much the... Okay, Vexx is doing some strange animations today, but managed to get through there just fine. And so that's gonna get us another Wraith heart right here, and we're gonna have a full rage meter. All right, so I'm going to shut up for this next part because this is normally kind of a risky strat to go for, but it's hype, so we gotta go for it, right? So I'm gonna attempt what's called Fast Sky Islands. It's a really tight platform cycle. So I'm gonna ask for a little bit of quiet from the room here while I attempt to make this. 4, 5, flip kick. 1, boom, 1, 1, 2, 3. Looking good so far. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's see if we hit this. No, it's not gonna happen. Okay, so I beefed the input a little bit, so we are going to go ahead and back off and see if I can't... Oh, that might be too far. Oh, I nailed it, nice. All right, so we're gonna take the backup cycle here instead. So I was doing a bunch of weird glitch tech in order to actually try to get to that heart on a faster cycle. That's totally fine. We're just gonna take the backup cycle. Doesn't lose us too much time there. So that kind of introduces us to a bit of tech that I'll explain a bit more later called rage jumping and fireball jumping that basically allow us to double and triple jump. But we'll get a bit more into that later on because that is a whole mess to explain in and of itself. Yeah, so right now we're basically trying to get to 60 hearts as quickly as possible. And so part of the routing that goes on with that is that some levels are not unlocked yet, even though they might have objectives that are really easy to clear. So there's a mix of like, you know, trying to get like easy to... Okay, Vexx, please. Vexx is being a little persnickety to me today, which, you know, is about expected, you know, from... It's Vexx, you know, it's edgy and all that. All right. So I'm going to rebuild my rage here. That's going to allow me to attempt the glitch again later on, and we are going to go into a mini-boss fight here with a sumo wrestler here. This fight is really straightforward. He's just going to walk at me, and then I'm going to bait him into attacking me with the belly bump of doom. And then I'm going to smack him once, smack him twice, and that's one round of the attack. Yeah, very, very silly mini-boss fight here. And he's going to get kind of angry at me here. And so you're going to notice that the race heart's up there. You might be wondering if I can't just, like, go up there and grab it. Unfortunately, the hitbox for that heart doesn't load in until you defeat the mini-boss. Otherwise, you really could just easily skip it. Yeah, no, we're just going to bait him onto the edge a third time. And it's going to make a great sound. Oh, there we go. Whoa! Yeah, no, this game, I will warn you in advance, this game is filled with great sounds. This is a game that you hear as much as you see. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and grab that Wraith Heart right here. So, I mentioned a bit earlier that there are a bunch of animations in this game that you can buffer a short hop out of. It's kind of like an accessibility mechanic where if you're like about to be like flung into the stratosphere by like something like one of those boost jump platforms, then you can kind of save yourself with it, right? But if you do that jump input, you can also then input crouch for one of those extended high jumps and long jumps, right? And so that's how I'm getting those like weird mid-air high jumps and long jumps. And so we can actually do this with the rage animation. So when you have dealt enough damage to enemies to fully fill up that meter in the top right corner, you can press the right trigger to go into an enraged form for like as long as like the bar lasts. But if I just pop it and immediately cancel out of it, I essentially get another extended high jump midair, and that's going to let me skip an entire platform cycle right there to get to the top of the tree dome here in really, really quick time. And that a combination of all this extended long jump, high jump nonsense, as well as that rage jump glitch is going to be like the backbone of everything you're going to be seeing over the course of this run here. All right, so something that I picked up at the start of the run by going into that weird painting thing was Rock Suit. There are a couple of Rock Suit hearts in some of the worlds that are really fast to get, so we're just gonna go ahead and nab this one real quick. Whenever we're in rock magma form, we're immune to all damage, but we have a tiny little hop, and it takes us forever to get schmoovin', but once we do, we schmoove. And so we're just gonna make our way over here. There's a minor little optimization I'm gonna go for as I run off the bridge to try to conserve some momentum, but otherwise this is pretty straightforward through here. And there we go. So we got one more heart in this world before we're gonna move on out of Timberdale and into Dragon Reach. And this one is going to be a sundial level. So this is kind of an interesting mechanic with this game where it has a day-night system that you can manipulate with a sundial somewhere in each level. And a couple of levels have a sundial portal that takes you into like a platforming challenge area. If you think of like the secret courses from Mario Sunshine, you're pretty much right on the money. And so luckily for us in this first world, the portal is right by the sundial. So we're gonna just set it to the correct time of day, walk through the portal, and then I'm gonna go for a cycle skip using a rage jump in order to skip waiting on some platforms. So we're gonna wait for this platform to rise up. I'm gonna catch that platform as it moves to the right. And then we're gonna jump out, leap of faith, rage jump, and then that's gonna let us get to this platform right here. And then while I'm waiting for the other cycles to, I'm gonna miss that platform cycle. That is kind of tragic. Okay, so you can make that cycle like just fine. I just suck, so that's my B. But in theory, like you make that all in one cycle and it goes by super duper quick. But we're just gonna go ahead and grab this platform real quick, and then we're gonna go and into the heart, and there we go. Awesome. So that's gonna get us out of Timberdale. Timberdale in general, like, is a really reset heavy part of the run, so really good to just have that out of the way right at the start. But this is a game with very little downtime. Like, you know, as far as like the tech and movement goes, I've kind of explained a lot of the, you know, the fundamentals, right? But the rest of the run is just like a gauntlet of trying to like apply it in really weird and creative ways. So this first heart that we're going to do in Dragon Reach, this is another heart that exists in every world, but we're only going to see it in Dragon Reach because this is the only one that's actually fast, which is shards. And so these shards are basically, yeah, there's going to be a lot of Mario 64 comparisons during this run. I hope you're not sick of them. But essentially, these are like the 100 coin missions from Mario 64, where you get 100 shards in a given map, and it will reward you with a Wraith Heart. But the cool thing about this one is, as soon as you grab the... Ooh. Okay, that's a little tragic. How do I back this up? Yeah, like I said, Vexx is just being kind of rude to me tonight, or today. Yeah. Maybe that's what it is. My entire perception of time is messed up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and try to beat up on these enemies here because I kind of need to... Oh, yeah, now I'm just totally out of juice. Okay, so this is spiraled out of control. So let me try to go back this up real quick and find some enemies to beat up on real quick. So I really need Rage because I need to get up to... I'm essentially using the Rage here to do a sequence break. That's going to get me to a power-up way earlier than I'm supposed to be able to. And so I kind of need the Rage to do that, and unfortunately the game wouldn't let me cancel out of the Rage mode, so I lost a bunch of Rage right there, but it's really quick to back up here, luckily. There we go, nice, okay. So, okay, never mind. Thank you, game, for dropping my jump input. So you might have noticed this as well with this game, is that this game will change frame rates on a dime. And so sometimes you can just get a jump eaten. This is kind of cataclysmically bad, but you know what? We're vibing. It's all good. All right, so I'm going to beat up that imp, and we're going to try this for the third time. Hopefully third time is the charm. Yeah, those blocks are also instant death, so I really don't want to, like, rub salt on the wound and just, like, immediately vaporize. There we go. Okay, and I didn't fall off the cliff. Nice. Okay, I did basic platforming. Let's go. All right, so getting up there normally requires the use of like this portal that's like really far out of the way. And by doing that range jump, even though it took me like 3 tries to do basic movement, I still ended up saving like 30 seconds in movement because it takes so long to get up there like the normal way. And so right here, we're just kind of taking like the most optimal line to get 100 shards here as quickly as possible. The shards are these little purple orbish looking things. Like I said, it's pretty much an analog to the 100 coin missions from like Mario 64. So I have a very specific chain of extended long jumps that I sort of have planned out in advance. And I have no idea what my cycles are going to be because I lost like a boatload of time just panicking, truly. But we're gonna go ahead through here, and that, you know, that's one of the things that happens sometimes in speedrunning too, is like something weird will happen, and then you'll have to adapt to like cycles or something like that on the fly. So there's a platform cycle towards the end that's kind of on a global cycle as soon as you load in. Looks like it'll be in a pretty good part of its arc too. Yeah, that's pretty much what the cycle unironically looks like at like full speed. So I mean, hey, I hit the fast cycle, right? Like a minute later. Anyway, so we're gonna collect the last couple of shards right here, and then the heart's gonna spawn. I'm gonna do one little thing where I'm actually gonna do a random uppercut attack as soon as I get the last shard. I don't know why, but it causes the heart to spawn in like a second earlier. That's Vexx for you, everybody. I don't know what to tell you. All right, so that's gonna get us that heart right there. And then thankfully, the rest of the hearts in this world are way less chaotic than that one. So next we're gonna be going into, we're gonna make use of that power-up that we got that's actually like a glider wing suit. And we're gonna do the only casually intended method of using it, which is to grab a heart that is way out of town here. And so this is where we really start to see like the extended high jumps come into play to really like let us take shortcuts. So I can do one up here and skip a bunch of platforms, and then there's this little dude right there. Goodbye, little dude. We're gonna like kick him in the face like 6 times over the course of this world. And he's gonna let us rebuild our rage, and then I'm gonna go for, nice, got that high jump. So you probably haven't noticed this, but I have noticed it because it's been owning me, like it almost just owned me right there. This game has like a buffering system with these extended high jumps and long jumps. So if you end up rushing the input, which I'm doing a lot because I'm nervous, then it'll actually like default to either high jump or long jump. And jeez, Vexx is just being so rude to me. Oh my god, yeah, see what I mean? So like right there, I wanted to do a high jump, but Vexx rushed it and gave me a long jump. So yeah, game is being unbelievably cruel to me right now. See, the funny thing is that extended high jump. Vexx, what on earth are you doing, buddy? Jeez, okay, thank you. Basic platforming, everybody. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and grab the glider wing now, and we're gonna head into the heart here. No, it's hilarious too, because I'm just doing great in practice, and now Vexx has just decided to have a little bit of an attitude with me, but not a big deal. All right, so we're gonna grab that heart right there, and we're gonna kind of be alternating between going up that route where we go sort of over the water well and going off to the right side and kind of splitting the objectives. Because one of the big things with routing this game is that whenever you want to do a rage jump, for the most part, unless like you're a TAS, you spend a little bit of rage to activate the rage meter, right? And we need that animation constantly, right? So we need to sort of plan when we're gonna hit enemies along the way in order to make that work. Okay, so I hit the hard part, but all the easy platforming's fine. Okay, so that's a really hard piece of tech right there called a fakey fireball. So I mentioned that like you can use the rage animation in order to sort of cancel into another high jump. But when you're in rage mode, you can launch fireballs, which is just objectively awesome. But more importantly, if you do it with a very quick timing, normally casting a fireball takes away a good chunk of your meter. But your rage meter has iframes, like when you start to activate it. So if you do the fireball input quickly enough, then you get a free fireball, and like the fireball doesn't appear, so we call it a fakey fireball for that reason. So there we go. That one ended up going well. So now we're gonna go over the well, no pun intended, and we're gonna go into kind of one of the sub areas. This game kind of has like a couple of sub areas, kind of like those like doors that you go through in Mario Odyssey, where there's like either some puzzle platforming or some kind of cool area going on. Nice, got that flip kick. Trying to avoid a ledge grab right there. It's kind of a common thing with platformers that have ledge grabs is like that. For example, they tend to be really slow. So trying to do specific spacings and setups in order to avoid them as much as possible. In the long term, they don't really lose that much time, but as a speedrunner, it hurts my soul. So we try to avoid the ledge grabs as much as possible here. All right, so in this section, in this sub area, you're supposed to break like 4 different ropes in order to sort of make these blocks become stairs, but I have rage jumping, so I'm just gonna ignore the intended way of getting through there and just get a heart for free. All right, and then there's gonna be another rock suit heart that we can do in here, and then we won't see the rock suit until like the second to last world, like an hour from now, so that one's pretty chill, pretty straightforward. And then after that, we're gonna see some more cool parkour here. So we're just kind of chilling here for a little bit. How you doing, Gibby? It's all right, buddy, take your time. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and grab rock suit here, and then we're just gonna thump, 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 thump our way into grabbing another heart. Again, no pun intended. Yeah, no, this game is like, I know I've been beefing it a little bit, but like this game has like a super, like, it's super fun to just like move and cruise through this game, and there's so much like depth to how like the movement system works. So if you're like looking for a speed game to pick up, you know, obviously I know a 90-minute, any % category isn't everyone's forte, but we have some like shorter range categories in like the 20-minute range that are more like sprints, and they're really, really fun. So if you're looking for a speed game to pick up, I recommend this one. It's a whole heckin' lot of fun, and we'll see if I can prove my argument here with one of the cooler hearts that we get to end off Dragon Reach with, which is Dragon's Claw. So we're gonna go for that same booster panel that was giving me grief earlier, but luckily it's a little bit more forgiving, because if I accidentally beef it, and this is something you'll probably see in a couple other instances, if I like make a big platforming mistake where I might fall to my doom, I can use rage jumps in order to save myself from like a back-breaking fall. Oh, hit the fireball. There we go. Big thing is you don't want to fall off. You fall off, you lose like a minute. All right, there we go. So that's going to be the end of Dragon Reach here, and now we're going into Neverglades. So Neverglades is when we really, like, the run, like, this, so any good run will, like, probably die in Neverglades, and this is mostly because of the first part that we're gonna do, which is Top of the Sand Temple. So the opening to this bit is we're gonna grab 3, like, sigils or keys in order to open access to that sub-area. And then once I actually get in there, I'm gonna try to go for the fast cycle, because it's, well, for one, I like fast cycles because they're fast, and I like to pretend like I'm good at video games, right? But even more so on top of that, it's a really difficult chain of like rage jumps and a fireball jump later on as well. So it's gonna be, I'm gonna need kind of like all my concentration, all your energy, because if I get it first try with how I'm playing, I'm gonna be on cloud 9. So we're gonna hit the third key right here, and then I'm gonna ask for quiet time once I actually load into the sub area, because if I don't make the cycle, it loses me like 5 seconds. But again, I mentioned, you know, pride is a really big factor. And if you're running a game like Vexx, you gotta go for swag, right? So that's the name of the game. Did not know you could run on a door. Interesting one. All right, here we go. Let's see if I hit this. 2, 3, 4, 5. On pace for it. That's the hard part. All right, so there's the cycle, but the skip is the hard part. So I'm gonna wait until the very last minute to go for a rage jump. I'm not gonna cancel the rage. And then here's the really scary part. Yes, we got it, okay. Oh my goodness. So you can't go for a fakey fireball on that one because you need the height from the other rising platforms. You have to wait for the meter to die down a little bit there. So if you mess that up, it is very tilting, and that's where good runs go to die. So the nice thing though with the way that Neverglades is routed is we're gonna go do an objective where the solution to the puzzle is to actually use fireballs from the rage mode in order to activate like the puzzle and unlock the heart. And they put this nice little well of rage right next to where you launch the fireballs from, which gives you a full rage meter. So instead of having to worry about beating up a boatload of enemies like I set up during the first Soul Jar segment, I can actually just go to this well, get a free refill and a free heart. So we're gonna use these glider wings right here just as a nice little shortcut. You're intended to use those glider wings to get that heart that you might have seen over in that waterfall in the distance. But we're gonna do something a little cooler than take the glider wings right there. So we're gonna grab that heart, and then I'm gonna try to nail another fakey fireball strat. So if I miss it, not a huge deal because there are a couple enemies that I can use to back up the rage, but I'm gonna be a bit quiet for a moment. Once I get past this heart, the rest of Neverglades is kind of smooth sailing as in regards to tricks that will make me cry if I miss it. So 2. Here we go. Money, nice, let's go, okay. Now that we got that one, we're pretty much in the clear as far as Neverglades goes. We still got a bunch more like kind of weird hearts that we've got going on. So the first one that we're going to see is Electric Fish, which if you've played this game casually or even if you speedrun it, this is like one of the worst hearts in the game because you have to deal with AI, which is worse than physics in this game, I would argue. AI in general is just tends not to be great, especially when you're talking about platformers from the early aughts. But the way this works is I'm gonna fall into a ring of water here, and I have to lure these electric fish into a hula hoop and hope that A, they don't murder me, and B, that they actually follow in line with me, which most of the time they cooperate. However, when they don't, well, let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't know where the third fish, oh, there's the third fish, okay. Almost had a minor heart attack in the air, but as long as they go through the ring, we're good. Okay, I mean, you just get the vibe here for a moment. So fun fact, I once killed, so that little like white like particle effect thing, that is a warp to get you out of the sub area. I once did the puzzle successfully and then took the warp and lost like 40 seconds. So yeah, no, this game has a myriad of embarrassing ways that you can lose runs, and I've hit pretty much all of them at some point, so it's just, it's kind of a humbling game to run at some points, you know, so. All right, so we're gonna be seeing Soul Jars again here as we go into Neverglades, but not every Soul Jar segment is like you have to find 6 of them hidden in all the different corners of the map. In the next couple of worlds, they're kind of like specialized or like grouped together as part of a unique platforming challenge. And this one in particular, this is like one of my favorite parts in the game, just from like, as someone who appreciates good game design. So the way it works, and you'll see it in a bit once I start doing the movement, it's that like you actually get teleported onto a tapestry in the background, and you platform on like the different like characters and parts of the artwork in the tapestry. And it's so sick. I don't know, I just think that's really cool. Kind of like that Mario Odyssey effect where you go into those 2D sections. But this is like, you know, in 2003, so I think it's kind of rad that, you know, someone was brave enough to try to implement this in 2003. All right. make sure I don't fall to my doom too bad here. You can actually fall all the way down if you go the wrong way, in which case you'll just fall down into the center of the room and have to do the walk of shame. Grab that last one right there. There is a long jump setup that you can do to grab that and then take the exit at the same time. But I beefed it because, again, I am nervous. So we're hanging in there, you know? All right, there we go. So we've got, I believe, one more heart in this world before we head to the next one, which is Tempest Peak Manor. We're going to be going back into the Sand Temple, but there is a heart in the core of it. So something I didn't really get the chance to explain while I was going for the fast cycle is that what you're supposed to do for the Sand Temple is hit 3 different switches in different corners of that sub-area, and that lifts the Sand Temple out of the sand, and then you can do the platforming to get either one of those 2 hearts. And then it permanently remains risen out of the sand for like the rest of the game. It's like a global flag, right? But hitting all 3 of those switches is slow, which is why we're doing all this like movement nonsense where I'm like platforming up the, trying to platform Vexx. Thank you. Said Vexx. Yeah, so that slope right there as well, that like inclined plane, Vexx will just slide and you can't jump off of it. There we go. All right, so we're gonna grab that one, and if I didn't already make the run look hard enough, it's gonna get worse. Tempest Peak Mountain, or Tempest Peak Manor is really, really difficult. The kind of gimmick of the level is it's like you are a tiny, like, ant-sized creature in like a human-sized home, or like bedroom sort of situation, like Spooky Haunted Manor. And if you fall down to the floor, there is a, for lack of a better description, dog, a friendly fella, who will eat you, and you will instantly die. Which is funny, but for the sake of speed, yeah, there he is right there. For the sake of speed, I do not want to be eaten. So, yeah, that's an added extra level of stress to this level that I didn't already need in my life. So I'm going to go ahead, rebuild my rage, and I'm gonna go for a rage jump to... Okay, I'm just getting so many buffered inputs today from Vexx. That is very rude, so... Alright, I'm gonna give him a bunch of smack because you can just do this ridiculous wombo combo on the enemies sometimes. I'm gonna need a little bit of your juices. I need more juice. Where are my people at? Okay. How does one back this up? Oh, I got old strats here. Wait, no, I don't have rage. Tragic. Okay. There's some enemies over here that I can grab for rage. This is probably safer anyway, because I could fall to my doom here. So normally you do a rage jump to like get all up over this platforming stuff, but Vexx is just not paying attention to me today, so we're just gonna go in the casual way here, and then we're going to the inside the piano sub area, and I'm gonna try to skip most of it with some cheeky platforming strats here. So 1, 2, 3, and then we grab this pole from way far below where we're supposed to be able to. And I'm gonna take this mega safe because everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong so far. So, and then you can just clip into that right there by just jumping on top of the pole. I have no idea why the game allows you to get away with that. And we're just gonna do a little setup right here to kick him in the face. He's gonna give me a little more rage juice. And then hopefully make the cycle here. Nice. Okay, cool. So I'm hitting all the hard stuff, but all of like the easy connective tissue, I am just completely flubbing. So that's just my luck, I guess. But that's one of the harder platforming segments in the run. So I'm glad I at least got to show off the optimal cycle there. But I'm going to be going for that rage jump onto the lid of the piano again because we're going to be doing another sundial section, and the sundial is underneath the piano lid. So hopefully Vexx doesn't own me. One of the annoying things with rage jumps is that if you rush the input of like the high jump and you do it too quickly, it'll actually give you a long jump. Like that. And for some reason, it's also not letting me cancel my rage. So the exact same thing has happened again. And I really need juices here, so... And then if you combo the same enemy over and over, that usually gets you where you need to go. That should get me up there. No? Okay, I'm gonna... I don't know. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, there we go. Jeez, OP. Game is just being incredibly disrespectful to me right now. Now, it's funny, too, because, you know, classic, I was nailing everything in practice, but then I go to do the thing. There we go. That's what I was looking for. For me, like, you know, with how long I've been running this game, that part's not even that hard, but it's just like, I don't know, GDQ nerves or just, you know, being in front of a group of people that I don't know. It's just like messing me a little bit, but it's all good. So there's a hidden little heart right there, but we also set up the sundial in advance. You know, I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully we don't get sundial glitch. Something that can happen is the next sundial portal is in a sub area, and sometimes the time of day gets wonky when you go into a sub area, and it can cause the portal to just not be open. So I'm really hoping that doesn't happen. So fingers crossed. I'm gonna go for an extended long jump out of this bounce animation. There we go. Getting back into my groove here a little bit, and we're gonna go into the grandfather clock sub area just for the portal. There's a heart that you can get by climbing all the way to the top, but we're gonna cheese it by doing something completely different. And so it's gonna load in here, and then, you know, I mean, we'll see how I play, but there is a fast platform cycle that I can go for in the sundial section once it loads. Okay, well, I just don't even get up there. Nice. Yes, you know that thing I said about everything that can go on? Anyway, all right, here we go. Let's see if I can at least hit this. There's a chance. Oh, just a little too slow. Okay, so if you get there quickly enough, you can actually catch that hole right here with a rage jump. So I was like just like a quarter of a second from making it. So honestly, not too bad with the nerves. So we still get the heart though pretty quickly. It's like a really quick cycle. But if you hit it, you feel like a god. So you know you got to go for it. Them's the rules, right? Okay, so yeah. All right, so we're going for the grandfather clock one. So I was alluding to this earlier. So. The heart itself is like located at the top of the map, pretty much, where the grandfather clock is. You're supposed to go into that sub area, climb to the top, and then there's an exit that takes you back out to this main area where you pick up the heart. But we have a way of bypassing that completely, so I'm gonna try to get up here real quick. Okay, so you saw what I mentioned earlier where sometimes if things go wrong, you can save it with a rage jump. There is a great example of it. That could have been cataclysmically bad. I also made his juices awesome. So we're waiting for that elevator cycle anyway, so I had time to rebuild my rage there. And then we're just gonna take this elevator up and not get a rage jump out of it. There's some funkiness going on with my inputs today, but you know what? We're just gonna roll with it. Oh, he's gone. Bye, buddy. Gonna go ahead and grab that. We're gonna wait for the elevator to come down. Please don't leave. Okay, thank God. All right, let's try to go for this again. Oh, saved it. Okay, so I got the buffered long jump there, but I managed to be able to save it, so we still get the heart. Okay. Jeez, okay. I do not know what is going on right now with my rage jumps, but I'm gonna try to adjust the best I can, because holy smokes. All right. So we got that one right there. I'm going to give everyone in the audience a quick flashing lights warning for this next heart, because I'm going to be turning on the TV, and it has this really annoying like flickering effect on the GameCube version of the game for some godforsaken reason. Give me your points. Thank you. So I hope everyone likes Breakout, because we're going to go play Breakout. So we're gonna turn on the remote here. Here comes the flashing lights, and I will let you all know once we have picked up the heart and left the level so that we can, okay, we at least got good RNG. So this heart can either bounce left or right. We want it to bounce left. This isn't the kind of Breakout where you can like, you know, hit the ball at a weird angle and cause it to go different ways. It's just like a set pattern, almost like an auto-scroller. So if it goes to the right, you just lose 3 seconds. You just watch it fall into the pit, and then it'll automatically go to the left. And left is like 3 seconds faster, so just gonna go ahead and hit that. This is all pre-scripted, memorized, just because, you know, again, you can't really affect the trajectory of the ball once it gets started, so just gonna go ahead and grab that real quick. Good, we didn't beat one of the easiest parts of the run. Awesome. I was hoping I got there quickly enough, because if you are able to grab that heart during that animation cutscene thing, then it causes this audio to completely glitch out, but I got a little stuck with a ledge grab there, unfortunately. So no more flashing lights, no need to worry about it for the rest of the one, thankfully. But coming up here, we've got a really terrifying heart, which is TPM soul jars. So the 6 soul jars are on that chandelier at the top of the map. And it is as precarious as I am going to make it look. So we're going to start by trying to wall jump between the wall and the back of the TV. All right, and the game actually let me have wall jumps. Nice, that's a good start. And so I'm going to do, apparently not that, beefed it. Gonna go for an extended long jump out of these air geysers here just to optimize my movement that much more. And then this is the scary part. So I have to, in order to do optimal movement and make the cycle I want, I gotta like do this big leap of faith. I'm actually gonna press wide twice to kind of reset the camera. Come on. Okay, good save. Nice. The only issue, though, is I now no longer have rage, so any fall I take here is kind of permanent. So I'm going to take this a little safer than I normally do in, like, world record attempts, just to be safe, because, as you can probably guess, I fall all the way down there if I mess up, and that would be painful. So we're not going to do that. One more heart right here, and then we'll see where this platform cycle ends up being. Normally what I like to do is a rage jump, so I don't even have to worry about the platform cycle to begin with, but it looks like it'll be right where we need it to be by the time we regain control here. And so now we're... yeah, now the game's about to get even harder. So I'm going to be going into the below here, and the first heart we do is a mini-boss encounter with the sumo wrestler again. But at the very start, as soon as I load in the level, I'm going to do very specific movement in order to try to manipulate the RNG of the boss in the very first phase of it. So I'm actually going to ask for some quiet here in the room so that I can make sure I hear the audio cue of actually splashing in the water, so I know when to start swimming. And as long as I do my movement like roughly the same way every time, I should get an RNG seed in my favor here. So here we go. Here comes the minute. Okay, that was good water entry right there. Gotta start swimming as soon as you get in there. Angle looks fine. Should be good, but we'll see. So the purpose of that manip, so basically the RNG seed that it uses to determine how quickly the sumo will go into its like rock throwing ability is like based on how long it takes for you to get into this arena from level load. And so hopefully if I did the manip right, it'll take him a long time to do it, and then I can bait him into doing that, and we get the uppercut. Cool, we got the manip, nice. So the nice thing is that for the rest of the phases, the platforms get smaller and smaller. So even though it's a random time before he decides he's ready to do that attack, because I can get him close enough to the platform, I can actually bait him into an attack so he doesn't do the really slow, long auto-scroller attack, and I can manipulate him the same way for the rest of the fight. So big thing is I need to make sure that I don't fall off, because if I do, I gotta start the whole fight over. We pretty much have it in the bag, but with how things have been going so far, we're just gonna try to keep it simple here, by the books. One more phase. This is probably the spot where I'm most likely to die if it's gonna happen, because, I mean, you can see how small the platform is here. And so hopefully, we'll hear hilarious noises from the sumo again, which means we win. Oh, there we go, awesome. So that takes care of sumo. First try, thank the Lord Almighty. That is by far one of the most, and it's gotten more stressful in recent months too, because now kind of the optimal play is to actually go into that fight without a full rage meter, because in a situation where he does knock you off, if you have rage, you can do a rage jump and attempt to save yourself. But with the optimal strats that I was doing just there, I don't have rage. So, you know, it's always a little bit dicey, but, you know, so long as you play it by the book and you play it smart and safe, you're good every single time. All right, so now we're heading into the volcano section. So kind of an interesting tidbit of development lore with this game is that this game was kind of meant to be really sort of open world and have like a bunch of different contiguous areas to go explore. And one of those was supposed to be like a lethal lava land type of area, like a lava volcano world. And so that ended up getting cut from the final game, but pieces of it are hidden as sub-areas in various random locations in the game, and this is one of them. And so I'm gonna do a parkour line through here, but the big thing I'm gonna be setting up for is the boat minigame. So there's two hearts. One for platforming to the top of the sub-area, and then another in the boat minigame with the pirates that's kind of like this weird version of checkers where you need all the checkerboard pieces to be a certain color. and then you drop cannonballs in your head, and then that wins you the counter, right? But I'm going to be attempting to go for a really bizarre glitch in order to completely trivialize the minigame and win it instantly. So if I don't get this first try, I'm going to leave and then reset this until I get it, because I don't know how to play the minigame normally because I'm a speedrunner. So let me set this up for success. I think I went over the top, so that probably won't work. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave and then come back most likely. So I was trying to be very careful not to accidentally buffer a long jump because that's been happening so much this run for some reason. So to give you the gist of what I'm attempting to do, the trigger for activating the minigame is essentially a giant cube. And what I'm attempting to do with a rage jump is get enough height where I pass by like the top corner edge of it. So I hit the cube from the side, go over the top of it, and then fall back down into it. And if I do that right, it'll trigger that cutscene with the cannonballs you saw twice. And that'll cause something very funny to happen. So give me 1 second here. Okay, no rage jump for me. Yeah, I apologize. I'm having some weird kind of stuff going on with some of the tech here, so. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna go for this until I get it because doing the minigame is miserable, and I also don't know how to do the minigame. So, usually I get this. Oh, I didn't get enough rage. That's funny. All right, give me a second here, y'all. Luckily, it's like super fast to get back inside here once you actually do go inside the boat here. So generally, whenever you're doing a rage jump, you kind of want to hopefully cancel it as soon as possible. He's gonna need 2 punches. But I've been having a little bit of weird issues here, so games being kind of disrespectful. You know how it goes, video games. All right. 3rd time's the charm, hopefully. Vexx, I swear, dude, you are not giving me any quarter here. All right, I'm gonna just shut up until I get it. I apologize. I'll just stand on his head, you know, why not? Oh, I got 2 punches, nice, okay, there we go. All right, come on, Vexx, be nice to me, please. All right. Yep, and there's the buffered rage jump. Okay, that's gonna lose me a boatload of time because now I don't have rage. That was what I was trying to avoid this whole time, and now I'm gonna get mega punished for it, so. Yeah, 0 rage. Okay, so we are going to go back out. This is slightly a disaster. Again, I apologize, so just give me a second here to try to rebuild my rage. The actual minigame itself takes like 5 minutes. It's something ridiculous. So even though it looks like I'm taking forever to set this up, at the end of the day, it's still very, very much worth going for. Oh, and I get a 2-hit combo here, so hopefully this... Oh, nope, there you go, flying. Okay, how do I want to back this up here? Oh, later, buddy. Okay. You know what, we're just gonna, this is gonna look weird. We're just gonna go down here and beat up on some more of our friends here. Nobody wants to give me rage. Okay, I swear, this game can be rude. I've never seen the game be this rude in my entire life. Like, during practice, I was nailing, like, literally everything. And now the game is not even giving me the bare bones right now. I have no idea what's going on. All right, we're gonna go even further back for a rage. Okay, thank you, game. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna take the death and respawn the enemies at this point. This is getting absurd. This game is just... Oh, it put me up here. And it put me down here. Okay, interesting. How am I alive? Okay, that answers my question. Cool. All right, give me 1 second here, yo. And worst comes to worst, if I can't get this in a couple more tries, there's another heart that I could potentially sub in as well. That wouldn't take too long to grab, so we'll throw that in as a backup if we need to. But I'd like to show this off because it looks sick. I promise. that definitely, oh, that, well, will that work? I don't know. I'm curious. Probably not. Oh, it worked! Holy crap! Okay, so you saw, I hit the cutscene trigger twice, 2 sets of cannonballs spawn, and we instantly solved the puzzle. Okay, thank the Lord Almighty! Yeah, and so that, ladies and gentlemen, is why the estimate is 1 hour and 40. Normally it does not go that bad, but you never know, okay? So, look, that's like the one really sometimes dicey bit. So from here on out, it's just gonna be mostly kind of swagging out with the movement here. So we're gonna go ahead and grab that other heart in Volcano and just kind of make our way through here. And so we're gonna kind of see that same sort of opening movement line again, you know, just kind of spacing with the extended long jumps is really important. There's gonna be, and this is kind of a theme throughout the whole run. I mentioned some of the minutia of the movement. There are actually gonna be a lot of spots where I end up cutting a long jump short, just so that I can land, you know, sometimes if you do an extended long jump too far, there just won't be any platform there to catch you. And I have learned that the hard way on multiple occasions, especially today apparently. Give me your things. Thank you. All right. Here we go. So now we're gonna hop up here, and there's gonna be kind of a, oh. There we go, okay, good save. Vexx still not letting me walk away from this run scot-free, apparently. All right, so I'm saving my rage here because I want to go for a shortcut at the very end here. God willing, at this point. Oh my God, Vexx, please, will you just cooperate? Good Lord. He is being a little sassy today, but you know, sometimes that's just how Vexx goes. All right, so right here, be very careful not to fall off, and then we'll go. All right. No save, okay. Oh, we actually did save it, okay, cool. So I am all the way down here. I'm not gonna go for that strat again because, and I'm just making that as a judgment call as a runner because for whatever reason, every single rage jump I'm going for seems to get buffered into a long jump, which most of the time that means instant dim. I'm pretty lucky that I managed to save that one there, so we're gonna not go for the shortcut on the way back up here just to make sure that I don't turbo throw the rest of the run at this point. All right, here we go. So I'm kind of long jumping there at a weird angle because again, that wind is trying to like blow me off there. So we're trying to just really make sure that we don't get, because again, a lot of the platforming in this game is inherently vertical. So if you fall a lot. So trying to avoid that in my life as much as possible. All right, here we go. There's the heart. All right, there we go. Jeez, oh Pete. Luckily, this next fireball jump that I'm going to be going for, I'm going to actually want to do a long jump at the end of it. So hopefully whatever issue I'm having is going to end up working in my favor here. We're going to go ahead and do soul jars next. So the way that soul jars operates in the below is that normally you're supposed to go into these different tubes in order to get to the outdoor air sections of the below around the perimeter. But we're not going to do that because swimming is slow. So instead, we're going to try to do it all in one go from out here. And if this trick gives me grief too, I'll just take the swim at this point. I just want to make sure I don't totally get owned here at this point. So we're going to go ahead and... So I'm going to set this up by doing a ground pound at the top to fix my camera. There we go, first try, nice. So that's gonna get us up and over out of bounds, and that's gonna let us get to the section with the next two or three sets of soul jars here. Risky little jump right here, there we go. And then we're pretty much smooth sailing through the rest of soul jars here, so. I'm trying to be very careful to avoid the edges of the left and right walls because they have that slope property that prevents you from like moving normally and doing long jumps. And so if you end up straying too close to those, you end up losing a bunch of time and movement right there kind of unexpectedly. So I do kind of an early uppercut there so I don't accidentally uppercut up the tube. There we go, an actual extended high jump out of rage, thank the Lord. Starting to get there. And then this fellow, the goblin right here, has our last soul jar, so we're just going to give him a nice little handshake right there, and he's going to give us our last soul jar. I heard a clap from the crowd. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we have that short form category that takes around 20 minutes I mentioned earlier. Time ends on that category once you take down that goblin in the way I just did. It's a great meme category. And if you're interested in running the game, I would definitely recommend starting with that. The strats are a lot more forgiving, and you don't have to learn as much of the game, so it's a lot more accessible that way, right? Isn't that right, Gibby? Give me the silent treatment. Hey, okay, I understand how it is. I know, I keep missing every extended high jump, so I know you're giving me the side eye underneath those sunglasses, but you know, sometimes that's just how it goes, right? All right, so we're going into a pretty terrifying heart here on most days, which is the sundial. So this is gonna be going into another sub area here, so hopefully, again, we don't get sundial glitch. But that's why we set up the sundial while we're doing soul jars, because we're trying to minimize the chance of that weird freak glitch from happening as much as possible. And I mean, worst comes to worst, if it ends up happening, then there's a Wraith heart that I can grab right here, and then I can just reset the time of day. And is there any way up for me from here? Did I get a freak ledge grab? I've had to learn so many new backup strats today on the fly just because Vexx is just refusing to cooperate in any kind of reasonable manner here. Like, I have had so many weird dropped inputs from Vexx today. It happens sometimes, but today Vexx is just being a little bit of a diva. I'm trying to get an extended high jump up here. Hopefully there is an open sundial portal, thank the Lord. All right, so the first part I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go underneath this crusher block, and then I'm gonna get on the edge of this platform and walk the tightrope. Oh, there we go, okay. So that's not great. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm actually not gonna go for that strat again. I'm gonna play it very safe. Because if I run out of lives, I game over. And if you remember, I don't have a memory card plugged in. So that would not be like the end of the run, because, you know, I have a memory card with a backup state, obviously, for like this exact specific situation. But I'm gonna take it slow, and then there's gonna be a couple of extra lives in a hidden cubby in a later section of this part of the level. So we're gonna rely on those a little bit. There we go. And so there's gonna be this big old door right here that I'm gonna ignore completely by just going this way. So we're gonna go underneath here. I'm just gonna face tank a couple of these probably. And so what we're gonna do right here, you're supposed to fight these enemies right here, but instead there's just a gap between the door. And so these are the extra lives I was talking about. So we're just gonna grab those as a backup real quick, and then we're gonna move on our merry way here. Awesome, awesome, awesome. And so this is kind of like the spiral of doom. There's like these scythes between a couple of these gaps. And sometimes if you come here with low HP because you accidentally got hit by something like one of those enemies, then it can become a little bit dicey sometimes, but we got through there pretty cleanly because I was kind of on an off cycle. And then right here, I'm gonna bait this one into slamming down, and then I can do a rage jump to get on top of it. It's gonna look like I'm floating on midair here, and that's because, like, the hitbox is just massive because the devs really didn't want you to do that, which, fair. But I have rage jumping at my disposal, so I don't really care all that much what the devs wanted me to do there. So that's sundial out of the way. So that's a good one to get out of the way. And so from here, we've got a couple more to do in below. Below actually has like a bunch of different objectives that are just happen to be really fast for the any % route. Again, we're trying to get to that 60 hearts as fast as possible. So we're at about 31 right now. So we're doing pretty good on time so far, despite the flubs. And so right here, we're gonna go into laser array next. So there's just one, literally it's just, we gotta hit a button at the top. So this is mostly just a platforming challenge. There's gonna be a really tight rage jump where I'm gonna need to make sure that I pretty much get as much height as the game will allow me in order to make it work. If not, I can go the normal way, which is really nice. But you know, like I said, this game's all about the swag, and I wanna go for all the swag strats, and especially stuff that, you know, saves me time. All right, thank you for the ledge grab, Vexx. Nice, there we go. That's the hard part. And then we do a kind of a... All right, and he's gonna pick me up, which is gonna bring me up here. I would like to give him a handshake if possible. Thank you for the assistance, buddy. And that's gonna refill my rage just in case for later. It's just kind of nice setup to have for now. So that's gonna get us through the laser beam here. Awesome, so. Not the fastest laser beam, but I got the strats, so I'm pretty happy. Especially with how my rage jumps have been going. So, awesome, awesome, awesome. And it's a really cool effect with the Wraith Hearts in this game, too. So you can kind of hear like the heartbeat as you get closer, but it also does the heartbeat on the Rumble Pack if you have Rumble turned on. So it's kind of a cool little game feel thing this game has. This game goes way too hard for like no reason. I love it. It's so edgy, it's so extra, but I love it for it all the same. Okay, there's going to be a little bit of a, I'll just call it a topsy-turvy warning because this next heart is literally going to be upside down, and I'm going to have to do platforming with inverse controls. And so, I don't know, maybe for some people that causes motion sickness, I don't know. But the nice thing is that I know the movement by hand just because I've had to learn that the hard way. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. So here comes the upside down bit, and I'll let you know when gravity's reversed. So we gotta land on all of these platforms to disable that barrier right there. That's the goal here. All right, so that part's tricky. The really tricky part is if I get there quickly enough, I actually grab the heart while we're still upside down, which looks really cool. And then it'll start to turn around during the cutscene here, like that. I once had a really freak accident, no more upside down, by the way. I once had a really freak situation where the level started loading the moment gravity flipped, and my game crashed, and I was very upset. All right, so we got one more heart to grab here. This is one of the quickest hearts in the game. So this is a very bizarre heart to figure out casually. So there is a treasure chest inside the belly of this beast here. So he's gonna gobble us up real quick. And then we're gonna go input a button combo on the controller to set the dials for the combination lock on this chest. And so you might be wondering, well, where is the hint or, you know, the guide for opening this, right? If you guessed it was on page 18 of the game's instruction manual, then you are correct because, yeah, no, they hit a puzzle in the game's instruction manual. So when I first got a copy of this game, I got it loose, right? So I get to this heart and I'm like, well, how do I get it, right? So I'm like looking around the whole level. I'm like, well, there's gotta be a clue somewhere in the game. No, it's in the frickin' instruction manual. It's so ridiculous. I respect the hustle. I respect the design decision, but you know, I would have liked to known where it was, right? Okay. Actually, let me just double check that. No, I'm not missing anything. I remember now. Okay, cool. Now we're going into Dagger Crag. So Dagger Crag is another very vertical level. And Dagger Crag is also responsible for why we play this run specifically on GameCube. I mentioned earlier that we play without a memory card plugged in. And that's because in this level, there is a heart that you get for climbing to the top of the level and breaking a glass dome. And so there's actually sort of two visual representations of that heart within the level. Okay, give me just 1 second to hit an extended high jump out of this rage. There we go, G's a P. Hopefully the rest of them are fine, because I gotta do that like 3 more times. All right, so where was I? So there's basically 2 visual copies of this heart, right? There's one that you get the normal way, which is up by that glass dome, and there's another like visual copy of it inside this sub area with the monk right above him. You can kind of barely see it right there. That's supposed to be the same heart, right? But if you don't have the memory card plugged in for whatever weird reason, it treats those 2 hearts as separate. And so you can essentially grab the same Wraith Heart objective twice and duplicate a heart. So what I can do is I can platform up here, ground pound, flare kick, grab this heart, and because the game's not gonna autosave, it doesn't correctly like write the flag for collecting that heart by getting that one. So now I can get that heart right there, as well as the real copy of it, which is at the top of the glass dome at the top of the level, essentially duplicating a heart. So technically it is possible to get 82 hearts with glitches in this game. So if you have a memory card plugged in, then it'll force you to autosave and it'll actually correct that bug. So kind of interesting how that turns out. All right, so this strat is really tough, but with the rate at which I have been getting extended long jumps out of my rage, this might end up actually going pretty well for me here. This is Triple Jump Arena. You're normally supposed to defeat waves of enemies to cause this platform to rise up, and then you can grab the heart. But if I do specifically a rage long jump, I can actually grab the heart from the top of this pole here. So I'm gonna wait over here for this enemy to come by, and I'm gonna ask for quiet here while I try to nail this. First try, let's go, nice. So in that instance right there, if you do rush the input, you get an extended high jump instead of an extended long jump. So, hey, something worked out for me. Lovely. Oh my goodness. I hope everyone here is enjoying this so far, because I'm going to be completely real. Thank you all so much, especially everyone who's here in the crowd, because I'm going to be completely real. I did not expect this game to get in, because it's just, you know, not everyone's heard of Vexx, right? So it's a little bit under the radar, right? So, even though it's like, some things have kind of gone wrong, I'm so happy I've been able to show this in front of a live crowd. This has been an absolute blast. We're gonna do a really funny cheese strat in this puzzle. So you're supposed to break these blocks and okay, I can't save that, so I'm gonna go back out and re-grab my rage. Okay, so Vexx is humbling me again, so we're gonna go ahead and refill our rage there. But the way that puzzle works is when you attack with your flare kick, it breaks those blocks. And so you're supposed to figure out how to build a path to get through there. That's the intended puzzle. But because I can rage jump, I can create my own path, which happens to be a lot faster than the one that the devs really want you to do there. So this is going to be kind of contingent on me actually getting an extended high jump. So hopefully that works out for me. Give this one another go. There we go. Nice. All right. And then we just get straight to the heart, just like that. Awesome, awesome. Yeah, something I can try to do to mitigate the buffered extended long jumps is I can actually hold the stick neutral, which gives me a little bit more wiggle room. I've been rushing it a little bit. Again, nerves. Because I've run a GDQ before, but I've never not only run anything of this length, but also this, I've probably proved it by this point. This game's really hard to play fast. Like I have, I think either a high 130 or like a 131 RTA. My sum of best is like a 124. Like this run is just that hard, where it's just like there is just so much going on, right? So. And that's what's always exciting about it, though, right? It's like I can always kind of just like pick it up and always find like new spots to get better at it and improve. So it's kind of one of those forever games, kind of like a Mario 64, where it's like such a deep game, skill ceiling wise, where you can honestly probably run it for the rest of your life and always find ways to get better at it. Okay, so I'm starting to hit my extended high jumps with that fix I mentioned, but there we go. Nice. Okay. So we're getting soul jars right now, so we can make use of rage jumps. Again, really vertical level, and the game and we'll see the path that you're supposed to take in a bit when we go activate the sundial. But the path the game intends you to take is like really long and winding, so like every time we do that movement bit, no cycle for me, tragic. So that movement bit that we're doing, even if I beef it slightly, like that saves like 30 seconds per rep in movement, even on like third try. It's really ridiculous. So I grab that soul jar midair right there on purpose so that I can flare kick midair, so that I don't land on the ground, so I can immediately start falling into that Wraith Heart right there. Again, whenever you grab soul jars, the Wraith Heart is in a preset location once you get all 6. So the last soul jar that we get, it does matter a good bit in terms of the route that we take. All right, so I haven't felt super confident in it lately because I haven't been hitting it, but I would really like to try to make up some time here. So let's see if I can go for the fakey fireball strat here. It looks sick if I hit it. Let's see. Nice, let's go, awesome. So that's just a little shortcut, so you don't have to do all those platform cycles right there. All right, I think I'm a bit more in my groove now with the extended high jump. Well, we'll see how that holds up. I shouldn't. Don't hold your breath. But now we're actually going to go and save the monk here. So this is kind of a combat bit, actually. We don't see too much combat here in the Vexx speedrun for the most part, because generally it's pretty slow. But we have a very specific route that we're going to take through here. Mostly hinged around either the flying enemies. I'm going to grab this life for marathon safety. So these like tentacle monsters here always spawn in like a predetermined order. Oh, I died. Okay, well, good thing I grabbed the extra life. That's funny. It respawns too, so I can just re-grab it again. So that's a little tragic. I tried to save myself there with a rage jump, but I was a little bit too slow to react there. Happens. I was only a little bit into the fight anyway, so that lost me like, what, 10 seconds? Not a huge deal. All right, we're actually gonna go this way, and I'm gonna wrap around to that extra life a little bit later. Big thing is I just don't want them to pick me up and take me for a ride like they did in the laser array, because like you saw, those pits are bottomless. And it would be very slow to fall back down there again after getting all these enemies again. All right, so we saved these creatures, I call them the Goombas, because you can do something called the Goomba Yukin off of them, which we haven't seen one yet, but maybe I'll get lucky and land a Goomba Yukin or run today. But you want to kill those last because they will continue respawning until all the floaters and tentacles are out of the map. So that's why I kind of just had them all huddled together so I can kind of kill them all in a few combos. All right, so we just saved the monk right there. Next, what we're going to end up doing is we're actually going to take the normal path up the way through Daggercrag because we need to go hit the sundial. This is actually something that was kind of recently rerouted in terms of within Daggercrag. We do this part now because of sundial glitch. So what tends to happen is the more you go into sub areas, like I mentioned, the more likely that the time of day gets wonky and the sundial you set up will just not work. So what we're doing instead of going like to the sundial and then saving the monk is we save the monk first, and then we set the sundial so that we don't visit any additional sub areas before getting to the sundial. So the sundial in this case is in the sub area with triple jump arena, that really hard skip I had to do at the start. So we're just going to be doing some more extended long jumps along the way here. So you can see those notches on the sundial as well. That tells you, that's the hint as to what time of day it needs to be set to in order for the portal to be open. I'm really glad they did that because I don't know how you'd be able to figure it out otherwise. All right, he wanted to body block me there. That's a little unfortunate. Nice, okay. And so we got here a little slow, so can't make that platform cycle. But we're actually going to do a cool little movement segment through here that I think I actually found, weirdly enough. I'm one of those people who doesn't like find like the crazy broken glitches, but I end up finding like the little small odds things. So we used to like take the intended route up here, but there's just like a bunch of random stuff you can climb up here. And then if Vexx will let me, we're going to go ahead and ground pound this, and you're going to see we're going to be able to collect this heart too. This is the same heart objective that we collected inside the monk's room at the top of that room above him, but it just lets us collect both, and it counts as a free extra heart. So that ends up saving us a lot of time in the run because it cuts out a really slow heart in the run. All right, so hopefully, as long as we don't get sundial glitch, this will be the last sundial level in the speedrun, thankfully. But there is a bit of a movement cycle. If I hit like the fastest version of it, cool. If not, the backup is also just as cool. So it's gonna be one of those things where as soon as I like load into like the secret area is when like, you know, the clock starts ticking. So if you hear me go quiet, that's why, just because I'll be counting long jumps a lot as well. You've probably seen me do it a couple of times, just to kind of keep track of my spacing, sort of out loud. I'm one of those out loud type of thinkers, you know, so. All right, here we go. Probably not going to make the cycle this rate, but we'll go for the backup cycle. There we go, we get the ledge grab. And so I actually do something very specific there, and you would see that too when I was doing the climb. Oh, I almost actually made the cycle, nice, okay, that's cool. But yeah, no, the backup cycle is just like literally right there. Oh, I'm dead. Okay. All right, we'll give this one another go. I got nervous, and I just did not hit the right trigger to cancel my rage. So in instances where I want to snap to a ledge, I'll actually do a combo of flare kick and then ground pound. You'll see me do it again right here. This causes you to not only auto snap to the ledge, but actually be able to extend your reach for grabbing it from much lower than intended. Which is really useful in spots like right there. And honestly, mostly in Daggercrag is where you see it a lot. All right, so let's not beef this. There we go, that's what we want. And then we're gonna catch these platforms that shrink. Not really a bad platform cycle here to worry about. Into the heart, there we go, all right. Not too shabby. That was like a maybe 15-second death, so no sweat. All right, so we have, let's see. So that was Sundial, so I think we just have one more heart in here, which is the Mummy mini-boss fight, which is gonna be Omega Chill, because we can absolutely cheese the Mummy fight. Yeah, every time I go through Dagger Crag as well, I kind of do that little walk right there. That's another sort of spacing thing, where it's like, if I long jump too early there, I'll snap straight into a ledge grab. And as you've seen so far, the ledge grab animation is pretty slow. So there we go. So we're gonna go into the Mummy fight here. I also hit an enemy along the way. I'm not gonna need rage at all for this fight, but it's gonna let me have rage as soon as I get into the next world. And so the way this fight works is he's gonna go Super Monkey Ball mode, and then I am just going to extended long jump around the stage. So normally he's fast enough where if you try to outrun him, he'll like go off stage and then bounce around a little bit. But by doing that, you can actually manipulate him to stay on stage the entire time, and that's way faster. So we're just gonna do that for 2 more loops. I uppercut him in the gut, and then I flare kick him in the head, and we do that 3 times and the fight's over, so. Yeah, so pretty much all I'm doing is extended long jumping to the right for a good bit, and then just kind of keeping in line with that border between like the brown circle in the middle and kind of the border of the arena. So as long as you like stay on that line or even further out, then you're pretty much good to go. And so obviously, you know, he starts moving faster and faster. So, but because of that extra distance, oh, now he's gonna bounce because I beefed it. We'll see if I can recover this. There we go. Okay, you should be back in alignment now. So that's what you're trying to avoid. But if you get it early, then it doesn't really lose you all that much time. Because mostly after he's rolled for a set amount of time, then he'll like do that coming out of the ball animation. There we go. Please, thank you. That's gonna be Dagger Crag. All right. So this, okay, we're going into late game now, and late game is like by far like, the game's already been hard. Mid game's rough. Early game can be heavy reset point. Late game is just, it's just unfair. It just has all of like the hardest strats in like 3 worlds back to back to back. So we're gonna give it our best shot here. We're gonna start off with some of the stages. We're gonna start by, this is gonna look really funny. We're essentially gonna carve our own face into the rock face here, kind of like a Mount Rushmore situation. And then once we do that, that's gonna allow us access into a sub area with 2 different hearts that we're gonna want, because several of the hearts in this area are just pretty fast to grab. So I'm gonna start by doing an extended, okay, I didn't get the extended high jump, but I still got it, not quite. Vexx, please give me a ledge grab. Thank you, awesome. Okay, so you wanna try to go for the extended high jump out of the water, but especially when Vexx is being rude, it's not always the case. All right, so I'm going to refill my juices off of this imp real quick. That's gonna get me back to full with a 3-hit combo. You're gonna see me do that like enemy juggling thing a lot if I end up running out of a good bit of rage. Because if you combo the same enemy, you get like bonus rage points or something along those lines. All right. Nice, we got that rage jump just fine. Wait for this platform cycle. And then these guys are gonna be really obnoxious and loud. I'm sorry in advance. Like I said, this game has a lot of great noises. That does not happen to be one of them, unfortunately. But yeah, no, we're just gonna hit a bunch of these buttons right here. And this, for whatever reason, will allow us to carve our own face into the rock here. Yeah, that's Vexx for you, everybody. All right, so in this level, the way that Soul Jars is set up is there's this big like cube that like you can hit a button to rotate it, and you go inside the cube and there's a bunch of platforms and stuff like that. And depending on how you rotate the cube, different platforms become available or not available, and every time you rotate the cube, you can get another Soul Jar. So the heart for that Soul Jar is loaded into the map above that cube, and then the cube appears and goes over the top of it. But if I get a rage jump and land on that heart before the cutscene plays, I can snag the heart without having to grab the Soul Jars. So I'm gonna be a little bit quiet here just because I really need to concentrate to make sure I get this. Oh, Vexx just did not give me coyote time there. Okay, that's not the hard part. The hard part is when I actually start to approach the heart. And if this goes to sight, be rude. Vexx, please. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna lose all my rage there, but I got the skip, so we're good. Okay. So the reason I was so terrified is that if you miss that trick, so you miss the heart, but you land on top of the cube in such a way that it pushes you into the heart, you soft lock the game. So we got the heart, so we avoided the soft lock. So that's like the last really, oh, and I managed to save some rage there. Okay, not bad, cool. So it's not gonna take me too much long to rebuild my rage here, which is pretty nice. There's a little dude right here. So we're just gonna go absolutely ham on him real quick. Please? All right. He'll have to be my leftovers. There we go. We got our anger juices flowing again. So now we're going into maybe one of the hardest sub areas in the run, which is the furnace sub area. Hey, I got a jump out of that one. Thanks, game. All right. Oh, if you can't tell already, wall jumps just in general don't like to work, regardless of how good your movement is on some particular day. It's just it's a pretty jank mechanic in this game. All right, so gonna be going for a fakey fireball to jump to try to skip most of this sub area, and then on top of that, I've got another really tricky jump that I don't have access to rage for. So this is gonna be a bit of a clincher here, but luckily I'm really not at risk of dying. It's just, you know, the sooner I get it, the better, because things start to spiral out of control if I don't. So we're gonna wait here. Here we go. Nice. Okay, so there's the fakie. Make that cycle right there, and then if we're fast enough, I don't know if we are. Okay, cool. So we'll make this backup cycle then. And then this is the other scary jump right here. I'm gonna wait just to be safe. First try. Nice. Okay. Okay. Gotta love failing basic movement, but nailing furnace. Awesome. That's a really fun one to move through, but if you're on like a good record pace, absolutely terrifying. So yeah, this statue's gonna stick his tongue out, gonna do an extended high jump, grab the heart. And then we're gonna go into another sub area after this. There's kind of like 3 sub areas, one to the left, middle, and right. Middle just has 1, right has 1 heart, and then left side has 2. So we're gonna go right side next. Generally, the order that you route these is up to preference, but I like to get the harder stuff out of the way. So we're gonna go do the rising water sub area. And so the way it works is that there's a bunch of buttons that you gotta hit in order to get the water level to rise. And then once it's risen up all the way, the room floods, and then you can swim up to the heart. But we're gonna be skipping most of those buttons, hopefully. First, we gotta overcome the intended game mechanic of wall jumping. So it looks like we got through there just fine. Sometimes wall jumping is harder to pull off than the glitch tech in this run, I swear. All right, so we're gonna head in here. I'm gonna intentionally skip the first button so I can hit the second. And the second is gonna cause the water to rise 2 stages instead of 1, which is gonna allow me to get on top of that yellow floaty right there and skip some platforming. Okay, so we got that rage jump, nice. Okay, so that's not gonna work. So we're gonna go ahead. The nice thing is that if you miss a rage jump like that, the backup is simply go ahead and just raise the water. So this is the platform I was trying to get to. Unfortunately, I get nerves a little bit. But the really crucial strat that I'm gonna be trying to hit, we haven't even got to yet. So we're gonna be seeing another one of those fake fireball jumps that are super height. Give me just a second here. Having a little bit of, so just a random me fact. I play on mega high contrast. So I'm having a little bit of a hard time to sit. Oh, am I just not gonna get enough rage off of that? Tragic, okay. Casual mode for me. Oh my goodness, Vexx? Vexx, please! Yeah, Vexx is just taking every opportunity given to him to be completely rude and disrespectful during my speedrun. And I really don't appreciate that energy, but you know what? It is what it be. Oh my goodness, I just can't see this platform. So usually I rage jump past all this platforming, but now I gotta make use of it, and I kinda can't super see super well where I'm going. So give me just a second. We're gonna go casual mode here for a second. There we go. Okay, now I can see where I'm going. Uh-oh. There we go, nice. Okay, so we're gonna lure this floater over here. And then, oh, not enough juice. Okay. Another enemy gonna be over here. And then I'm gonna go back to that air geyser. And instead of hitting all the rest of the rising water buttons, I'm gonna try to go for this instead. All right. Little late. Nice, let's go. Okay. Got the hard part. That's what matters. Sweet. Okay. So we've got another, the last couple of hearts that we're gonna be doing through here are a little bit less demanding. We're gonna go do water rings next, so we're gonna be swimming through a couple more of those water rings like we saw during the very first part of the run, actually. And so I will warn you in advance that the screen will flash bright pretty much every time we grab go through one of those water rings. So probably another mild flashing lights warning for those involved. Once I go through the last ring, I will let everyone know if that's an issue for you. So yeah, you can kind of see that weird screen flash right there. I hate it, but I have to put up with it because I speedrun this game, so it's what you do for love, you know? All right, so I'm gonna do kind of a similar strat to one at the very start where I can sort of hit that from below instead of having to go up on the island and platform. And then I'm gonna hit these in kind of a weird order. I'm gonna skip the second to last ring until the very end, because if you hold down the swim button, which is the right trigger, you actually keep swimming during this door opening cutscene. So I'm gonna skip that one right there, go through this ring, and then turn around. Oh, that's a wall. Okay, I was like, what is going on here? Vexx, please. Vexx, hello? There we go, okay. Yeah, sorry, having a little bit of trouble seeing here in some of these dark spots. That's just kind of a common thing with games from this era that aren't mainline Nintendo, is sometimes the contrast on textures makes it really hard to see. So, because I got that water ring last, I'm pretty much already here, although I was a little bit low, so I gotta back it up just a little bit. There we go. If you can't already tell, swimming controls in this game are a little bit jank, but at least the swimming's fast, which is nice. All right, so we're gonna do some movement through here. And this is actually kind of a strat I've just been messing with the past couple of days, but it's a way of implementing in an extended high jump out of rage again that just kind of smooths this area out a little bit and avoids an annoying enemy. All right, so unfortunately through the fireball, not a big deal there because I got up here, which is the important part, and it's really easy to back up your rage in some of the stages here. So that's gonna get us all the way to the top. So you see all that platforming around there. I just completely ignored it with rage jumps. All right, so we're gonna be going back into the first sub area that we went to when we entered some of the stages. We're gonna be going ahead and grabbing one more heart in there in the maze, and then a really quick heart before we head into the next world, Frostbite Mill. So the worlds are going to end up getting shorter and shorter here, just because we're getting to the point where we have enough hearts to really start getting us towards the end of the game. I'm going to go ahead and rebuild my rage before I get into the sub area because it is going to be a little bit cycle dependent. So I just want to make sure I get there quickly once I'm actually in the sub area, right? All right. All right, sweet. Pretty much no more wall jumping for the rest of the game. Awesome. Freedom. I cannot exaggerate how annoying it is to get wall jumps to work in this game. So there will be spots where the game's yeah, do wall jumps. I'm like, no, I'm just gonna rage jump over it because no. All right, here, so we're gonna load in the sub area. So the way that opening access to the maze heart requires you to solve a button pushing puzzle, but it's the same button combination every time as long as you know the solution to it. The movement between the buttons is the interesting part, though. So right as this platform is about to fall off a cliff here, I'm going to go ahead and set up for a very delayed flare. Oh, I didn't quite get it. Okay, so didn't get that either. Okay. Thank you, game. I actually don't appreciate you at all. But you know what? Let's give this another go here. So we're going to get up here with a rage jump instead. Or not. Game is just going to be incredibly rude to me right now. The nice thing is that there's actually platforms that you can use to get up there the real way. So we can do that here in a moment. So, oh, it didn't let me save it. Okay, we're going to go the normal way here because the game is refusing to be nice. Yeah, so this is how you're supposed to get up here. And, oh, I didn't hit the wrong button, too. Awesome. Off to a great start on this start here. But these buttons turn this weird marble texture or this darker texture, and you just need to match it up. So, oh, wait, no, I'm not free of wall jumps. Crap. Okay. Okay, it worked. Nice. Oh, the game killed my momentum. Wait, we're not free just yet. There we go, okay. Hopefully, that is the last of wall jumping that we have to see. No promises, but hopefully. This is getting a little ridiculous here, but I appreciate you all for bearing with me. All right, and from here, it's as simple as the maze is, you know, pre-generated, so I just take the same path through here every time. So we're just big chilling at this point. Yeah, so you're actually not gonna even see me extend a long jump through here. It just ends up not saving time for some reason. I don't know if that's because of the perspective or like some weird nonsense. I'll do one at the end here, but like, it generally makes you go slower through the maze. I don't know why. So, luckily though, the last part that we need in Summative Sage is really easy to grab. It's actually technically part of Tempest Peak Manor because there's a sink drain that you can go down, and it's like a slide section, and then the sink drain empties out into a cage in Summative Sages. But there's a really cool quirk of this cage where the sort of the floor of the cage, because again, you're only supposed to like be able to access that like geometry from the inside. So they never bothered to put like a ceiling here. So what I can do is I can just swim up underneath it. Hold on. Please hold. Use my resources, and I just clip through the top side of the cage. Easy peasy. You can do that with rage too, but I'm trying to save my rage here just because it makes things a little bit easier. Once we get into Frostblade Mill. All right, so these two worlds back to back are by far the hardest. They also happen to have some of the sickest strats in the game, so for all of you just tuning in, you all came in at a great time because I get to show you all the cool stuff. So this first heart is gonna look very silly. So we're gonna go over here and go whee! Ground pound, kick. Oh, I actually went over it, that's funny. I gamed too hard, that's funny. So yeah, you're supposed to use the glider wings in order to get that one underneath the bat, but how about we just go yoink? And then I'll wait till the very end. There we go, there's the heart. That's like one of like the classic noob killer strats where it's like you're learning it and it's like, okay, this is actually just impossible. And then like you learn how to do it and you get the muscle memory down and it's like easy every time. All right, I've got a cycle to make here, so I'm gonna shut up for a second and I'll explain what this cycle means in just a moment. But if I drop a long jump, I pretty much miss the cycle here, so. That was a little bit of a slow fall, so we're gonna take the back up here. So we're just gonna go ahead. Yeah, no, okay, we're just completely owned here. So we're gonna go back and fall and make our way back up there again and get my juices back here. So what I'm trying to do there is beat the windmill cycle. So the windmill fan blades actually sort of prevent the wind from knocking you off this ice bridge. And if you get there quickly enough, you can get by without the wind potentially blowing you off. But unfortunately didn't make it there, so we're just gonna back it up the safe way. And now we're going into cheating the race. So if you have ever seen a Mario 64 speedrun, this will look very familiar to you. So we're gonna go down this ice slide here, and at a very specific point, we're just gonna jump right off the slide and land right in the end zone here, hopefully. So I'm gonna use my rage here and spend it. I may just die. Oh, yeah, okay, we died. Okay, now I don't have rage, so I should have lived that if I landed on the lower bit, but I beefed it, so I died. So that's okay. And so we're gonna give this one more go here. Oh, come on, Vexx. Okay, so I'm going to take the slide the normal way because I am low on life, so. This is also a notorious run killer, so we're just gonna take this Omega save just to make sure. And like I said, if we do game over, I'll just swap over to a save file on the memory card and we'll just keep going from there, so. No big deal no matter what here, so. All right, I actually have not played this part of the slide in like 2 or 3 years, so I'm just gonna take this like mega slow just to be safe. It'd be very funny if I failed the time challenge though as a speedrunner. That's really bad. Okay. So I'm going to save myself the embarrassment, and I'm just going to go ahead and load into that save file. Awesome. So I'll have to go back and grab that, obviously. So it's going to look a little bit different. It'll actually end up saving us time down the road because we won't have to see all the heart animations. So on a completed file, the hearts are still there, like in spirit, but I've collected everything, right? So we're just going to go ahead and load back in the Frostbite, and we're going to give that one another go. Which door is it? So the annoying thing about loading from a save is normally I remember which door it is by which door is open. And then when you load in for the first time, none of the doors are open. So I'm just like, where am I? All right, well now you get to see me attempt to cycle again. We'll see if I make it. It's a little slow out the gate there, but we'll see. Might have saved it there. Nice, okay, we actually did make the cycle there. Cool, awesome, awesome, awesome. Sweet, so we are gonna go ahead and give this another go. Having Rage here again is gonna be really, really helpful. It's a little unfortunate that we game overed there. When you get into the last world, Citadel of Shadows, there's like a lot of backup live stuff like that. So really, I just needed to get past this heart, and I would have been in the clear. So, but I appreciate y'all for putting up with me anyway. So yeah, you also really want to be at full HP here. So yeah, no, that's what the strat is supposed to look like. If Vexx will slide, there we go. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a scary one. It's not necessarily the hardest strat in the world, but you always choke on it, like every time. It's part of the culture, right? So, all right. So that takes us into here. If anyone's a glitch hunter out there and wants to find us a way into that cage so I never have to deal with that slide ever again, I would be eternally grateful. But now we're coming into a heart that is one of my favorites. This is Lava Under the Ice. And this is kind of another one of those lava sub-areas that was stranded in a random world just because they had to cut the lava world. So the movement through here is really sick. So we're gonna start out with 5 long jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 6 is gonna take us through the window. Oh, a little too far through the window. Okay, there's an extra life I can grab. But you get the idea though. So you get to do this really cool freaking long jump chain. And if you put it all together, it feels really sick. There we go. I'm gonna have to rage jump here in order to back this up, but I can also more conveniently grab that extra life. It was actually really interesting during practice. I was just, goofing around practicing some of the rage jumping tech, and I actually found an extra life in the location that I had never seen before. And I'm just like, how are you supposed to get to some of these casually? So this game's bizarre, and hopefully this run, at least as in some capacity, convinces you to give it a try. I'm obviously playing on the GameCube version, but it is accessible on PS2 and Xbox as well, so if you have any of those consoles, like, give this game a try. It is very much worth your time here. All right, so I'm gonna be doing another climb here for that cycle. This is one of the coolest strats in the run for flipping sky platforms. I am way late here, so we are just going to chill for a moment, unless we're not. Come on, Vexx. All right, so we should be good on the cycle here. So this is the last time we're gonna see the wingsuit. We're actually gonna make use of it right here. So what I'm gonna do is fix the camera, set up at a very specific angle, and we're gonna fly up and then dive down immediately. I'm gonna do a ground pound right beneath, or right above one of those air vents. It's gonna boost me way up into the air. You see all those platforms there? I do not care about them. So we're just gonna glide our way over here, and this is just gonna take us straight to the top of this platforming segment. So I'm gonna wait for that to flip, cancel that, nice, okay. Oh wait, that's right, there's wall jumping here too. I keep lying to you all about this whole wall jumping thing. I apologize. Bad speedrunner performer, all good. We got through it that time though. Now I can promise that there's no more wall jumping. All right, let's do there. So we got a couple more hearts to clean up through here. All right, that's like the last of the really scary ones. We're gonna do another kind of cool cheese strat here. So there is a sub area inside the windmill that, similar to the grandfather clock, spits you out at the, oh, okay, see you, Vexx. It spits you out like at the top of it, right? And that's how you're supposed to get that heart, right? But in a similar vein, we can get to the top of that without having to go through the sub area. So what I'm gonna do is wait for one of these propeller blades right here, and we're gonna go ahead and jump on it as it rises up. And so we're just gonna take this thing for a ride. You can see the heart in the distance over here. I'm gonna adjust, long jump, flare kick so I don't take damage, and then, oh, I activated the cutscene. Get the heart just like that. All right, sweet. All right, 2 more hearts that I gotta grab in here, and then a couple more in the last one. We're only gonna grab like, I think 4 or 5 hearts in that section. And they all go by pretty quickly here. So we're gonna get snowball chest keys real quick. This is just a really quick puzzle sub area with some strats. Okay, the game is just throwing every kind of nonsense at me today. This is just getting ridiculous. I am gonna go for a rage jump. The one time I wanted the long jump and it doesn't buffer it for me. Unbelievable. This game just hates me today. I don't know. All right, so the way this works is there's gonna be a bunch of snowballs that fall from the sky. And if you lob a snowball at a chest, it breaks it open. And so it's a little bit random where they drop. So we're gonna hit that guy up real quick, wait for a snowball. This will probably work. Yoink. Oh, that was funky. All right, so we're gonna toss this one at this key, and then the 3 keys will open the chest just like that. So the one all the way at the top takes forever to get to, so we're gonna do kind of a cheesy strat in order to skip that one as well. Oh, I really want, oh, hey, another snowball, thank you. All right, and so I'm gonna line this up, line up the camera in just the right spot. I need the camera to, that should work-ish. And I'm gonna jump and then press B, and the snowball's gonna go flying and hit that one all the way up there so you don't have to do all that platforming. And then hopefully, the snowballs like melt super fast for like being inside of an iceberg, so it might take a little bit. Oh, hey, got another one. So again, it is a little bit random how quickly you get snowballs to spawn in, but that was actually pretty solid. I would have definitely taken that in like a full run. All right. So we are gonna go ahead and just do another rage jump. There's a mind control enemy that I really do not want to bother with, so we are gonna hopefully rage jump around him. What is going on right now? That, I'm just gonna pretend like that never happened and move on with my life. Oh my goodness. Okay, we got one more quick one. This is gonna be the last time we see the rock suit, and then it's pretty much 5 hearts until we get to the final boss. So we're coming up on the end here, so. Yeah, so rock suit's just really quick here, so I'm just gonna blow through this real quick, and then we're gonna make our way to Citadel of Shadows, which is like by far the scariest part. And I will note to tech as well, I realize I am going a little bit overestimate because of all the nonsense going on. If you need me to wrap it up or skip a couple hearts, just let me know, because the run's already dead anyway. Yeah, no, we're just gonna grab this rock suit right here. We did a little bit of a skip, so we skipped about like half the puzzle just by going through like a shortcut that the devs forgot that they made, so pretty nice. All right. Awesome, okay. All right, I got the thumbs up from tech that they don't hate me, so we're good. Okay, sweet. So we're gonna go into, and I'm really excited too, because Citadel of Shadows is like by far like the most unreal part. I'm actually gonna go ahead and load back in to Frostbite real quick, because I didn't realize how much rage I randomly lost, because there is a whole boatload of cycles going on in Citadel of Shadows. So there's 3 different paths. I'm gonna start with left path, and I'm mostly gonna shut up to focus on movement, because if I hit the cycle, I'm gonna pop off, but even then, that's only halfway into that segment, so here comes the gauntlet. 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, turn. 1. Okay, all right, so I'm not gonna make the cycle because I got that ledge grab, so we're gonna back it up. The whole goal behind that movement pattern was to try to land on that middle L platform before it started flipping. Oh my goodness, okay. I don't even know what platform I just landed on, but all right, we're gonna have to beat this guy. Welcome to Vexx, everybody. Oh my goodness. All right, so we're gonna give that another go with some rage. Luckily, there's a dude whose juices I can farm here. I guess not, okay. Luckily, there are a bunch of enemies here that are pretty easy to rack up combos on. And I think I mentioned this earlier, but like the more combo point, like the more hits in a row that you rack up before they touch the ground, the more rage that you build up in succession. I'm taking this Omega baby safe because I'm I'm tired of bad things happening. All right, couple more hits here should get me. Oh, he died when I stomped on his head. Okay, so I'm gonna die again just so I can reload enemies because it is literally faster for me to just die and take it safe and get more rage here. I'm not even joking. So I might have alluded this earlier, but like Citadel of Shadows is like a massive difficulty spike in this game for no freaking reason. And like all the platforming is ridiculous, instant death traps everywhere. It's what I would like to call the worst. So you gotta be really freaking careful through here. So that's a big reason why I'm coming through here and grabbing a full rage meter just to be safe. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Sometimes Vexx also makes me make weird noises. That's not even part of the vibe. That's just me. Oh my goodness. All right, luckily though, I can just take one hit on him real quick and get back up to normal. I'm going for a really annoying extended high jump out of rage here in order to skip extremely scary platforming. So even though it looks like it's taking me forever, which, you know, fair. Oh, didn't want to give me the ledge grab. Tragic. Oh, and I'm dead. Yep, see what I mean? This level sucks. All right, so what I'm actually gonna do is I'm actually gonna come back on a set. I'm gonna try to do that again from like the opening cycle. I'm gonna go for right path instead here to start. Because chaining deaths is definitely something that you can do in this game. That was probably not necessary pop of rage, but we're alive, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Okay. So right path is definitely a bit less deadly, but it is still obnoxious. And I got another freaking launcher. This game is just... There we go. Okay. Yeah, part of it could be I'm just rushing the input because I'm playing on, you know, not my home setup, so it's just a whole bunch of different things. Basically, I'm just coping, and I'm just trying to make up for the fact that I'm playing that. It's how it goes, you know? I'm having a great time. I hope y'all are having a great time. It's so freaking awesome to have a live freaking crowd for something like this. All right, let me take another stab at left path. Again, I have thrown so many good runs to this particular spot. And that's what happens if you miss the cycle. So the really nice thing is that if I do game over, it doesn't matter because we can just reload the files. So, easy peasy, right? All right. Come on, Vexx. There it is. There we go. Okay. Not completely out of the woods yet. That's the hardest part. But there's still some really dicey looking platforming. But luckily I know my way in and out of here. Oh, well, later, buddy. That's a new one. He was just like, nope, I'm out of here. I'm gonna grab some rage for safety because again, you can use rage jumps as like a safety mechanism, like in case of fall, break glass sort of situation. Like this, let's see if I can back this one up. Oh, we didn't give me a ledge, come on. Yeah, so, yeah, no, there's also no checkpoints, right? So, I'll give you all a fun thought experiment. So, there are also there's a 100 shards objective and soul jars objective in this level, and you have to get all of them without dying. And that's just one of the paths that has a couple of each. So, if that doesn't give you an idea, I don't know what will. I think I might, for the sake of time, I might move on from that heart though, just because I pretty much got it, but the game sniped my double jump, so. That's just how Vexx wants to be today. I don't know. All right, we're gonna keep it moving here. All right, hopefully I remember which one of these freaking doors is Citadel of Shadows. There we go. All right, we're gonna go do middle path then. So middle path has 2 hearts on it. For the sake of time, I might end up skipping one of them just so we can keep things moving along. But hopefully once I hit it once, you'll get kind of the idea. So the way that this ends up working is that there's these giant rings of doom, and they will murder you pretty much instantly if you blink at them incorrectly. So, of course, I'm gonna take risky strats. So we're gonna go at a diagonal here. Oh, I'm just dead. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, so see what I mean? Really hard for no frickin' reason. But luckily this dude right here is not paying attention, so I can just give him a nice little tap on the forehead and we're good to go here. Okay. Yeah, let me give this one more go, and then we'll have one more heart after that, and we'll go hit up the final boss. Yeah, the nice thing is that once you get to this point in the run, you're pretty much home free as far as, you know, typically as far as game overs go, because there's that extra life that every time you die, it respawns, which is really nice. There we go, awesome. So we got through there. We're gonna go ahead and get this one at the back end of the middle path here. We're gonna go ahead and get another lava sub area heart. There is another heart up middle path, but I think for the sake of time, you know, I just showed you all middle path, so we're just gonna move on for the time being. So I apologize if it's not like the full experience of the full showcase, but I wanna be respectful to tech. So we're gonna get one last heart through here, and then we're gonna move on to the final boss. If I died there, I would have been extremely upset, but managed to get a less scrap there, thankfully. Weirdly enough, like right at the end of the run, they gave you this one heart right here that is like infinitely easier than everything else. I think this was intended to be part of like the desert levels, but kind of got stranded as a separate sub area due to how the game dev ended up panning out. There we go. And I'm gonna make sure that I tap this guy on the way because I wanna make sure that I have a full rage meter going into the final boss here, because it's gonna be very useful for the first phase. Bit of dicey looking platforming here, but it's no biggie. All right, there we go. And so now we're gonna go ahead and head on to the final boss. So as if this game couldn't get any harder, the final boss is ridiculous. Luckily, you know, as long as you like practice it and know the speedrun strats, it's 110% consistent, but that doesn't, you know, stress the fact. I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I just saw that the estimate got changed to Gibby. Thanks, Gibby. Gibby's just been giving me stink eye the whole time, but I swear it's not my fault, okay? All right. All right, so we're just gonna extend a long jump our way through here. And so this fight's broken up into 3 phases. This first phase, he's just gonna summon a bunch of minions. It's a little dicey to be here at low HP. It is technically possible to skip this first phase with one of the most ridiculous glitches and like setups I've seen in a speedrun. But obviously, nobody knows how to do that, and it's like tasks. Because like, why on earth would you practice anything remotely like that right at the end of the run? So, what is happening right now? I swear, Vexx was just throwing the entire kitchen sink at me today. So the big thing I'm doing here are these uppercuts, because they actually give me iframes here. So as soon as I get the KO on some of these shadow monsters here, it allows me to refill my HP. Having as much HP as I can, kind of going into phase 2 is critical, because phase 2 is where I'm most likely to die, if it happens anywhere. Hopefully not. I mean, I'm just ready for anything at this point because Vexx is being incredibly disrespectful. So we got 2 waves of those minions and these fireballs, and then we go straight into phase 2 where the final boss, Dark Yabu. I probably should have explained who that is at some point, but this game has left me too flabbergasted and flustered today, so I'm not going to give it the time of day to explain its lore. But all you need to know is that he's going to go into like a monster transformation in phase 2. And with that, what I'm going to end up doing is just sort of staying in the middle of arena and reading his movements, because his attacks have very quick startup and they're very hard to react to. And his attacks also deal like double damage, right? So I need, my job right now is to live. I need to not die. That is priority number 1. So once I get to that phase, I'm going to kind of shut up until I can confirm that we have reduced his HP to 0 in that phase. So as long as I can react and have some quiet time, we should be good to go. So apologies in advance if it's just like awkward and quiet, but I mean, hey, you could also just like, well, you know what? How about we have Gibby fill in with the commentary for a little bit? Why not? This is the part where you're supposed to like say something. Gibby. All right. Well, in any case. Yeah, so these shadow monsters can also be a little bit RNG in terms of how they want to move. Okay, I almost died right there, so I'm going to stay away from the burning stove right there, just to make sure I don't die. Yeah, so unfortunately he TP'd a little close to me right there, so I'm gonna take a little damage, and I would like an HP drop from him. Okay, this is gonna be real dicey. Okay, so I have to dodge all these fireballs, and then... Okay, so he's going into phase 2 now. I have no room for error here because I ended up taking a bit of damage, so pray for me. All right, so I'm gonna stand in the middle. He's gonna circle around me. And he's gonna do one specific attack. That's the, not the one you want. And then you uppercut him in the abdomen, and then you ground pound his torso just like that. And that's one cycle of it. And then I'm gonna... Good, okay. Then we get back to the middle arena, and I gotta repeat that like 4 more times. All right, so I'm just gonna shut up the focus. Yeah, that attack comes out so fast. Yeah, okay, I died. Yeah, see what I mean? This fight sucks. So, we'll give this one more go here. I also got really unlucky with regards to enemy HP drops, where it's a random chance whether they give you HP or not, and I got, you know, as per usual with this run today, apparently, I got the worst of what this game has been trying to throw at me. So, unfortunately, we do have to start the fight back from phase 1 here, but I can kind of reset sort of the minutes I'm doing here with these monsters here, so... You know, since I'm running a little bit over time, while I'm kind of doing this and just kind of repeating these same patterns, I'll go ahead and get my plugs out of the way right now. If you've enjoyed this run and or the tomfoolery that has ensued because of the game being named, if you're interested in like weird speedruns or speed games, you can find me at twitch.tv/1. I stream stuff like this, other weird 3D collectathon platformers, stuff like Chibi Robo, all sorts of nonsense like this. And if you want to see a run that's actually good, I have like my PD up on YouTube as well. So if you want to see what real gamer hours look like, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe Vexx just hates me today. Maybe I was giving him too much crap in the practice area over there. But all right, I'm actually going to save my rage for phase 2, so I'm a bit more likely to have full HP. Trying to play it a little bit smarter here. Yeah, and I also want to shout out some people in the Vexx community as well. I apologize to the Vexx community for this monstrosity of a run, but I'd like to thank like Boost and Bell, as well as Fax Me Applejuice, Ricky as well, a bunch of people who have been working on this game over the years and are largely responsible for most of what you just saw me pull off in this run to varying degrees of success. And, you know, without them, I would not be sitting here right now. So I want to give them a huge shout out. I'm going to go ahead and pop rage before I die in phase 1. Okay, we are not dead. Awesome. 2 HP drops. So basically, he'll summon the next wave of these monsters so long as there's no more than 3 on the field. Yeah, so the fireballs he throws during this phase really don't help my case here, unfortunately. All right, so doing a bit better on HP, though. We got a little bit luckier. Yeah, the invincible uppercut here is really... So, like, I died like 70 times in this fight on my casual playthrough in just this first phase because I didn't know the uppercut cheese. And so if you ever decide to play this game, please do what I'm doing. Copy exactly what I'm doing with absolutely zero shame, because this fight's way too hard for no reason. Okay, so going into the next phase now, I really hope that gave me an HP refill. But luckily, I should be at a point where I have an extra little bit of room for error here, since I'm either at full HP or 1 from... Yeah, okay, perfect. So we stand in the middle here, try to react to his attacks. Good. Okay, good, that worked, okay. So that's 1 of 5. And then, as long as we get out of this phase, we are home free. This is all RNG, by the way. I have no idea what he's gonna do and when he's gonna do it. Okay, that's opening number 2. And then I also have to make sure I avoid this ground pound attack where he comes in from that. Okay, so now I can't take damage. Okay. Okay. He's gonna throw a fireball, and then very likely attack. Very likely attack again. So there is randomness to it, but some parts are predictable, such as if he throws a fireball at 3 HP, he's just gonna throw one and then immediately follow it up with an attack. Good. That was close. All right, this is gonna be 5 fireballs most likely. Oh, just one, okay. That's very kind of you. Oh, that didn't work. Crap. Okay. This will probably be 5 fireballs. No, just one? Dude, I hate my jump again. Oh my goodness. Gotta cut it? Okay, cool. Well, that's a little bit tragic, but unfortunately I've been owned by Dark Yabu, so we're gonna unfortunately have to call it there. This game, like I said, threw the entire kitchen sink at me today, so I'm sorry I didn't get to finish it out like we really wanted to see, but I hope you at least all found that interesting and fun at the very least. Again, I've been Jaxler. Thank you especially Tex, thank you so much for putting up with my nonsense. I'm gonna go ahead and get off stage so we can get the next run set up. Thank you all for being here in person, and if you're at home, thank you so much for watching. Have a great rest of the event, everybody. Take it easy.
Thank you so much, Jaxler and Gibby, for that wonderful run of Vexx. Let's give it up once again for Gibby and Jaxler. What great commentary. That was a 2-hour run solo commentary. Give it up for the vocal cords on Jaxler. Thanks for tuning in to our Games Done Quick stream at PAX East 2024. We have a couple of announcements for you. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th through July 6th. Run submissions are now open and will close March 24th. If you'd like to submit a run, go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information about the event. Thanks for tuning in with us. Our next run is Shantae and the Pirate's Curse. Any % pirate mode. I don't know what that's about, but that sounds fun. Jake the Snake 233 will be taking us into pirate mode in just a few minutes.
All right, coming up next, we got Shantae and the Pirate's Curse by Jake the Snake 233. Jake, take it away.
All right. Hello, hello.
Greetings.
My name is Jake the Snake, and this is my good friend here, Valgazes, or however you
Valgazes? Yeah.
Valgazes,
Yeah.
yes. She's going to be my commentator for this run. So just before we get started, we will be playing on the Pirate Mode version, which is sort of like New Game Plus. I'm going to start with all of the Pirate upgrades, which is going to help me with my movement tech and such. So I think we're ready. So we will start in 3, 2, 1, go. So we're just going to start by skipping a cutscene. I'm going to skip through a few text boxes. There's going to be explosions happening outside. I don't remember the story of this game at all.
But Jake,
But what?
I need to know.
Well, we can make up our own story as we go along. How's that sound?
Okay, well, a lot of people are running.
A lot of people are running. We're going to get some items.
There must
We're
be
going
a sale.
There is a sale going on, but we won't see that sale until later. So we are going to start with, like I said, we're going to start with all of our pirate movement upgrades. That includes our hat. We got a pistol right here. Oh, that actually kills my run. Whoops. We've got our little scimitar, which lets us charge, and we can dive with that.
So usually you don't have these things when you start the game. These are things that you get.
Yeah. Generally, when you go throughout all the dungeons in this game is when you get your items. But because we're starting on New Game Plus, we just start with all of them, which will allow us to do some fun little tricks later on.
Like what?
I'll show you once we get there.
Jake, you're supposed to spoil it for me.
No spoilers. There we go. So as we make our way through Scuttletown, I guess I'm going to explain one of the first tricks that we are going to be doing. You are going to see this a lot throughout the run. It is something called a risky shuffle. I did a little mini one right there, but the way a risky shuffle works is normally to initiate a charge, you have to be going straight for a continuous amount of time until you start blinking blue. But it has to be one continuous input as well, like that. But I can actually do one without doing a continuous input by sort of going back and forth on the D-pad and the control stick at the exact same time. And I'll show that off later. But first, we got our first boss here, Ammo Baron. He can be a bit of a jerk. He's typically a run killer right at the start. But we're hoping he shoots a red cannonball right here, which he's going to. We've got about a few cycles of this. Another thing he can do is he can charge if he feels like it, but he's being nice today. So we're not going to get any charges. He always shoots a red cannonball after 2 black cannonballs.
So why was he a run killer? Like what happens to screw some people up on this moment?
Generally what screws people up on this moment is just the RNG. So his charge attack that he can do, you can lose up to 4 seconds, and he can do 4 charges in a row. Per cycle. So he can do up to 8 charges, and that just loses an infinite amount of time. But he was pretty nice to us, so things are going to go well. We did destroy Ammo Baron's tank, and unfortunately, it turns out that he owns the town, so he's going to give us a court summons for destroying federal property. And we're going to have to take that to the library, get our court case solved, and all that.
The library?
Stuff. Yep, the library.
Why is the library?
I don't know, that's just where we take it. But it's been a long day, so we're going to take a nice, relaxing bath back at our home.
Before you got to check out your court summons. 2 weeks, then got to return it.
But it actually turns out Shantae never owned a bath, and this bathtub is actually rigged by the one and only Pirate Risky Boots right here, who's typically the antagonist of this franchise. But in this series, she's actually the sort of like a protagonist sort of character. You kind of help her along throughout.
Frenemy?
Frenemy. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So we've got another little mini boss right here. This guy's gonna get infected with some dark magic, grow some wings, look all scary. And he's gonna knock on the glass 5 times. We'll let him out, and then we're gonna smack him around a little bit. Just like that.
Just like it. Typically that quick?
Yeah, that's typically how fast that sort of thing goes. And we're going to suck up the dark magic in our lamp. That's the only time you're going to see me suck up dark magic in this entire run. We don't really care about it. It's just we're sort of forced to get this.
What was it usually for, though?
It's usually for getting the true ending of the game, but we don't really care about that, so.
Just the fastest ending.
Yep, we're gonna go inside this house right here where we're gonna see our friend Sky. She's gonna give us a library card so that we can go, you know, go to our court case and solve our court summons. Pay our fines.
Still this. Okay.
And then we're gonna go talk to our little friend, the save guy. And this is a mandatory save. You have to do this in every run. But a lot of the tricks in this run, if I fail them, will soft lock. So we're gonna say hi to the save guy a few more times in this run. I'm gonna do a little risky shuffle right here to just get a charge started. And we're gonna go through the Scarecrow fields. We're gonna be killing a bunch of Scarecrows. Hopefully they drop some items that we want. A lot of how the boss fights are gonna go is based off of the items that I get from the enemies. Unfortunately, they're not gonna be very nice, which is typical. So we're not gonna get any items from them. But we can also get a couple items from these orcs as well as some gems. I'm trying to aim to have at least 70 gems by the time I get back to Scuttletown. We're gonna talk to Squid Baron here. He's kind of sad, but he's gonna let us out of the way. Maybe there's some way we can cheer him up.
Why is he so sad?
I don't know. I think he wants to go on a vacation.
Oh.
As we go through the sewers, I'm gonna be killing some enemies multiple times. If I use the scimitar in a tight space, in a little tunnel like that, on top of an enemy, I can actually kill it multiple times. I messed it up there. The game is not being very nice right now. So I'm trying to get as many items as I can from these guys. I'm trying to get some flesh pops. I need 7 for the run, but I've only got 3 right now. So I'm gonna wait for this guy to come through.
Time I hear that.
We've only got 4, which is, they have not been very nice. So we actually have to wait for the snake guy to come back through. Snake slug, whatever this thing is. I've got 6. We can work with it. I'll just have to skip the last glitch in this run, which is no problem at all. Right here, we're gonna find a brochure, travel brochure.
The sewer?
Right in the sewers.
Okay.
Someone,
Where you keep them.
Someone decided, I don't really want this brochure anymore, so we're gonna talk to Bolo. We're gonna give him a few of our flesh pops, and we're going to get a royal gate key. And then we're gonna go back and talk to Squid Baron because I think he could really use a vacation. So we're gonna give him our travel brochure that we just got. He's gonna look a little bit angry, but he's actually really happy.
It's more of like a.
And he's gonna give us some squid oil in return and just kind of wander off. We'll see him a bit later, but not for a little bit. Now we're gonna use the gate key to get inside the castle where we can finally turn in our court summons. I do have 70 gems, so I have the perfect amount of gems that I need for the shop. We're gonna talk to the librarian, we're gonna give him the court summons, and that's it. That's the whole court case. That's it.
No judge or anything?
Nope, that's it. Gonna do a little risky shuffle right there to get out. Luckily, we have a good amount of gems, and we'll get quite a few more, and hopefully we can get some more items on the way back if we're lucky. So because I got a pike ball earlier, I can actually kill these orcs. If I didn't have a pike ball, I wouldn't be able to kill these orcs on the way back. But now we're gonna go back through, kill some scarecrows, and we're gonna go talk to Sky again.
Must be really frustrating to speedrun a game where you have to hope that the RNG just sides with you.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those runs where item RNG can really make or break things, and you guys will see that a bit later. So we're gonna turn to the library card that we got a couple minutes ago, and we're gonna get 100 gems for it. I don't know why she's paying us right after we just took her library card, but we're gonna go to the shop. We're gonna buy 6 potions. We're gonna buy 3 pirate flares, and we're gonna buy a super pike ball and call it a day. Those potions we're gonna be using for a glitch called a potion drop. We're gonna say hi to the save guy again, because we're about to come across our first trick, which could potentially soft lock us. So now that we've got our pike balls and our potions and all that fun stuff, we're gonna give the map to Risky and make our way to our first dungeon. Or our first island, technically. We have to get to the dungeon on the island. Generally, you have to go through this whole massive side quest to hit some ham, get some stink, give it to a lizard, he drools, and then we get a ring, and then we petrify a dude, and it opens the door to the next dungeon, but we're a bit impatient for that. So gonna make our way up here, gonna kill that mermaid, and gonna go right here. I'm gonna do a risky shuffle right here, gonna use a potion, and that will allow us to get into the first dungeon just like that.
So there's this whole area that you just skipped?
Yep, we just skipped the entire island. So the way a potion drop works is if you use a potion while you're shuffling through a loading zone. I'm gonna save here again because there's 2 more tricks. If you use a potion in the middle of a loading zone while you charge into it, it makes Shantae intangible with literally everything except loading zones. And using that, we can do another potion drop right here to sort of get past this gate right here. And then we're going to do another variant of a potion drop in a couple more rooms called an auto potion drop, which lets me, it's going to use the auto potion instead of the normal potion. I'm going to have to get hit for that. So I'm going to switch to my auto potion right here. The difference between a normal potion drop and an auto potion drop is the auto potion drop lets me use it as I'm entering a room. So like that, and then I can just sort of glide into the loading zone and skip that whole enemy gauntlet right there.
See you guys.
And now we've got our next boss right here. He is a bit tricky. Hopefully the RNG goes pretty well here. But you might not want to blink because this fight will also probably end in a couple seconds. Just gonna wedge myself up here and scimitar and kill him really quickly.
So is it like rapidly
Yes.
stabbing the eyeball? I see.
But we've got our second phase right here. We're gonna hope he goes right, and we're gonna do the same thing as he sort of bounces up.
It's a very predictable bounce.
And this should kill him right up here. There we go. There's our first boss. A theme you'll probably notice is that all the bosses are exploding. I don't know why. That's just sort of a staple of Shantae games. Even if the boss doesn't die, it'll still explode. And we come across a little Tinkerbat friend. He's gonna drop a map, and this will lead us to our next island, Spiderweb Island. Probably my least favorite island in the run.
What are you talking about? You talk about this all the time. You love it.
Oh yeah, I love this island. There's a really fun auto-scroller section where I don't lose any time at all whatsoever from getting hit once. So we're gonna turn in our Spiderweb map to Risky Boots. That'll let us go right to Spiderweb Island. We're gonna start off doing another risky shuffle right outside of the island entrance just to get a charge. We're gonna cannonball up here, jump over that. And we're gonna hope that the ghosts in this room don't spawn in a weird way to where they hit me, but I'll be careful just in case. Okay. The ghosts can typically spawn right under where I'm supposed to go and just knock me down. I'm gonna break this platform right here, grab this fossil. We will be using this a bit later, but for now we're just sort of going to ignore it. Gonna start another risky shuffle right here, do a little moonwalk shenanigans. The ghost should not hit me here, but now we've got everyone's favorite part of the game, Run Run Roddy Tops. The music here is banging, and I will admit it is a fun section when you're not speedrunning. But when you're speedrunning this game, the section is sort of awful. We can't really skip it at all. We just sort of have to carry Roddy Tops throughout this whole Nightmare Woods area, dodging everything we see, because if we get hit once, it sends us right back to the start of the room.
Once?
Yeah. So typically, when I'm doing my PB runs, I get hit here. I lose about, I don't know, 10 seconds, which is a lot of time.
Yeah.
We've got our friend right here, the gatekeeper. He's not going to let us through this time, but after running our face into the wall enough, he will let us through. We can actually drop in these holes right here right before the tongues come out and dodge those tongues. If the tongue's already out, I can't actually go past it, but we got all the tongue drops there, so we're good. I'm going to do a little shuffle right down here to trigger the guy below me, do another tongue drop, and that'll let me skip that cycle right there. Unfortunately, these pillars are going to be a bit mean, so we're going to have to wait. But yeah, there isn't too much to talk about throughout this area.
Why are you carrying her?
So the reason why we're carrying her is because she got tied up by a spider, and apparently she broke her ankle. And now we have to carry her all the way back through her house, through this nightmarish woods area that makes me lose a ton of time.
She's undead. Does that really matter if she broke her ankle?
Well, she didn't actually break her ankle. She just tricked Shantae into thinking that she broke her ankle. Gonna dodge a few more pillars right here. This is just sort of a long 5-6 minute section of just this sort of stuff. There's only a couple of scary rooms, and luckily they're towards the end, but if I do get hit there, I lose about 30 seconds, maybe? 15 to 30 seconds.
Rooms?
Scary.
Scary. Oh, I see it. Right.
We've got some tombstone crabs right here. Sometimes they're a little shy. These ones are feeling a bit active right here, but they always spawn on the same spot. So I know where to jump over them, whether they're active or not. And from this point onwards, they're always going to be active right here. Gonna jump in this hole right here for absolutely no reason, but we can sort of dodge those hands right there by doing that.
Why didn't they do anything to you?
We jumped out of the hitbox before we jumped out of them before the hitbox fully appeared.
Interesting.
We've got some fun robots right here that want to try to kiss us. Of course, we don't want them to kiss us. So we are going to run and dodge those guys. Just sort of run away. They are very persistent, though. This guy might get a little close, but we're just going to sort of hop over his head. Got a couple more they're going to meet. Unfortunately, they're going to miss, unfortunately. But that's okay. We only have a few rooms left after this. These next couple rooms aren't too scary, but after those 2 rooms, it gets a little tricky. We just got a couple of crabs to jump over right here. Some more robots to terrorize us. And we got these worm things, and they're gonna shoot projectiles at us. These ones aren't too scary, but later on...
I don't like their projectiles.
I don't either.
I really don't.
Right here, this room's a bit scary. This might look a bit scary, but the worms were actually quite nice. I'm gonna try to jump over this guy. That was a little scary jump, but we got over it luckily. And this is the final room. This is where they just throw everything, including the kitchen sink at you. They throw all the worms, the kissy robots, the crabs, all of the above, the little tongue guys, the pillars, the hands, everything. Dying towards the end of this room is a little scary, but hopefully we'll be fine. We're gonna get past this pillar right here. This might look a little scary, but we get past that pillar no problem as well. And then this last part, I have died here. Those 2 crabs will try to pincer you, but we got through the last room just fine. So that is the entirety of Run Run Naughty Tops. Now we just gotta drop her off at her house, tease that guy a little bit. He wants to nibble, but we're not gonna give him anything.
Aww.
And it turns out that Roddy's ankles were not actually broken after all, and she's perfectly fine. So we did all that for nothing. Roddy's a big jerk, but that's okay. We still love her anyways. And now we're gonna go say hi to Poe. And that squid oil that we got from Squid Baron earlier, we're gonna give it to him. His carriage is a little broken down, so he's gonna build his carriage back up now with all that squid oil.
I wasn't aware that squid oil could repair wood like that.
It can. It's magical. And
Gorilla Glue.
As thanks for repairing his thing, we're gonna get this shriveled thing. And just so you know, it does smell. It does smell.
Okay.
What it smells like, I'm not sure. Is it smelling us? It might be. What do we smell like? I have no idea. But that's okay. This shriveled thing is gonna serve as a nice, tasty snack.
Oh, she doesn't have a bathtub. Probably not too good.
So we're gonna feed this dungeon the shriveled thing, and it wants more, so it's just gonna sort of open its mouth and let us in. And we have our next trick coming up right here, our next little out-of-bounds trick, which is going to look very similar to a potion drop. The literal only difference between it between the setup is that I eat a piece of food instead of using a potion. And it causes completely different effects. I have no idea why. But I'm going to save here just in case because this food float can be a little scary. So I'm going to do a risky shuffle right down here into this area. I'm going to use a flesh pop, and for some reason I go up instead of down.
Why? Why?
I don't know. Oh, I actually just missed it right there. So I'm going to actually use a potion, and hopefully we can recover this. There we go. Okay. Nice recovery.
You didn't need that potion for later, did you?
I do need that potion for later, but we can just get another one. That's
okay.
Not really too much of a problem. Something to note about those, about food floats, is that you can go from a food float state to a potion drop state, but you cannot go the other way around. So if I missed it on the way down, I would have had to reload my save. And now we've got our next boss right here, and I'm going to save here because it's a little scary. But I'll explain how this boss works after I'm done with it. I'm essentially going to be stun locking her and refreshing my jumps at the same time. It's going to look a little scary. I'm going to take a lot of damage, but hopefully I will not die.
Chit Chat Queen Royale.
So if I get here, it refreshes my cannonball hits, and unfortunately I got knocked back there. But that is a-okay. Just going to get right back in there. There we go. It's a little scary, but we got through no problem with our quarter heart.
Wait, that spider has 6 legs.
So, like I said, whenever you get hit while doing a hair whip, it actually doesn't knock you back. It sort of keeps you in place. And it also refreshes your jumps, your cannonball jumps. So we can sort of stay inside of her hitbox and keep hitting her. And that's how that little boss fight works. Yes, Shantae, you did do it. And now we're going to use a pirate flare and head all the way back to the start of the island, hopefully to never come here ever again. But unfortunately, we'll have to come back here. But it won't be as bad.
Okay.
Next up, we've got Tan Line Island right here. Normally, there's this huge, massive side quest that we have to go through, but we're going to do another glitch that's going to save us about 10 minutes of time. Gonna do another shuffle right here, and we're gonna be killing all these little cactus dudes right here. They're gonna be dropping items. We got a bubble shield right there, which is pretty good. What I'm looking for is a monster milk, which is going to heavily help on all of the boss fights. Ideally, I want a monster milk for every single boss fight, as well as super pike balls. These little skeletons can drop a ton of super pike balls, but I don't think we got any there. Yeah, we didn't get any there.
Oh.
If I don't get any right here, I'm probably going to kill a couple extra enemies to hopefully get an item. There's a pike ball. There's a super pike. There's another one. Okay, we're good. Having at least 2 is really good for that portion. Gonna break that, get a few more gems. I need 110, and I have 122, so I am perfect for my next shop. And we're going to just float our way through this room. Gonna save right here for another little scary trick, because I don't want to soft lock. And we're gonna say hi to Squid Baron right here. He went on vacation. He's looking a little sad, and just to beat him up, we're gonna steal his shades. And he's gonna walk away dejected, all sad.
Why'd you do that?
Because I am evil. That's why.
All right, I'm just gonna have to get off then.
Gonna do another potion drop right here. Another property about potion drops is that I can actually, when you're in the potion drop state initially, it lets me jump and hair whip at the same time, which sort of lets me refresh my jump. But we're only going to use that part right there. Another fun fact, if I go backwards from this room at any point, back to that room we were just in, the game will crash. So we're not going to go backwards the normal way. The reason for that being there is typically no loading zone on the right side of that area. So whenever you walk backwards into it, the game doesn't know what to do and just crashes. Going to set up for another risky shuffle right here. And at the end of this room, we're going to do another potion drop, except I'm going to miss. So So we're gonna try again.
Nice.
Into, there we go, that was a little close. And we have a little gauntlet right here that we can't skip. Something that's a little scary is that I don't have any monster milk, which hopefully these enemies can drop me some monster milk.
What do you need the milk for?
And we're not gonna get any monster milk. This is gonna, okay, this next boss fight's gonna be a little tough. This might look a little scary, but we're going to try to get under the crusher, and unfortunately we missed that, but it's gonna do that. Normally, if I set that up correctly, I could have skipped the entire crusher in one cycle, but we are gonna get through it no problem. And because I don't have any monster milk here, which normally buffs Shantae damage, I am just going to save here in case I die. Gonna use a super pike ball at least. And our friend Squid Baron is back. He wants revenge on us for taking his shades. So he's gonna sort of charge at us and jump around all over the place.
Make friends and enemies willy-nilly, huh?
Yeah. So he's gonna go into this eating phase right here. Normally, if I had a monster milk, I would have killed his first phase before he went into that, but unfortunately, we didn't have any monster milk because the game was not very kind to us. But now we're gonna go into Squid Baron 2.0. He's gonna get this nice, cool, shiny armor, but we're just gonna break it open really quick. And he's gonna go back into charge mode. My pike ball might run out before the end of the boss fight, but we will see. He's gonna put his armor back on, and we're gonna activate a pike ball just to get a little more damage. He's being a little finicky, and he's gonna go back into his eating phase, but that should be that. That was actually a pretty decent boss fight for not having any monster milk. That boss fight would have gone a lot faster if we did have a monster milk. But
what would the milk have done?
The milk increases my damage by...
Oh.
So if I have the normal monster milk, it doubles my damage. And if I have super monster milk, it triples my damage. And now that we've beat up Squid Baron, he's all happy again. Squid Baron and Shantae are all best friends now, and he's just going to let me go. And now we're going to use a pirate flow to get out of here because I don't want to crash the game.
What?
Well, like I said, if I go left from that point onwards, back into that room where I did the potion drops, it would crash the game.
Really?
Yes. So now I'm going to go back to Scuttletown. We're going to take a bit of a pit stop, and we're going to go shopping. We're going to grab 4 pirate flares, and we're going to buy an extra potion because we used one to save ourselves earlier. And then we're gonna go right into here, into Uncle Mimic's house. We're gonna talk to Bolo. We're gonna give him the fossil that we found earlier, and we're also gonna give him the shades that we stole from Squid Baron. And he's just gonna become super smart all of a sudden and decipher the fossil and give us a death mask, which we need for the next island. So now we're going to head into Mudbog Island. The movement here is a little tricky, but hopefully I'll get through no problem. We're going to start off with another risky shuffle, and I'm going to sort of just maneuver my way through this first room. Just hold my hat here for the rest of the room. This next room is a little tricky. If I do get hit here, or if I lose my charge here, then it's a little difficult to recover, but we got through no problem, luckily. We're going to be killing a couple enemies as well to hopefully get a monster milk or maybe some other item. These little beetles can drop monster milk, so we're going to kill a few right here. Nah, the game's being quite mean today, unfortunately. But that's okay. We can work without monster milks. It just makes my life a lot harder. We're going to give the death mask to Hexer right here, and he's just going to led us into the Village of Lost Souls, where we're going to play a little game of heads and tails with some fun gamers later on in this area. But first, we got to get some coins. So we're going to go head down here, break open this chest, We're gonna grab this coin right here. We got the blue coin. There's 2 more coins, the green coin and the red coin. Gonna make our way up here. Grab our green coin. If I had an extra food items, then I would be able to, do another cool trick called an animation skip, which essentially lets me skip the item animation and just sort of eat the item, is what it looks like. We overwrite the item pickup animation with the fooding animation. This room is a little tricky. We got some ghosts, which are quite jerks. It's pretty hard to get through that room without getting hit, but we got pretty lucky there with their spawns. Gonna hit that wall, a bunch of gems are gonna drop. Gonna pick up this coin from below just to put us down another platform. And we're gonna make our way back. So I do need, let's see, I need 2 more super pike balls and 2 more monster milk. So I'm gonna do a little bit of gem farming over here just to make getting those a bit easier, but I'm just gonna break these pots one more time. These drop 30 gems.
Oh, they respawn every time you go back to the year?
Yes, so I can just do that to get a few more gems, avoid the ghosts. And we're gonna play some heads and tails now with our gamer friends right here. Now that we have the coins. This is completely random, but we're just gonna mash heads because I think that's the best outcome. We have to get 3 in a row. After getting tails 3 times in a row though, the game just sort of gives it to us. Unfortunately, the red gamer right there is gonna be a jerk and is going to deny us. Okay, so now we've actually gotten tails 3 times, so we should be good. We are guaranteed to get it at this point. Ideally, we get heads all 3 times on the first try, but the game typically isn't that nice. Of course, whenever I was doing practice, I got it first try. But,
of course.
Of course. But, you know, it's a marathon run. Can't expect the best. So now we've got our little hopeful flame right up here. We're going to make our way back upstairs to this upper area. We're going to light a fire, and we're going to summon a very mighty warrior. A mighty warrior that stinks a lot. He's got sort of a little musk right there, and we're just gonna suck that musk up, that manly musk. Yeah.
Oh. You don't need that. Get rid of it.
I'm gonna get rid of it in just a couple seconds. Don't worry. Fortunately, this dungeon right here will only let brave warriors in who stink of manly musk, and that musk is strong enough to sort of let us in. And this dungeon doesn't actually have any glitches, but there is a skip that we can still use to skip a large majority of the dungeon right here. But first we sort of got to make our way through there. Gonna jump over these spike balls right here, break a couple pots, get some more gems. There's actually a hole in the floor right here that we're just sort of gonna go down.
Is that supposed to be there?
Yes.
Okay.
And if we do a little risky shuffle here, we can actually break that block, and this block leads directly to the final boss. Normally, you're not supposed to be able to break through that, but through the power of risky shuffling, we can get through no problem.
Why is it called a risky shuffle?
I honestly don't know that.
I'm pretty guaranteed to get it.
Well, I think it's named after Risky Boots.
Oh.
Yeah. We've got our next boss right here, our massively misspelled monstrosity, Dagron. Not to be confused with dragons or Dagrons. It's Dagron. He's going to be moving up and down all over the place.
So he's trying his best, okay?
He is trying his best. I'm going to line up on these pillars to hopefully hit him down. After 8 hair whips, I'm going to sort of jump up and follow him upwards. Should be good in a couple more cycles. Sometimes he can go in the middle, which usually I can't hit him. Sometimes I can. And we should be good on this last cycle right here. There we go, perfect. That was a pretty solid boss fight. That boss fight can be really scary because if I get hit once, typically I get hit twice, and Shantae can only take 3 hits. in that boss fight. So it's a little tricky, but we got through no problem.
Can't do that there.
No. Gonna find another Tinkerbrat friend who's gonna drop us another map.
Who's just following you around? Oh,
And we're gonna find our great warrior again, who's gonna give us a lost soul. Who this lost soul belongs to, I have no idea. But I'm sure we'll find out very shortly. So, normally we would just pirate flare out of here, but we can't pirate flare inside the Village of Lost Souls. So I have to make my way out before I do that. There we go. We're gonna turn in the map to Risky and head on to our last island, Frostbite Island, where we're gonna meet a very special friend who I like to call Barney, or the entire Shantae community likes to call him Barney. He is the first wolf enemy that spawns in this map, and there's a pretty hot debate about whether we should, you know, kill him or save him whenever we go through this area, but I don't really like Barney, so I'm just gonna murder him like that. And I'm gonna kill all his friends as well, because, well...
Why that first one to get a name? Why the others don't?
I don't know, that's just his name. Those wolves, the reason why we kill them is because they can drop some pretty special items. Generally, it's a 1 to 2% chance for them to drop, but there's a lot here. So if we're lucky, we'll get at least one. There's one. We got a super pike ball, which is good. And that's typically better than what I can ask for. Typically, I don't get anything from these guys. So this is fairly good. And we have a lot of gems as well, so we should be able to buy the remaining items that we need. Oh, uh-oh. Just gonna... There we go. And then we're gonna make our way all the way up these chains just by jumping on them constantly.
Just gonna victory pose every time you get up there.
Yep. Gonna just start off with another risky shuffle, and then we're gonna come across another food flow right here. I'm not gonna save though, because this one is generally pretty safe. It's pretty hard to mess up, though I have messed it up before.
Wow.
Gonna just be walking around. And just make our way right up there. And this takes us all the way to the end of Propeller Town. We've come across our smart friend Bola, who's gonna give us the targeting module, which we will need to turn into Ammo Baron. But we are going to turn back, and we don't need to be here anymore. We're gonna take a little bit of a detour back to my absolutely favorite island, Spiderweb Island, just because we need to talk to Abner and Roddy Tops again. And luckily, since we gave that squid oil to Poe earlier and he was able to fix his carriage, we can just teleport to the other side of the island like that instead of having to go through Run Roddy Tops again, which I don't even know if you can do that. I'm pretty sure the section's locked off anyways. Gonna go back into the house. We're gonna give the lost soul to Abner, and he's gonna give us the spirit of Joe. Who is Joe? Well, Joe was someone we were supposed to find earlier in the run, but we sort of skipped that area, and so I guess by turning in that soul, we've technically killed Joe. But don't worry, we're gonna revive him again real soon. We're gonna head right back into Scuttletown. And we're gonna take a little bit of a shopping trip. This should be our last shopping trip for the run. It looks a bit different, a bit more mechanized because Ammo Baron has done some stuff with it. Let's see, I need 1 Super Pike and I need 2 Monster Milks, and that's it. So I'm gonna buy a Super Pike. Did I buy an extra potion? I did buy an extra potion, okay. And then I can buy 1 Monster Milk, and I can buy a Super Monster Milk, and that should be good for the rest of the run. Before we turn in our soul, we're going to go right back to the other side of the island because I forgot to explain it earlier, but I picked up a sword somewhere in Tanline Island.
I recall that, yes.
Yes.
The enchanted sword?
Yes, the enchanted sword. And some of Ammo Baron's minions are sort of chilling next to this guy, and he needs his sword to transform. So we're going to go bring it to him real quick so that way we can progress. This guy right here, this very muscular guy, we're going to give him the sword, and then he's going to sort of transform a little bit into who I like to call legally distinct He-Man. And that's it. Oh, I used a Monster Milk on accident. That's not good.
Oh, no, you just gotta beat him up.
I do need a few more gems now. This isn't really that good, but we'll find a way to manage. We're gonna turn in the Spirit of Joe. This is Joe, by the way. He's petrified. Now he's alive again. And
oh, that's a mustache.
yes.
I thought it was like a robot the whole time.
No, that's a mustache. We're gonna turn in our targeting module over here. And then we're gonna talk to him again. So that cannon shot was not supposed to hit there. It was supposed to hit the palace. But the thing is that the way Bolo programmed it, I believe he programmed it upside down, inside out, and backwards. So it went to a completely different spot than intended. But that's good for us because it just opens up the path to the last dungeon. So because I'm a Monster Milk down, I'm going to say hi to our friend Barney again. He's not going to give me anything, of course, but I might go through this island to hopefully get another item. I need at least 50 gems to buy another Monster Milk, and I'm not fighting the next few bosses without a Monster Milk, so I have to take a slight detour here, but we should still be good. Oh, there's an item right there. There we go. Okay, we are good. The wolves saved
You did
the day.
it, you young snap.
And it's a better version than what we had before, so it's honestly better. And now we're gonna make our way into the last dungeon. So now we're going to combine a food float into a potion drop. This trick is gonna be a little scary, so I'm gonna be quiet while explaining it. And I'm also going to save, just because I don't want to soft lock. I'm gonna do a potion drop right here. Into this room, and now I'm gonna do another food float into a potion drop. So I'm gonna food float right up here, charge a little bit. I'm gonna use a potion right here. Now I'm in potion drop state, so now I'm free falling. And hopefully, no, we missed it. We missed it. That's okay. So luckily, we have a nice safety save right here, so we're just gonna try it again. That little trick is quite tricky. Whoops. There we go. That trick is fairly scary, but luckily we got through no problem. And now we have probably the most annoying boss in the game, Steel Maggot. We have to hit these buttons on his back, but what order we have to hit them in, God only knows. Luckily, it's just 1, 2, 3, and we're gonna wedge ourselves right here and sort of jackhammer his tail. Uh-oh. So now we know that the first button is number 2, and then just one more button. There we go. And now we're gonna get our final map, which is gonna lead us to the Lonely Grave area. The run will end in a few minutes. We are almost done. The final boss is not going to take really any time at all. It's a fairly short boss fight, but we got a little bit of lead up to him.
What is with that in games? Sometimes the final boss is like not as hard as all the others before it.
Yeah. Typically, the final boss can be pretty scary if we don't have a bubble shield, but luckily we have an extra bubble shield. So that'll allow us to dodge his one-hit projectiles, which would normally kill me in one hit. Gonna make our way to the Lonely Grave. I'm not gonna risky shuffle here simply because the end of the island is literally right here. Risky's gonna come along, and the Pirate Master is gonna finally make an appearance. This is our final boss right here, but we're actually not gonna hit him right here. He's gonna kidnap Risky. Oh no! And then just sort of disappear. And now we are the captain of our own boat, or I should say Risky's boat. We are going to head on to the final area, back to Scuttletown. It's a bit more dark and dank than normal, but that's okay. And now all this area looks a bit different. There's a bunch of scary enemies from Mudbog Island, and it's all silhouettes, so it's a little hard to see. I'm trying not to hit many because it freezes Shantae a little bit, kind of like that. We're gonna do another trick right here. It's just, we call it up and over. Let's just jump over this final area right here, and we got it perfectly. Normally, this would be the spot where I do the last food float, but because we are one food item down, we will have to do this the no out of bounds way, which is perfectly fine. It's just I haven't practiced it in a while, so we'll see how this goes. Oh, not quite.
Come on.
There we go. Okay. I got to do that 2 more times. There we go. There's number 2. Not quite. Come on. Oh, come on. Oh, I thought I had it there. There we go. There's our last one. I am very rusty on that sort of trick. I don't know. But we're going to make our way over to the final boss right here. And just for posterity's sake, I'm going to save. Even though I don't think I'll die, just for safety.
Never say never.
Never say never. So get ready on time. The time will be whenever I do the last hit on Pirate Master, and I will call it. Fun thing about Pirate Master is that he's going to teleport to different sides of the screen, and he's just sort of stand there. He can teleport in the middle as well, which is typically what we want, but he's being kind of a jerk and teleporting to the other sides. Yeah, we're not going to get too good RNG here. But now he's going to go right over here. Those projectiles would one-shot me if I didn't have a bubble shield. So we're getting pretty lucky here. He's going to go on these platforms, going to get a few more hits off. Get ready on time. And time. So yeah, that was Shantae and his Pirate's Curse. It's a short and sweet run, but one that I hold dear to my heart because it was one of the first games I started speedrunning. And it's also one of my favorite games. So definitely, if you're interested in this sort of game, I would highly check it out, the speedrun community. It's small but dedicated. A bunch of really fun folks there. So please do check it out. But we're just, yep, I'm gonna go to the in-game time just because that's typically where we end runs. The submission to the leaderboards requires us to see the in-game time. But yeah, that's about it. So once again, thank you to everyone who came to watch. And yeah.
Let's go.
Thank you, Jake the Snake, for your excellent run. Stay with us, folks. We're setting up for our next run, Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster with Leggy Starscream. Just a couple of quick announcements. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th to July 6th. Run submissions are now open and will close March 24th. That's this weekend. If you'd like to submit a run, go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information about the event. We are also going to have our Speedrun Gauntlet after the Final Fantasy run, so if you want to get some more practice time on our speedrun stations, go right ahead, and we'd love to see you participate and win a fabulous prize. So sit tight, we're getting our next run set up.
Welcome back to PAX East 2024. We are Games Done Quick, and we're about to throw it to Leggy Starstream and Demaray. Take it away for some Final Fantasy. Let's go!
Look, love, I know that you're all dressed up in the white mage outfit, but white mages are slow. We're trying to go fast.
But what about healing? You need healing. How are you going to stay alive during the run? What if you die?
That's what the reset button's for.
But what about the white mages union? Leggy, you can't disrespect the white mages union. We have a union.
You do have a union. Unions are good.
Actually, I'm on paid vacation. That's right. Yeah. I can't actually help out. Sorry, everybody. No healing today. Warrior Monk, Black Mage. I'm Demarine. I'm the commentator. More importantly, over here, Leggy Starscream. She's doing the run. She's the actual person who actually plays this game. I
mean, you've played at FFF1 in your life.
I've played at a Final Fantasy game or two in my life, yes.
Yep. So time is going to start the moment I hit A here. So let's get a countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And now we just get to hurry up and wait. 2 minutes of unskippable cutscene. Let's go!
For those of you who have not played a Final Fantasy game before, we're about to get some spoilers for an over 30-year-old game, so please enjoy some spoilers. The world lies shrouded in darkness, and we're here to go and save the world. We're going to talk about the power of the elements leaving the Earth. Is this Final Fantasy 3? Final Fantasy 5?
Final Fantasy 4?
7? Look, they've done this a lot. This is a pretty big thing in the Final Fantasy universe. I even brought my own White Mage sprite and my White Mage crystal. Why am I not allowed to be on the team again?
Well, you're double White Mage already. That's more than enough.
Fine. Right, but yeah, so we do get some plot exposition about, again, the world is in ruins because of the loss of the power of the elements due to reasons beyond our grasp. If we talked to all the NPCs, we would get all this plot in the game. We're not going to. That takes time. Speedrun, go slow, right? We're not here for that. So I'm on the bench.
Yeah, no, we're here to kill chaos.
Are we here to kill chaos?
We are here to kill chaos.
This isn't Stranger of Paradise.
You're right, it's the prequel.
Isn't this the sequel?
Yes, as well. Don't worry about it.
You're gonna tell me there's a time loop, aren't you?
We'll get to that one. Anyway, 4 young travelers appeared, and in the hand of each was clutched a crystal.
I brought mine. Why can't we have 5 travelers like Final Fantasy IV? You can fit a White Mage in then.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they're cowards.
All right, well, now that we're done with plot exposition and complaining, we can actually get on with the actual gameplay here. So we start outside of Corneria Castle in Corneria Town. We're gonna hop into the town real quick. We need to do a little bit of shopping. We need to grab a sword for the fighter. We're gonna grab a piece of chainmail for the fighter. It's one of the few pieces of armor that we're going to purchase in this run. And then we're going to go up to the Black Mage shop, and we need to buy Black Magic. Black Magic is sort of the core of this particular run, is we're gonna need to get experience over time, and we're going to need to get gold over the course of the run as well. Black Mages do an absolutely immense amount of damage at the cost of being made of tissue paper. So we optimize the warrior, and then we optimize the warrior. We remove the equipment from the monk because the monk does more damage without that staff equipped. So we just take it off, and then we set ourselves to maintain auto battle, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and auto run, which just lets us run on the map without holding down the B button. Leggy right now is wiggling the analog stick on her controller because it is the fastest way to scroll text. So we're going to get that a fair bit during the run whenever there is text. The plot line is, of course, that we have to go save Princess Sarah from Garland up in the Temple of Fiends. And that's the entirety of the game. That's the whole plot line, is you save the princess and the game ends. Why is Garland % not a category?
You know, it should be.
It really should be. But we're going to catch one encounter on the way up to Temple of Fiends, and then we are possibly going to catch one inside of the Temple of Fiends. We're hoping we don't. There's some pretty terrible ones that can show up here, but we don't get one, which is great and fast and nice. For this fight against Garland, we're hoping Garland decides to melee the fighter in particular, because the fighter actually has armor. but this is where we start putting that thunder magic to work, because it does like 30 to 40 damage a cast, which is great. It's about 120 damage or so to kill Garland here, so perfect. 1 hit point. That's one more. That's exactly as many as you need to survive.
And see, this is why we don't need healing. We just live.
You just get lucky. Just don't miss. Just don't miss your rolls.
Yeah, Garland can one-shot that Black Mage there, and it is really bad, though we did get some strong HP level ups on the Black Mages, which is really nice. If you want to explain what that means.
Sure, so in Final Fantasy, there's a table of level ups that determine what stats you get per level. The stat we care about most is HP. You can get large HP level ups, which is 20 plus the expected amount of HP you'd get, which is 1 on Black Mages at this juncture. It depends on your vitality stat. Black Mages have no vitality. They're made of tissue paper and fluff. But sometimes you get large level ups, and there's some guaranteed ones along the way as well. But when you get the non-guaranteed ones, it's great because Black Mage survivability is very important. There's a couple of breakpoints we're going to want to hit. The first breakpoint we're really hoping to hit is 150 by level 13. A rare treat, but if you get there, it makes the Lich fight exceedingly easy compared to exceedingly dangerous. And that is kind of the first breakpoint. And there's a second breakpoint later on, which is like 270-ish. But it's very rare that you hit that one.
Yeah. Like, we typically just assume that the Black Mages aren't going to hit that second threshold.
You know what class gets hit points, Leggy? White Mages. White Mages get hit points.
I was going to say Fighter.
Fighter gets hit points too. Fighter's guaranteed to get a lot of hit points. And Black Belt gets Vitality nearly every level, so eventually Black Belt gets hit points as well, but not in the scope of the speedrun because we don't level out above like 40 or so, where the Black Belt's HP goes through the roof.
Yeah, no, like, typically this run's going to finish around, like, high 20s.
Yep. King's gift for us for saving Princess Sarah is he builds us a bridge, which will take us to the most important thing in all Final Fantasy speedruns. That's right, another unskippable cutscene.
We're almost out of unskippable cutscene town, though, at least for a little bit.
At least for the foreseeable future. Also, for anybody who doesn't really know about Final Fantasy, of note, Final Fantasy is basically a D&D campaign. When Final Fantasy came out originally, there were a lot of enemies that we'll run into that had different names in the original version because of TSR, and the fact that they could not use things like, for example, Pisco Demons, which is the first boss of the run. They're wizards in the original NES version. There's a lot of names that were changed over for the sake of copyright issues in the United States. It's really cool that basically kind of tabletop shaped how speedruns exist, or not speedruns, how tabletop exists, how RPGs exist in the modern times on console in terms of video games, because a lot of it was shaped by tabletop. And then, of course, then people started bringing tabletop to, two consoles and 2 PCs. The biggest one of those being Planescape Torment back in the late 90s, but, Baldur's Gate as well. And so, there's a lot of hand-in-hand love between kind of the tabletop RPG and the console RPG that I always find really interesting. And so it's kind of important to kind of see that things like magic charges, which were brought back to Pixel Remaster, are just an extension of D&D magic systems from Second Ed. And so there's that back and forth that you always see throughout the history of RPGs. Storyline's generic as heck, right? We're here to journey across the world and bring light back to the crystals and save the world because, that's what you got.
Yeah, I mean, story doesn't have to be anything groundbreaking, especially when you're, just getting started with both the notion of the RPG genre on consoles as well as the Final Fantasy franchise.
Lot to it. Beautiful thing. We're gonna take a safety save here because normally you get an autosave whenever you transition screens. The big thing is that you do not get an autosave after the bridge cutscene, and there are some bad encounters that we can get along the way here. We're gonna take all the encounters though. Again, we want to have money. Money's really important. We want to have the 450 going into Provoca. We started with 400 and only spent down to about 3, and you get a bunch from Garland. But having more money is just going to be useful. If possible, we want level 4 as well. Level 4 lets us hit a breakpoint again, the Pirates fight, where the fighter doesn't need to retarget because the fighter is not guaranteed to one-shot pirates until level 4. So the idea is that we're going to take the 3 encounters that we get along the way, unless it's big wolf packs, which are terrifying to fight, and then we're going to hopefully hit level 4, and that'll help us a lot in terms of keeping the pace up on this run.
Yeah, I might actually, if we do see a big wolf pack, just farm up another encounter anyway, just for marathon safety. But looks like that's not going to be necessary because we got the lizard.
The single lizard wizard. It's not actually a wizard, it's just a lizard. Does not cast spells. It bites you. And it gives a lot of experience. It's 150 experience. It's actually one of the most experience rich fights early on in the game. So we do hit the level 4 breakpoint and we get 50 gold from it, which should get us up to around 500, which is plenty good here. 675, actually doing really well, all things considered.
Yeah, luckily, no matter what, we do have enough money to get through all the shopping we need to do in Provoca, especially when we pick up a little bit of extra cash from the Pirates fight. But the more money we can get now, the less we have to grind up immediately afterwards.
Yeah, so the spell we buy there is Temper. Temper increases the attack power of a unit by a small amount, but you'll notice that whenever you attack, attacks also show up with a number of hits, so that Temper actually multiplies. Temper's value increases the number of hits you get. The big thing to note is that monks get double hits with their bare hands, so monks start at 2 hits, and when they hit their breakpoints, they go to 4 and 6 and 8, whereas the fighter goes from 1 to 2 to 3. Temper is exceedingly valuable for the monk in terms of increasing its damage output, especially as the game progresses onward. The early and mid-game strategy is primarily going to be mage-fueled, where the mages are here to do damage. The late-game strategy is all about buffing your monk to the skies and then hitting things for thousands upon thousands of damage every turn.
Yeah. I just want to take a moment to shout out Natara and that incredible HP stat there.
It's a buff. It's so large. It's why you said you used up all your luck during practice.
I deliberately stopped before I used up all of my luck.
Luck is a quantifiable thing that you can keep. You're a speedrunner, that's how that works. So you can save it for later.
Yep. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
You are a doctor, actually. She's a doctor, everybody. She's a doctor of computers. Right, so out here on the ocean, enemies are weak to thunder, which of course is part of why we buy thunder. Also, it's a very fast animation. The big thing here is that we're going to sail towards Corneria. In particular, the enemy that we're looking for here are Buccaneers. We're looking for Buccaneers because they're worth 150 gold each. They're worth an absurd amount of money for this juncture in the game. When we get down to Elfland, which is our next stop, we're going to want to buy magic. And the magic spell that we're buying is 1,000 per copy. We want 2 of them, but generally speaking, in the speedrun, you buy 1 before Marsh Cave and then 1 after Marsh Cave so that you don't have to do a ton of heavy grinding. You can grind all the way up to like 2,400 gold if you really want to. It's generally pretty good for marathon safety, but you know, you can go like 1,600 and be generally fine. 1 copy of Thundara is more than enough until you come back after Astos.
Yeah. At this point in my career of running this game, I am very comfortable with not worrying about picking up the 2nd copy of Thundara.
Yep. Also notably, there is auto battle. You can kind of see on the upper left that there's a pulsating double arrow there. With a Y button on the controller, you can toggle on or off auto battle. Auto battle will accept all of your prior inputs from the last fight that you were in, or the last round that you were in if a fight takes multiple rounds. Notably, keeping auto battle on is important for 2 reasons. One is that battle animations are faster while auto battle is on, so it actually speeds up battle itself. And there's a setting that lets you save auto battle between fights, and this is actually exceedingly important for the speedrun, because the actual entering into the encounter is faster when auto battle is on as opposed to when it is off. So it is actually a time save to keep auto battle on, and then if you see a pack that requires that you change your tactics from what you're doing, to toggle off auto battle in the first few frames of the fight so that you can then you can get the faster load time going into the fight, but then also input your commands as necessary for the fight ahead.
Yeah, the only downside that you have to really worry about with auto battle is if you are using a command that is impossible, say you run out of spell charges, it will default you to attack, which given that, especially early on here, we're using black mages and their auto battle to cast particular spells, can run into trouble if you don't keep track of your spell charges.
Black mage fighting is abysmal. They're very bad at it. Notably here, you notice that we did turn off auto battle briefly to go to defend Thundara. Thundara's on Natara because she has more health. You generally buy your first Thundara on your black mage with more health. Because of the Pisco demons later on, because they hit very hard, so if they hit your black mage that has lower health and they die, and you lose your Thundara, you're going to be loading your save, which is not what you want to be doing. But the idea is we go on the ocean, because again, ocean enemies weak to thunder, so Thundara will sweep up most of the enemies. On the ocean, sharks are an exception. They can survive a Thundara, but other than that, everything bites the dust pretty hard here, and so you are getting a little bit extra money for consumables for the Marsh Cave dive, and another instay. So you should have, what, about 400 here?
Oh, I should have closer to like 800.
Okay, yeah, you were into Red Sahag. You were into one Red Sahag. You had a Ogre Pack.
Yeah. Like, I had an extra 400 coming out of the magic shop, and then we got another 400 from the first encounter there, so I should have plenty of money.
Oh, 720? Yeah, it's plenty.
Yeah. Buy 110.
Yeah, 110's a little less safe, but you can grab a cottage in Marsh Cave, which you want to hang on to sell because they sell for 1,000 a pop. But ideally here, you want to have 2 tents if possible, but 1 tent is fine. We grab a handful of antidotes because the first enemies that can poison are ahead of here. In terms of them being werewolves and cobras and asps start showing up. And so they all have the ability to poison your party members, which is really frustrating because health is at a premium. You'll notice we have 9 potions. That's the entirety of White Mage that we have right now. That is the whole entirety of our healing at this moment in time. Basically, we're going to buy White Mages in a bottle for the entirety of the run. Notably, with only 1 tent, we're not taking any encounters on the way to Marsh Cave as to save our spell charges, because we want to make sure we have Thundaras for the bottom of the Marsh Cave.
Welcome to Marsh Cave. This place is awful.
This is one of the worst places in the game, honestly, especially in the speedrun where you're coming in here without having fought a lot of enemies. You know, like most of the time, it's recommended you come down here at like level 7 or 8, having put some grind on your party outside of Elfland to get money and get your spells. Right, buy a better sword if you're a fighter, which we didn't do. Go buy better armor, which we didn't do. There's the poison status. You can see applied by the spiders. They leaves a bunch of bubbles on your unit, and we only have 4 antidotes. Now we only have 3, so.
Yeah, but we are going to most likely be abusing the autosave mechanic in this game.
Yep.
Where every single screen transition the game autosaves. Which is great for things like Marsh Cave.
Scorpions, also lovingly known as land lobsters, are the most devastating enemy in this area. They have multiple hits. They're capable of critting. They're capable of poison touch. They are, if they attack your black mages, they can start stripping off 60 and 70 hit points at a shot, which is really terrifying. Right, you'll notice here that the black belt has the paralysis status. What the paralysis status does is that you lose your turns. It also only has a 25% chance every turn of falling away, which is very scary because if your entire party gets paralyzed, it's very unlikely that you get loose of paralysis before your party dies. But we're gonna use up some potions here, top off fully. The big thing about Pisco Demons is that they hit very hard. Oh, hey, didn't you get one of these in practice?
Yeah.
You said that you needed to save this one. But instead, one of the changes in Pixel Remaster above the original is that you can get preemptive strikes on box encounters and on boss encounters, which is really nice because Pisco Demons, they can melee for upwards of over 100 damage on no armor, which is enough to one-shot pretty much any member of the party that's not the fighter in the front. So getting the preemptive is really good. Taking a quick save right afterwards because, you know, no intent to stay here any longer than we have to. Certainly don't want to lose progress, especially when a fight goes that cleanly and smoothly. Sure. Ward Wolves are a great experience, so you'll take it.
And then there's the floor autosave, so we are pretty much in the clear.
I think you're out of Thundara charges. Not that it matters, you're gonna be running away anyway. You know who wouldn't be out of Thundara charges right now? Actually, nobody would be not out of Thundara charges at this point. Everybody would be spent at this point.
Yeah, I'm like a thief?
Red Mage?
I don't even think Red Mages get Thundara charges at this level.
Red Mages don't even know what Thundara is.
And they can learn it.
Eventually, they'd be level 8, though. Generally speaking, we judge Final Fantasy characters on their ability to call the Holy Thunder down upon their enemies. White mages can't do it, so they're bad, apparently. Hey, alive, 7 hit points. It's cool, don't worry about it.
We're just gonna go ahead and do that.
Yeah, we're gonna need to do that at some point before we get to Northwest Castle, so now's as good a time as any. Just hop off the team and keep moving. So we got the crown from Marsh Cave, and this is the fetch quest portion of Final Fantasy 1. Basically what ends up happening here is that you need to get the crown. You're told that the crown is waiting for you, that you need to bring it back to the Elf King in the Northwest Castle. Spoilers again for a 30-plus-year-old game. The king in the Northwest Castle is evil. We're going to kill him. It is important that he dies, and he ends up giving us a crystal ball. Right, because he has cursed the actual king of the elves to sleep forever. So we need to get the crystal ball. We bring the crystal ball back to the sage Matoya, who goes, hey, my crystal ball, I can see and do magic things again. Here's an energy drink. She hands you Jolt Tonic. It's literally an energy drink in this version. It used to be the herb. But I digress. We're gonna actually use Temper here. We're gonna get slowed, of course, which is awful. When you get hit by slow, your hit rate is reduced to a flat 1 hit no matter what. Which is actually exceedingly terrifying. It's actually one of the worst spells to see. Just to talk about spells as well in Final Fantasy, if you've played any of the other Final Fantasy games, spells are on a list. There's actually a list of spells that every enemy gets. And they cast them in perfect order. So if their first spell is Fire, they cast Fire the first turn, and then they cast Sleep, and then, right? Astos' list is normally that he'll cast Sleep, or he'll cast Death, Sleep, Haste, Slow, Fire, in that order. In this version, basically you just get a table of options, right? You get your fight command, you get each spell that's in your spell list and each ability that's in your ability list at a given percentage. So you can walk up to Astos and Astos cast Fyra on you twice in a row and just kill your party. Astos cast Slow on turn 1. Astos can just not cast Death, which is kind of nice because keeping your party alive is good. But Astos gets to do whatever he wants pretty much, and that is kind of a theme throughout the game. And for the most part, it actually makes Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster one of the easier speedruns.
Until it very much becomes not.
So for like 75% of the game is easier. The last 25%, scary town. Lich doesn't Blizzard you on turn 1. He's not guaranteed to absolutely just flatten your party out.
Which is great.
Which is wonderful, right?
Rude.
They love me. Or at least my fighter proxy in the game. Because I'm still part of the White Mages Union.
What's a fighter except a white mage in armor?
You just described a paladin, love. You did it.
Yeah, so there's this mechanic called class change in this game.
Which we're not gonna see, because that's slow.
True.
But yeah, we're gonna go grab our second copy of Thundara here because we wanna make sure we have it. We have, what, 2,200 gold? So that's 6 grand after the Coral Sword. Like, after some looting and scooting, yeah, we'll be over 12K.
Yeah, we're at the expected place financially.
Yeah, we're not like destitute, but we're not like doing great. We've got average money, which is fine.
Yeah, like this is what I expect. This is what we route around. Everyone's at level 9. So the big threshold we're trying to hit here is level 12 on the Black Mages. If the fighter had died during Astos, that would have actually been really nice because the XP would have only been divided 3 ways as opposed to 4.
Yeah, in other speedruns, in fact, like PSP or GBA, you kind of count on your fighter dying in that fight to it, because again, Astro's will cast Death as his first spell, instantly killing a target if it hits.
Nice double potion drop.
Oh, I always love free consumables. That's like free money.
Just trying to hold on to the last Thunder charge on MXZV.
Yeah, good call. Notably, your Black Mages are doing exceedingly well on hit points, being that they're at 146 and 145 right now.
Right?
This run is blessed. Normally, you can still have your Black Mages under 100 health at this point, and it's terrifying.
We're gonna take this because even now, Ogres are still great experience.
And good money. Yeah. We love money because we need a lot of it. So yeah, once you hit level 12, your Black Mages are guaranteed to be above 170. That's weird to think about.
Right?
Doesn't happen very often. But here's Matoya. She's blind. Normally it's a crystal eye in the older versions, but I guess in this version it's just a crystal ball, which is fine, I guess.
No, it says crystal eye in this one.
Does it say crystal eye in this one?
Yeah.
Am I bad at reading? Did I miss that particular point? Because you leave it on the table, don't you? No, in other versions you leave it on the table. Okay. Can't believe I'm giving everybody misinformation now. I'm the worst commentator.
I mean, the important thing is we're helping the old witch with her accessibility tool.
We are indeed helping the old witch with her accessibility tool, and that's very important. Oh yeah, we take to the ocean now. Now that we've got the Jolt Tonic, we can use that to break the sleeping curse on the Elven Prince. Hey, look, pirates. Which we're going to kill because they're worth 750 gold. Gold's very important still, so they're also a good experience too, like... Sharks are maybe a little bit of extra effort that we don't necessarily need to put in, but...
Yeah, we're down to a single Thundara charge between the two Black Mages, so we'll just see what happens. I like setting up to have most of the party run while one or two Black Mages cast as just like insurance that the fight's gonna end in a single round.
Yep. But we come back into town, we reload our magic charges in the inn again.
Yeah, this will carry us through to Melmond,
where we're gonna buy our next magic spell as well.
Plus it just makes it convenient because you exit on the other side of town so you don't have to like walk around Elfland.
So we administer the Jolt Tonic to the Elven Prince, or at least the retainer does. And the prince is like, ah, you are the legendary heroes. Holy heck, legendary heroes. I love you. Here, have our key. Don't steal our stuff. And of course, being that we're RPG protagonists, guess what we're about to do?
Look, in my defense, the prince never said don't steal our stuff.
He implied it very heavily.
All they had it is a hammer and 1,500 gold. It's not like they have much in there.
Next thing you're gonna do is you're gonna go to Corneria and we're gonna steal their stuff too.
Don't worry about it, it's fine.
The king was keeping it from us. We need it to save the world. And why would he stop us from taking the things that we need to save the world?
Yeah, besides, Corneria is the town that has the good stuff.
No, Dwarf Cave is the cave that has the good stuff. We're robbing everybody blind. We are, after all, RPG protagonists.
But yeah, after this, we're going to do a little bit of shopping here in town, load up on consumables. One of the interesting changes between Pixel Remaster and every previous version of Final Fantasy I is that all of the item shops have the exact same inventory for some reason. I have to assume it was some programming oversight.
Just easier that way. But we are going to buy two of the items that are not in the original Final Fantasy that made it into later versions. And And more importantly, one important item that's actually changed in this version a little bit. But this is where we buy a stock of Phoenix Downs, and this is where we start buying ethers. Ethers are exceedingly important to the speedrun, and we go through a lot of them. Essentially, what Phoenix Down does, of course, is it resurrects a party member to 1 health. They can be used in combat. They're fantastic, but 1 health kind of stinks, honestly. The more important thing that we're going to buy, though, is we're going to grab 2 gold needles for emergency purposes, because we are going to do some petrification things later. We are going to buy... We can afford a lot of ethers, huh? We grab 20 of them. So the important thing is that we're going to get another spell in Melman. We're going to get Fyraga. We're going to get our level 5 magic. Ether is what they do in this version, because instead of restoring a fixed amount of MP, right? We don't have MP, we have spell charges. So what ethers do is they refill 1 charge of each spell level at the same time. So if you are missing 4 level 2 spell charges, for example, and use an ether, you're now missing 3 level 2 spell charges. If you're missing 1 level 1 spell charge, 1 level 2 spell charge, 1 level 3 spell charge, and 1 level 4 spell charge and use an ether, it refills all 4 of them.
This actually leads to some really interesting strategies where you want to make sure that you are using your ethers to maximize their efficiency and maximize the number of charges you get back, especially because at this stage of the game, they're still kind of a precious commodity. Later on, we'll be drinking them like water, but for now, we do have to be kind of careful and smart about how we use them.
Later on, we are going to use them to keep our black mages basically permanently hydrated.
Hydration is important.
Drink lots of water, everybody. It's really good for you.
But in the meantime, who wants to blow something up?
I love explosions. White mages love explosions because we can't make them. We can only watch.
I mean, I feel like casting Holy kind of counts as an explosion, at least on the eyeballs.
I still can't believe you're not... Like, there's just such a good history of white mages in Final Fantasy speedrunning. How do you not take a white mage with you? Right, you've got Celis from Final Fantasy VI.
Celis isn't a white mage. She uses a sword.
Yuna from Final Fantasy X?
She's much more of a summoner. I would have bought into it more if you'd gone with Garnet from 9.
We don't talk about Final Fantasy IX in this family, you know that.
I talk about Final Fantasy IX a lot. And you know that.
Why? Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, she's important to the speedrun, right?
Love, which Final Fantasy game do you think we're playing?
Final Fantasy V, the one that we use blue mages?
Well, no, in this one we don't want people to get poisoned.
You know what, fair. We steal the dwarf stuff. They're keeping things that we need to sell to save the world because we need money.
I mean, we have the Mystic Key. That's how it works. You have the key, that means that stuff, you can just take it, right?
I mean, when you're the chosen ones, you're allowed to steal whatever you want, and there's no repercussions at all.
You know what? Fair.
That's how RPGs work, right? At least until we get into the modern era of things like, you know, the Elder Scrolls series, or I guess even Planescape Torment to a degree. You know, games that actually have morality systems. Right, the morality of Final Fantasy is I'm the hero, so I get what I want.
I have a key and these shiny rocks. You have to listen to me.
I have a key and some shiny rocks. I don't know if that's how that works, but you know.
I do appreciate also that the Black Mage HPs have both equalized.
That also, like, never happens.
Yeah. Usually you expect, like, a 1 or 2 hit point variance in there. Anyway, if I did it right, I should be able to not only buy the 2 copies of Fyraga we need to pick up here, but also buy an extra piece of armor.
That's right. We could theoretically buy a silver bracelet, which gives a little bit of extra armor to one of our black mages, helping keep them alive for longer. All that fighter gear, by the way, just goes to the wayside at this point. There's a reason for that we'll explain very shortly, but for now, just understand that the fighter's day is more or less done.
Yeah, fighter gets to take a nap.
Less of a nap and more of a...
They get to rock out?
They do get to rock out. The horrid existence where they are able to see the world through their petrified eyes.
Oh, I love Dragon Quest V.
I too love Dragon Quest V. It's a good one.
I should play it sometime.
Rest in peace, Akira Toriyama. You ruled.
Yeah.
Your designs will live on forever. One of the things that gets me in this particular version is that in Earth Cave, in older versions, it spawns you directly on top of the stairs. On this version, it spawns you to the left of the stairs. So my reflex is to hold to the right when I enter Earth Cave, which causes me to run into the stairs again.
Yeah, like, why do they spawn you on the wrong side of the stairs? Like, come on.
It's a skill test for speedrunners.
Are you saying I have a skill issue?
No, you passed. You do not. You have the. What is the opposite of a skill issue? Because that's what you have. Fair. I'm trying to say nice things about you. I'm trying to talk you up and make you feel good about yourself. Also, good Lord.
Yeah. We're just gonna go ahead and do that. Y'all didn't see anything, but we're also gonna need to chug an unoptimal ether. Right now, we are not quite at the level where we get level 5 spell charges. So that extra charge for the ether is technically wasted.
You do still need to talk to one of the bats, by the way.
True. It is tradition, after all.
It is indeed tradition.
But here we're going to use Temper to, just keep using different charges to, as previously mentioned, maximize ether usage.
Kiki. Goodbye, bad friend. But yeah, we are going to do that. We're going to grab in here. The Coral Sword's another 4,000 gold. So we're going to continue trying to pick up money because we do have to buy eventually some level 6 magic in a little while later. So we do want to start trying to pile up money as much as we can at this point. Also, we're going to need to load up on ethers and other consumables, which are all pricey. Everything's expensive.
Welcome to life under capitalism.
Yeah, fair. But yes, if we've been following the plot of Final Fantasy 1, basically when you get to Melman, they tell you that the town is being destroyed by the forces of elemental Earth, and so you have to come over to the Earth Cave and save them. And so you end up getting to the bottom of the Earth Cave here on the 3rd floor, and you find the vampire, who is definitely the problem.
There we go, level 12.
We now get to use 2 very efficient ethers here, getting our first Pyraga charges up and running. Halfway through the floor here, we're going to take a safety save just to make sure that we don't lose progress. And we are looking for one very, very specific encounter at this point. This isn't it, actually.
Still worth good experience.
Still worth decent money and good experience, but... we're definitely not looking for these guys.
Pisco demons. Still not my friend.
Notably, though, in this particular version, you can run from them, which is not something that you can do in older versions. One of the things that this game did is it did away with the unrunnable table. The only encounters you cannot run from are bosses or fixed encounter spots on the map. Like, for example, Vampire is a fixed encounter spot on the map, so you cannot run from Vampire, but...
we will splurge on some healing for the team.
Yay, we love healing.
I'm just gonna say it now.
Yeah?
Do not let me leave this cave without opening that chest.
Do not forget to grab the ruby, love.
I've done it before.
I know.
It was a bad time.
I've done it more in PSP where you can get the emergency exit. I've popped the emergency exit after killing Vampire.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
No good comes of it and everybody hates it and your run dies horribly.
Yeah, the emergency exit is a consumable that exists in the GBA and PSP versions of this game that casts exit, which just takes you back out to the entrance of the dungeon. You get them from doing the 15 puzzle, which is a secret minigame you can do on your boat that gives you goodies and other sorts of rewards. In the original NES version, it gave you 100 gold. In this game, it gives you Jack Diddley and Squat.
It does give you a whole lot of nothing, and so we're not really all about that life anymore. This is not the encounter we're looking for. The encounter we're looking for actually is Cossetresses. In particular, one of the things in this particular version of Final Fantasy I that's really interesting is that petrified units can still be targeted. So essentially, one of the goals in Earth Cave, and we might have to do it on the second dive, which is annoying but not a huge deal, is that in particular, you're looking for Cossetresses because you're looking for petrification. We want to petrify the first two units, the fighter and the monk. Notably, petrification does a very interesting thing in this game in that you still get experience, you still exist as a character, and you can still be targeted. In Final Fantasy I, if you are in the front slot, you have a 50% chance of being targeted with single target effect. And then it goes down to 25, and then 12.5 and 12.5.
That's not good.
That's not ideal. We don't have a lot of Phoenix Downs yet because money is tight. But the big thing is that
I'm gonna farm one more.
It's not birds. The big thing is that so petrified units can still be targeted though, which means that they take single target effects that would normally target live party members, i.e. your black mages. So on our second dive to Earth Cave, we are going to try to take the time to get petrified. There is a backup later on in Waterfall Cave, which is a hassle.
Yeah, there's Waterfall Cave where you can see the encounter just randomly and also a fixed encounter. There's one in Sea Shrine that we can use. That's actually used in the booster percent of this. Very recently, this game got, the Steam version of this game, which I'm playing on, got patched to include the console bonus options that they added, including the ability to auto-run, the ability to exit directly to the starting menu from inside of battle, and the boosts. You can turn on 4 times gold, you can turn on 4 times experience, you can turn off encounters. And that's a whole separate category of the speedrun just because of how fundamentally it changes how this game is played. It's also now the fastest actual Final Fantasy I speedrun, which is wild to me.
Yeah, it's even faster than the glitch-heavy PSP version where you're able to basically create the best gear in the game in that version onto your party members throughout the game.
Yeah, you get post-game gear in the Temple of Fiends before you fight Garland. It's wild.
But yeah, we're gonna crack a tent here. We're gonna top back off. So the Ruby has to go over to move the Titan, who is over living in a cave to our west here.
Rude.
How many antidotes do you have left?
I bought some more.
Okay. Notably, tents also refill 2 of each level of spell charge, so of note, that's why there's still some missing Thundaras.
Yeah, I've still got 3 antidotes. It's fine.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I didn't realize you had that many. Usually you hope not to have to use that many, but such is the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now the goal, of course, is to kill enough enemies to get enough levels that we will have 3 spell charges of level 5 variety on our black mages, so that they can cast Fire Aga between them a total of 6 times. That's our important breakpoint, because that's what we use to kill Lich at the bottom of Earth Cave. Spoilers for a 30-year-old game. Sorry, everybody. You didn't know there's a second boss in Earth Cave.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought we defeated the Fiend of the Earth. That was what the vampire was, right? Right?
No.
Anyway, this is the Titan. Titans eat rubies.
They love rocks.
gonna go wander off and relax now that the grumbly tumbly syndrome is over.
Goes and brings that Star Ruby over to Star Ocean 3 for crafting purposes later. So yeah, we pop out on the other side here, and now we're on this little teeny tiny landmass here where there's a single cave where there lives a single sage and in just total isolation.
I mean, I think the sage has some friends floating around.
Nope.
Like, aren't there bats in that room over there? Or am I just misremembering?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either. There's even a treasure box in there. I never go in there.
Are you friends with bats?
Kiki.
I didn't know you spoke bat.
I'm very powerful. Incidentally, there is some interestingness with the way that FF1 Pixel Remaster has its overworld layout, where you can, in fact, run into some just starter area enemies. You run into the default encounter of a 5-pack of goblins. Running away is impossible right now.
Luck issue. What?
Well, if we did that bit already.
Did we?
Yeah, we've... For those of you keeping score at home, Demarine and I have done enough hanging out and running FF1 together.
No, I don't run it. You've been doing all the running.
Yeah, I've been doing the running. You are the commentator. It's a good life. You're wonderful.
I'm just here to shoot the breeze.
I love you.
I'm here to make fun of Final Fantasy 1, one of my favorite games of all time.
You know, fair. Sadly, we did not see any lesser tigers. As you may have noticed, enemies can drop consumables or other random things. We got a knife drop off an enemy earlier. But lesser tigers can drop X potions, which are incredibly useful and incredibly rare. If we get one, that is really good. If we don't see any, well, that's honestly expected.
Yeah, we're gonna grab 3 total full heal items through the game. We're gonna grab 1 X potion and a pair of elixirs. And we're really there for hit point usage because we need them specifically and only for one thing in this game. We need them to kill chaos. We need to keep our monk alive for a very long time, and so being able to heal up the monk to full health is really, really important.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, same game plan as before, spread out our spell charges a little bit, fight down these single enemies for their experience in gold. We do need another level. We need level 14.
Yeah, the goal is to hit 15.
Yep.
And are you kidding me with these poison procs?
You're out of antidotes, by the way.
Yep, I'm aware.
Having a good time now, aren't you? Just having a good time.
Because we're having a good time, having a good time.
Okay, so now we are hoping to find Cossetresses down here. Not you guys.
Yeah, if we don't see them on this floor, we can find them on the next floor.
Yeah, they're a little bit more common here. They're not common anywhere, but they're a little more common on this floor.
Mm-hmm.
There we go, spreading out our spell charges, getting Fyraga value here. Getting 1,000 experience, which is really good.
thinking about how I want to use my spells, because mummies do have sleep touch, so it's that, do you want to risk it? Do you not want to risk it? Bats will get in the way.
Please kill them before they poison our party members.
I have 11 ethers remaining. That's going to be important to keep track of.
We still need experience here, so we've got to take a couple more fights on the way.
And that's actually one of the interesting things about this version of FF1 compared to other ones. There aren't any real grind spots in this compared to, say, GBA, PSP, NES, where there are a couple of fixed encounters that we just take over and over and over again to grind up our levels.
Yeah, fixed encounters in particular in this game are either tied to treasure chests or to sprites on the map, which means that we are just... This is terrifying, actually.
Yeah.
We're gonna reset this fight and maybe try again later. But the big thing here is that we're gonna use the autosave because it'll take us right back to the stairs that we just transitioned over on floor, which is great. The major thing in particular here is just that we need to make sure that we continue gathering resources because, again, since those repeatable encounters don't exist, like, for example, if you've played a different version of Final Fantasy, the Evil Eye Grind is a thing that you do in other versions of Final Fantasy.
Birds.
Birds. Statue. That's one. We get to the important one, too. Statue 2. All right, we're good. As you can see now, you can see all those misses popping up when the fighter gets targeted. Or when the monk gets targeted. 4th floor birds, huh?
I mean, we got there. And an extra gold needle, too, which will hopefully not be useful, but is nice to have.
We hopefully will not need to think about. Ow.
And the other nice things about getting your party members petrified early is that because they don't take damage from single target effects or AoE effects, that really lightens the load of your healing items needed.
Yep. You are 1 encounter away from level, by the way.
Yep.
You're like 100 or some experience points away.
Which means I get to be choosy about which fight I take.
Goodbye, weird Pisco demons. We don't like you. What are we looking for? Like a double hill Gigas here? Bull Minotaur?
That'll work.
That single troll's fine.
Especially off a preempt.
Yeah, it'll just die.
Boop.
And there's level 15 right on time.
Yeah, this is worth also.
This is just worth taking. Mummies are great.
Yeah. Plus, immediately after this fight, we are going to be starting on the grind up to level 16. So, you know, any little bit we can do to jumpstart that.
So yeah, we ether up to make sure both of them have 3. We are going to potion up to full. We're going to take a quick save here. And here's our boy Lich. Jack Garland would try to punch this man in the face and fail miserably.
That's why we're using fire.
Good call. Strong. Notably, it takes 6 fire casts and 1 Thundara cast unless you've gotten good level ups on intelligence, where a cast may do over 200 damage if your intelligence is over the 30-point threshold. It is not, so we're gonna need 7 casts total to kill Lich here. Slow is great. We're hoping for melees on the fighters because obviously they don't take damage. Slow doesn't do anything to Black Mage damage, so that's great.
Perfect.
And this is a perfect and clean Lich fight where he does absolutely nothing of value and drops dead and just lets us through in 53 minutes and 25 seconds.
Wow.
cooking. This run is it's not like world record pace by any stretch, but this run is cooking for a marathon run for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Sub-hour is good. Sub-55 is great. Sub-50 is like we're talking about like world record type pacing, but
yeah.
53 is great.
Yeah, I will take that any day of the week.
Cooking. Lich gets cooked. He's on fire now.
Can we use that last tent we have?
It's, whatever. It's free spell charges.
Mm-hmm.
Free Fire Arc is back. More importantly, though, you'll see on the menu when we do pop into the menu that one of the crystals on the left side is lit up, because that is the goal, is to light the 4 crystals so that we can do whatever the game wants us to do. If we talk to everybody, we would know, but you just have to count on commentary to tell you what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
So we're walking back to our ship so we can sail to Crescent Lake, because if you go back and talk to Sarda, he tells you to go talk to the sages at the Circle of Sages in Crescent Lake. Walking over there is slow and annoying, so we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna do what we know what to do here.
Yeah, there aren't any like, oh, you have to talk to this person to unlock the conversation because you have to set a flag inside the game or whatever. Nah, this game is good in that if you know what you're doing, it'll just let you do it most of the time.
I mean, it could be like Final Fantasy II, where if you forget to get one of the keywords at the very start of the game, you can't finish the game.
God. Nice Buccaneer packs.
Multiple Buccaneer packs, huh? Big money, no whammies, I guess.
I mean, the other notable thing about the Lich fight was that we did get it first try, which is
great. It's wonderful. It's a rare treat. Yeah. You accept these gifts from the random number generator when they arrive.
It is important to point out, though, that it is a rare treat and a gift from the random number generator. I'm going to make a safety save here just because because we're moving over the overworld, we haven't done a screen transition in a little bit, and I don't want to have to sail all the way back from Earthcave.
Yeah, legit. That's a long hike.
Yeah.
Especially because you have no antidotes, by the way.
Yep. Luckily, we are on the track to Preemptive City.
It's a good track. We love preemptives.
Mm-hmm.
Makes the enemies die without them attacking us. Fighter no longer needs equipment. Fighter has all the equipment they need. They're petrified. Sure. 13,000 per spell is 26, so you're good.
Mm-hmm.
We have both gone into the shop and overbought on supplies because that happens, because you have to remember that 13,000 times 2 is 26,000, and we're going to do math live on Twitch.
Yeah, that 26,000 is seared into my soul.
You make that mistake once and you never forget. At least until the next time you forget.
True. And it's important to note, I did not make that mistake once. I made the mistake a couple of times.
Like all good speedrunners, I've messed up a lot. Mostly, we get the canoe here from the Circle of Sages, because there's a flag that says you have to kill Lich before you can get it, which is only important, really, in Randomizer. But the big thing here is that now that we have it, they tell us, go fight the Fiend of Fire in the volcano. And of course, we're like, no. We're like, that seems like a giant waste of time, Circle of Sages. How about we go get an airship instead? Because we know what's good. It's flying around.
I'm gonna do a quick spot heal there after I lost track of my charges.
You didn't instay, did you?
No, you never instay in Crescent.
It's too expensive and time-consuming.
Mm-hmm.
And you have ethers now.
Yeah, at this point, we aren't going to be using any camping gear or inns anymore at this point. It's just so much faster just to use consumables on your party.
So one of the annoying things in particular about this version actually comes up on the ocean, or on the river system here. It used to be in the older versions that there's a pretty severe split in terms, because there's North Rivers and South Rivers. And the South Rivers had lesser tier enemies, but you wouldn't run into Neochews, you wouldn't run into red Caribs or white alligators. These all exist in the lower river system now for some reason. So you can run into some pretty devastating encounters here if you're not prepared for it.
And even if you are prepared for it, a lot of the encounters here can just one-shot a Black Mage if they're feeling spicy.
Yeah, White Crocs do. White Crocs don't die easily to magic because they have a lot of hit points, and they can 3-hit a Black Mage for 200 damage.
It's gross.
Like I said, in older versions, not here. They don't exist. In this version, they're like, here. But yeah, Hydras can 3-hit. Actually, Hydras can 4-hit technically, but Ochus can 3-hit and poison. White Crocs can 3-hit and basically kill. Red Caribs are pretty healthy and pretty hard hitting for single hitters. But instead, here's Ice Cave. It's cold.
I wonder how it got its name.
Somebody very uncreative came in here, went, I'm not going any deeper in here because of the undead, I'll die. And then they left, and it was very wise of them because this place is crawling with the undead, it's crawling with Pisco demons. It's got all the classically bad enemies that you don't want to see in an RPG.
We, on the other hand, are very foolish and decided to go in anyway.
They told us we could get an airship. Do you know how important that is? Do you know how many airships there are in this world?
1.
You know who's gonna own it?
Us.
You know why we're gonna own it?
Because we got petrified.
That's bad. Hey,
Got away.
Hey, that extra gold needle you got.
Right. There it is. Not that I need to quick save, the stairs are right there, but, you know, better safe than sorry. GBA habits die hard.
Just mash it out. Dark Wizards are a little scary because they can cast Firaga on your party. They have low intelligence, so it does not kill in one shot, but it will make you have to go open the menu and heal, which is annoying.
Yeah, luckily in this version, they aren't guaranteed to open with it.
Also true.
But yeah, the upside of coming in here is that the enemies in here are worth a fair bit of experience for this stage of the game. So we are going to see a couple of levels as we go through and just take random encounters as we run into them.
Just gonna pile on that experience because we gotta get it somehow.
Yep. We gotta help train that monk to be able to punch chaos in the face.
Which he'll learn to do by being petrified. Which she'll learn by being petrified. She's a rock.
Yeah.
Normally, monk gets strong by hitting rock, not by being rock. I'm right, you know it.
I don't think... I feel like that would hurt your hands if you were hitting rocks.
But they're monks. Their hands are very powerful, and they have chi. Monks are powerful enough to break rocks with their bare hands. That's how that works.
But that's not a bear, that's a person.
Can't you get bare hands later?
No, you get cat claws in this game.
Oh, right.
And those are black mage weapons.
Wait, what?
Yeah, they're knives.
But they're what? Love, you said they're cat claws. They're for monks, clearly. Did you not play Final Fantasy V? Or Final Fantasy IV?
Or 6?
Or any of the other Final Fantasy games?
I've played several, but this game's weird.
This game is anachronistic.
No, it's just equipment rebel on the alignment chart. Nice level 18 on everyone.
Yep, we're gonna open the left and right chests for the ice shield and 9,500 gold.
I'm going to hold down the B button because I do not want to drop through that floor. I have done it before.
It's really embarrassing.
I get very sad.
And then your run dies. Well, not really, but...
Yeah. Well, any chance of getting a good time dies.
Because you have to loop all the way back around again.
Yep.
Normally, again, in other older versions of the game, we would go back and forth on this tile a bunch and fight the evil eye, but since they're bound to the actual leva stone itself and the floater stone, you can't fight it again, which is full of sadness for our hero.
But it does mean we get to take all these other wonderful encounters along the way as opposed to just running away from them.
There are many varying and interesting encounters in Final Fantasy 1.
Like this undead pack, and another undead pack, and other undead packs.
Hey, you forgot about other undead pack.
Oh, and birds.
I love birds.
Well, there you go.
But yeah, this is why, again, we've been constantly fighting things throughout the run, is because, again, since that encounter is bound up to a tile that has the item itself and not the tile that you walk on, well, here we are, doing our thing, fighting the good fight.
Hello, specters, my old friend.
They're not friends with anybody. They're the undead, love. How do you become friends with the undead?
Well, I mean, I don't think they're much of anything anymore.
Yeah, they're just ash on the ground.
But yeah, hit points are looking really good right now.
It's weird. What a weird feeling.
Right?
But yeah, this set of stairs actually takes you back outside, so if you don't... So if you're playing this casually and you don't know the maps, you can theoretically throw yourself back outside instead of getting the floater stone.
Which is just tragic.
Which is hilarious, but
True.
tragic. Now we're gonna run back along the river system here. See, look, Neo-Chews. We don't want to fight them. They're healthy. They're really chufty.
And they aren't even weak to thunder. They don't resist it, but they aren't weak to it.
Yeah, they're annoying. Here's the double red piranha white croc ambush, which if they fight, yep, 2 hits, 201. Easy damage, free pain for your team.
Yeah, if my team was a little less healthy, that's a one-shot.
Yeah, if we didn't roll so good on hit points this run.
Right?
Oh yeah, preemptive. That's a pile of experience. These are thankfully worth an absolute pile of resources, so we're happy to see them, even though they are very, very scary in terms of the output.
And we are 100% certain at this point that we've hit the 30th threshold that Damarin was talking about earlier, because that was packs were dying in one Thundaga.
Our black mages have become intelligent. They've gained more magic power. It's every 10 intelligence. There's no like other multipliers other than that. So, so it's time for an unskippable cutscene. You know what that means?
Random encounter first.
Other than random encounter first, it means one other thing too.
What?
Are we taking the airship to go pick up a white mage for the party? We could probably use them now that the fighter's not useful anymore.
Hey, love.
Yeah.
We're not playing the randomizer. There's no, like, recruitment.
Wait, so what you're saying is we're stuck with this rock in the front? And we can't get a white mage, the most useful class in Final Fantasy history?
Well, I mean, we have gold needles.
But adorable cat ear hood.
Not in this game. No cat ears.
No cat ears? Why?
I hear that boo from you, audience, and I agree.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, everybody. But, so no cat ears. We can't we can't, like, job change into white mage. There's no job system.
What we can do is say hi to dragons.
I like dragons.
Dragons are cool.
We're not actually going to talk to them. We're just going to take their stuff because they're holding out on us. Two of the full heals that we need from the game are in the Cardia Isles here. There's one elixir and there's the X potion. So we're gonna go to a different island. We're gonna grab the elixir. We're gonna grab this X potion. We're gonna grab some money because, heck, we're here. Let's just take their money too while we're at it.
Yeah, it's like 12K.
They're hoarding money. We're just gonna take the dragon's hoard and they're not gonna do anything about it. You know why? Because we're the heroes.
We are, in fact, the good guys.
And now we are going to start our second half of our adventure in the north end of the world. So, again, if we've been talking to NPCs, they talk about a shooting star that landed in the waterfall to the north of Onrak here. Of course, we know that it's not necessarily a shooting star, it's a robot.
But the important thing is, this is a good video game. There is stuff behind the waterfall, and we can go say hi.
What video game, like, I'd have to go look back, right? Like, this can't be the first video game where there's something behind a waterfall, right? Like,
it can't be. But also, like, it is an important metric for your video games. If you have a waterfall, is there something cool behind it?
Thinking about Shadowgate now, there was stuff behind the waterfall in Shadowgate. And that's older than this.
Well, there we go then. Look, waterfalls are just neat places to hide things.
Cool shades.
Does nothing for the Black Mage.
Yeah, it reduces your number of hits by 1 in this version, which doesn't really do anything to anybody, honestly.
Yeah. Does make you look cool.
They're cool shades, though. Can your Black Mage drop the Stunner Shades on your opponent? Maybe, maybe. Ow.
There's a reason I bought a pile of Phoenix down earlier.
Because your Black Mage's cannon will die.
Yes.
You're always a random Black Mage melee attack away from death.
Such is the nature of black magic.
But yeah, this is a place you can get petrified if you still needed to get petrified. We even ran into the Birds in Ice Cave, which is a rarity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Pyrolists are basically cockatrices, except they also have the Gaze attack, which is in just insta-death.
And take this cube to Tiamat in the Flying Fortress.
Cubes.
More importantly, though, we want some boxes in here.
We want all the boxes in here.
Yeah, the Wizard Staff is worth 40,000 gold. And the ribbon is the most important piece of gear in the game. So ribbons have 1 physical defense. They are abysmal as physical defense items. It's not why we care about them. Why we do care about them is that, much like in every other Final Fantasy game, it does give a ton of resistance. In this case, it gives resistance to every magic element in the game.
Which means we take half damage from any damage spell that has an element attached to it, and we basically get to ignore anything that inflicts status effects.
Yep. Ow. Right.
Playgolbs hit like trucks.
Yep. And as I'm sure that everybody knows, right, the elements in Final Fantasy, you've got fire, you've got ice,
right,
you've got lightning,
right,
we got death elemental.
Okay.
All right, we got time.
Right, you know, haste and slow.
We got earth.
Well, that's also poison.
Right, and then you've got status element.
You've got what?
Status element.
Yeah.
Makes sense, right?
For things like slow.
Right, status and element. Final Fantasy, everybody.
Yeah, this game has some really interesting design choices under the hood that are actually really neat.
But like, you know, when they tell you for the first time that the spell zap in the original Final Fantasy version is time elemental, you go, wait, what? And then they tell you it's resisted by, in particular, the black shirt. Like, wait, huh?
Yeah.
or my favorite, which is in the original Final Fantasy. What element is Death Touch from Sorcerers? That's right. It doesn't have one.
It will hit you through ribbons if it so desires.
But yeah, so now that we've got the cube, we're gonna make a quick stop over here. This is the Desert Oasis. You really wouldn't know it's here unless you talk to people, because it's just a weird looking desert. But the caravan here sells us the bottled ferry, which we end up needing to go and taking to Onrak to go get an item. We're also going to buy Giant's Tonics and Speed Drinks, which are items that are specifically in the later versions of Final Fantasy. Giant's Tonics are going to be exceedingly important because what they do is they increase the maximum hit points of the target by 200 per use. We buy 3 of them. Notably, this is for Chaos. Basically, we want our black belt to have as much health as possible. We're hoping that the black belt gets to 399 or more health throughout the run of the game. It doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah, like you usually expect the black belt to be at about 300 going into Chaos, but at this point, who knows?
Who knows? 350 would be really cool, actually. But the idea being that we are going to buff up the black belt's health first before we do anything else in that fight, and we'll talk about that when we get there. We also buy Speed Drinks. Speed Drinks increase your hit rate by 2 per use, which of course means on the monk it actually increases it by 4. So it is actually an exceedingly powerful buff because it then multiplies the effects of later tempers by an even greater amount. The other thing that we're going to go in here is we are going to buy 3 Protect Rings for 16,000 apiece. This is one of the best pieces of armor in the game in the hand slot for a non-fighter because it's 8 defense. It also gives death protection. The ribbon also covers against Death Elemental, so it's a little less relevant, but you know, you get what you get. We're gonna bulk up, we're gonna load up on ethers, we're gonna grab an extra Phoenix down, we're gonna load up on high potions so we have more healing than we know what to do with. We're going to obsolete the white mage. I'm so sad. Can't believe that you're obsoleting me.
Look, if they sold, you know, one-time use spellcast items, we'd probably not take black mages either, so.
White mage deprecated.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
But I love this game.
Yeah, this game's so good.
Game rules, this game's so good. Look, it's a fairy. We love the fairy. Bye, fairy friend. This gives us access to the Shrine of the Sea because now we can breathe underwater, and this is important because that's our next destination.
The airship theme in this is so good.
It is a banger. A banger upon which other bangers in the future were built. What's your favorite airship theme? And why is it Ride on Ragnarok?
You know, that's fair. So, I was thinking the Blackjack.
Also a good one. I just like Final Fantasy VIII.
You know, that's fair. I should go back and play FF8 again. I haven't touched that game in a while.
Searching for Friends is technically not an airship theme, but I still adore it more than anything. So it doesn't really count. It's kind of cheating.
Yeah.
That's why I don't feel bad about going with Ride on Ragnarok. But yeah, we're now in Sea Shrine. Sea Shrine, we have 2 objectives in Sea Shrine. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the right, and the right takes us up to the top of Sea Shrine, where there'll be a bunch of mermaids who are... They're holding out on us, love. They've got the things that we need to save the world. So you know what we're going to do?
Take exactly 2 of the boxes.
We're going to steal exactly what we need and nothing more because that's time-consuming.
Yep.
All right, we're going to grab a diamond armlet here, which is the best piece of armor that we can get for our... Well, it'll be for our monk, not our black mages, because our monk is what's going to need the protection in the late game. And we're going to grab the Rosetta Stone because, you know...
Key item.
Because they don't have the Duolingual owl yet in this world. It's going to teach you Lefinian love, and you're going to learn it, and you're not going to get a choice in the matter.
Lupa Lupa Lu Lupapa.
Wait, you do Lefinian and that?
Look,
what?
I'm multi-talented.
Unfair. Only used to be common.
Anyway, I'm going to take the moment to do a bit of equipping here because some runners like to equip the diamond armlet to a black mage through here. I just like putting it on the monk so I don't have to remember to move it over later. Technically a little riskier to do this, but it's easier on my brain.
What's a little risk in a speedrun anyway? You autosave every floor. How bad could it be?
Right?
You're getting no good encounters here, though.
Yeah, the white sharks are worth an absolute pile of golden experience, but the issue is you can't one-shot them.
Yeah, they survive a single Thundaga, so you need to hit them twice.
Yeah, most other enemies in this dungeon do go down to one shot, which is why you saw me take the sea troll, the sea scorpion, and try and take the water elementals.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of flip toggling of auto battle as well, just because you find ghosts, and ghosts are undead, so they're weak to fire. Water elementals are weak to ice. Most of these sea monsters are weak to lightning magic, so you end up having to swap around a lot to maintain maximum damage on enemies, which also means that you are constantly turning on and off your auto battle as trying to optimize your auto battle timings as much as possible here.
Yeah, and the other thing to pay attention to is that, you know, the elemental damage type of the water floor is, oh god, that is so much physical damage, what the heck?
Yeah, it is beat you down pretty much, so.
So there will be a number of times where I'm just like, welp, I took half my health, I'd better heal up so that I don't die the next encounter.
That floor is scary town. We hate it.
Chomp.
Failed to run. Failed to run again.
Yep. I think my luck's finally running out.
No, if it were running out, you'd have left the encounter on the first try.
I love you so much.
You asked me to be here.
True. And I'd do it again.
This pack is like probably the worst encounter pack in terms of like experience and gold output here, but you know, we're living the life at this point.
Yeah.
All experience is good experience.
It goes down in one hit, might as well just, you know, take it while it's here.
Yep, we are gonna make the most important stop here. There's 2 items we want from this floor, but we're gonna hang a hard left here first and head on down to this room. We are gonna catch 1 encounter from the box itself, and then we are going to get the Giant's Gloves, which are incredibly, incredibly important for the sanctity of this speedrun. What they do is they cast the Saber spell, which, let's go back to D&D for a second, right? You know that mages get a spell in D&D that increases their own physical attack power, right? They can't cast on anybody else but themselves. Giant's Gloves give us the ability to let anybody cast the spell on themselves. You know who wants to hit real hard?
Chaos.
Other than Chaos.
Well, I mean the monk.
No, the white mage. You got it wrong. I can't believe you got that wrong.
Well, yeah, that's why you give the white mage the Masamune, the sword that anyone can use.
Well, yeah, more importantly, is we need the monk to hit as hard as possible, so we want the monk to join in on buffing itself. In theory, you can like use speed drinks or power drinks. I've actually had to do that as a backup because I actually had to tell somebody that because they accidentally sold their Giant's Gloves. It was very funny. It was awful, but it was very funny. So they end up having to like go buy more drinks because you can't come back and get them. They're unique. But you want the monk to also help out with buffing themselves on the early turns of the fiend fights in the later game because, you know, you want to get your buffs up as fast as possible. You can start attacking. This is ribbon number 2, which we're going to grab here. We're not going to talk to that NPC sprite because we don't need to fight the enemy there. It's not protecting anything of import anyway, so we don't care. We're just going to leave.
Yeah, like, it's ironic that the most powerful piece of equipment in that room is right there in the open when there's supposed to be this encounter tile protecting it.
It's just sort of sitting there. It's like, you want the ribbon? Yeah, go take it.
Yeah.
You want some extra money? Fight me. No, I'm gonna take the ribbon and leave. Lobsters.
No, sea scorpions.
No, they're lobsters. They'll always be lobsters in my heart.
True.
The worst name change in Final Fantasy history. Sorry, everybody. Square Enix devs, I appreciate all the work that you do, and I love the Final Fantasy games, and I will love the Final Fantasy games forever. But y'all made a big mistake naming them sea scorpions. You could have just gone with lobsters. Team Lobster live on forever.
Amen. I hope y'all are really getting, you know, maximum enjoyment out of the opening bit of the battle theme.
They did a good job with it.
Right?
The remix music and all the pixel remasters is actually very good. Except for Final Fantasy VI, where childhood nostalgia will always win out.
Fair.
Right, here's Kraken. Kraken is interesting in that Kraken does not have any AoE abilities at all that do damage. Kraken can spam Ink, which just gives you cool shades, which we love to see, or it can melee attack for immense amounts of damage, which we don't want to see. Although if they're punching the fighter or the monk, we actually don't care, and we're happy to see that too. Kraken is one of the safest fiend fights in the game, possibly the safest fiend fight in the game, and will drop dead to half a dozen Thundagas. Also, since we have ribbons, we can't even get cool shades anymore.
Easy.
No cool shades, just death for Kraken. Goodbye, Squid Friend. I'm sure we'll never see you again.
Yep. And here's rock number 2.
Yay, go Water Crystal.
And now, of course, time to do the most important thing and the easiest to forget in the speedrun, which is we're going to go translate that slab.
Yeah, we got to go make some stops in the Southern Continent. We got to make we're going to make 3 stops in the Southern Continent at this point.
Yeah, so we're just going to sweep through all of them. We have to go pick up the translation for the slab. We'll also pick up another silver bracelet while we're in town, just because, you know, we're there. Might as well get that Black Mage a little bit of survivability.
Marathon safety.
Woo! We are going to go back to Elfland because you'll notice we have a level 1 spell, a level 2 spell, a level 3 spell, a level 5 spell, a level 6 spell, and 1 copy of the level 7 spell, Blizzaga. You don't need 2 of it. It really only matters on water elementals. But we don't have a level 4 spell yet. So what level 4 spell are we going to get, Love?
Blizzara?
Nope.
Heal 2.
That's white magic. That's your domain.
I love white magic.
Yeah, but I don't have a white mage.
Are we getting life magic? That's level 5.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah, I know you were. I'm going to get there first, though, because it's funnier that way.
You know what? Fair.
No, we're going to go get the most important spell of them all, the most powerful spell in the game. Truly a spell without peer in Final Fantasy 1.
Do you like buffs that say double your damage?
I do love doing double damage. That's like twice as much damage as I was doing before.
Mm-hmm.
Like if number go up, that makes number go up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
If Blotcher taught me anything, multiplier is the most important thing that you need to be able to get your hands on in that game.
I mean, you also need chips.
We're doing Final Fantasy, though. I need to stop before we end up in...
Yeah, we did that shtick already?
We did do that bit last time, didn't we?
You know, shout-outs to the recent Frame Fatales run that we took part in.
It's good. That was a good race. You won, didn't you?
Yeah, which is
amazing.
Wild.
Are you the best Final Fantasy racer in the world? No.
Not even close.
Not even close. But, you know, did you win the Frame Fatales race? Yes.
Yeah, Dub City.
But yes, haste, what it does is it doubles the amount of hits that a fighter-type unit gets. This stacks with things like speed drinks, which makes your monk's damage go absolutely through the roof, and that's going to be super, super important in the late game, which we're closing in on. We're sort of at the end of the mid-game now. We're coming back here because we're already in the southern continent, so we're just like, oh, we might as well stop and kill Carrie while we're here because, you know, she needs to die anyway. Actually, she's Marilith in this version, but whatever. Either way, she needs to die. We need to let her crystal down here, so.
Yeah. If you watch other speedruns of this, a lot of runners prefer to do this after taking care of Tiamat. It's a Radig choice that is probably a little suboptimal here, but it is comfortable and straightforward, especially because we needed to stop here to pick up haste anyway.
I feel like there's not much of a difference anyhow.
Yeah, like, if there is a difference, it is exceptionally minimal.
Either way, we're here now. We're clearing up the southern continent. This is our last stop here. And after this, we go up to Lafine. We use our newfound power of speaking Elven to get the chime, which we need to open Mirage Tower. And then we're going to go to Mirage Tower. We're going to do the most important thing in the game, which is, you know, there's going to be some chanting involved. So, hey, audience, I hope you're ready to do some chanting in a little bit. And then we're going to go and finish the game.
I'm going to take the moment to just heal the Black Mages up here. We're walking on the lava tiles because you can't get encounters while you're stepping on them.
Yep, it does increase your step count towards an encounter in this version in particular. So when you step off of the lava, most of the time you will then catch an encounter right afterwards, which is pretty normal. In other versions, it actually was that the lava did not increase your threat value either, which involves the PSP run has something called Perfect Volcano, where with a little bit of luck, you actually can go into Volcano and get 0 encounters in the entirety of Volcano on your way down to the end.
It's wild. Anyway.
Anyhow. It's monk time. So now we are going to change strategy on boss fights here, and now the strategy is to give the monk as much power as we can, as fast as we can. And this is where the Giant's Gloves come into play. So we're going to go down, we're going to hit the Giant's Gloves, we're going to cast Haste, we're going to cast Temper. Marilith knows Spyro, which is annoying at this juncture. As you can see, Ribbons make it do like 45 damage to the Black Mages, which is fine. We also have High Potions, which we can throw at the monk for safety if necessary. But we're going to hit another round of Giant's Gloves. We're going to hit 1 hit of High Potion here to make sure that the monk doesn't go down to the damage after the second Fyra. So good timing on that. And now we're going to start swinging for the fences. She is very AoE happy today.
Yep.
She just wants to be a nuisance, and then you just walk up and take her 1,800 hit points and go, yeah, this is pretty easy, and then you punch her and she dies.
Yeah, she only has 1,400.
Yeah.
So it's always nice to, you know.
All right, Kraken's got 1,800. Either way, Suplex City. Wait, wrong game. I'm sorry, everybody. We do not suplex the train in this game. I apologize.
There are no trains in this game. They haven't been invented yet.
But there's like an entire tower in space. How did they not invent trains? We have an airship. How are there no trains? Do they not believe in mass transit? Do they at least have a bus between Elfland and Corneria? Like a ferry, maybe, like a sea tram or something?
Probably. I don't know. We can't ride it.
Do they not believe in mass transit? Oh, this world sucks. Maybe I should reconsider how much I love this game. They don't have mass transit.
Well, I mean, you know, we'll probably bring mass transit back when we light the crystals. Oh. Anyway, I should heal up real quick.
You should probably top up, yeah.
Especially on spell charges.
As you can see, we're now just churning through ethers 3 and 4 and 5 at a time. No problem, easy. Just let it rip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we also have enough spell charges that we don't have to use them like every other encounter either.
Now, yeah, here's Lafine, the last town at the edge of this part of the world here. If you do not translate the slab, all that the elves will say to you is Lupa Lupa, and then you have to deal with the embarrassment of having realized that you forgot to go and translate your slab.
I've never done that on the GDQ channel before. Ha 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 ha.
I was there.
Of course you were. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting up the timing before I take the auto run off to queue up what my choices are going to be. Interestingly, as a nice benefit, in this game, if you get ambushed, if you see 5 or more enemies, they won't all attack you.
Can be a little annoying for toggling down your auto battles, so sometimes you'll see Leggy flicking it on and off in those situations to try and make sure that she does maximize the amount of time she's in auto battle to save the auto battle time, but in exchange that she doesn't accidentally roll into her commands afterwards. Holy heck, a Tyrannosaur. Goodbye, friend. One of the rarest NES encounters. We're just gonna walk away.
Heal up real quick, and Mirage Tower time.
All right, everybody. So I mentioned that there will be a little bit of chanting that needs to be done. So after Mirage Tower is Sky Tower. Mirage Tower is 3 floors, and Sky Tower is 5. The 5th floor of Sky Tower is lovingly known as the Bridge of Destiny. In this particular version, we are going to get 2 total encounters on that floor. And it is the one place in the game where you can run into the rarest encounter in Final Fantasy I. We can run into the nuclear robot War Mech. They invented a nuclear robot. How do they not have trains? Wait, no, I'm explaining. I'm gonna go back to explaining. You keep fighting enemies. So the important thing here is that War Mech is rare, and we've only seen it once. We saw it at RPG Limit Break, and it was the coolest thing ever. So what we're gonna need to do is once we get to the 4th floor, which is the Endless Maze, and once we get there, anybody who's in this room, I'm gonna need your help by chanting War Mech's name repeatedly in hopes of summoning the robot to the screen, because it'll be really exciting and it'll make us all very happy. Well, except for you, because you'll probably die.
I mean, that's what autosave is for.
That's what autosave is for. So just when we get there, the hope is that we can get a little bit of help chanting for War Mech and bringing the robot to the forefront so that we can get excited and all of that good stuff and see one of the rarest things in Final Fantasy. There's a trophy for encountering every enemy in Final Fantasy on the Steam version. That does include War Mech, which oftentimes involves running back and forth on the Bridge of Destiny for many, many minutes, because boy, does War Mech not want to show up to party.
But in the meantime, we've got a blue dragon to fight. We've got a 3rd and final ribbon to pick up.
Yep. And no matter what happens on the 5th floor, there is a dragon that needs to be fought, unfortunately. I'm rooting for the dragon.
Rude.
Look, you didn't take a white mage. The white mage union is against you now.
You're right here, love.
I am.
I did take a white mage. You're sitting next to me.
Wait, does this count?
Yes. At least that's what I said on my paperwork.
Can't believe that you would lie to the white mage union like this.
I wasn't lying. I was just making sure that, you know, I stated exactly the facts I needed to get a white mage.
Fine, fine. But I'm gonna lodge an official complaint later.
Fair.
Here's the last ribbon.
There you go.
Thunk.
Thwack. All right, coming up is floor 3 of Sky Palace. Or the Floating Fortress, excuse me.
I don't know, it's got a lot of names. The names have changed over the years.
I still like Sky Cave.
Sky Cave's a good one.
It's a classic.
The clouds are underneath us, as you can see here.
In the original version, this was actually in space.
Yep. But yeah, there is a bunch of treasure chests on this floor, and we don't need any of them. All right, well, it is about that time to start thinking about War Mech.
You want to get the chat going?
I guess it's time for War Mech, right? Need your help, love.
War Mech, War Mech, War Mech, War Mech, Warmack.
Well,
I need to.
you need to concentrate on killing robots, don't you?
You need to keep concentrating on chanting.
I only cast white magic spells. I can't summon. That's why we need everybody else to do it. I'm tired. I'm trying to do commentary.
Fair.
Death touched.
Woo!
All right, here comes Warmack, right? We have 2 chances here, so
We're going to revive first.
we're going to revive it just in case. We are hoping for Warmack. Come on, Warmack, do it. Do it for us. Do it for GDQ. It's block fly on that. It's an ambush, too. They have poison touch.
I guess. Thundaga doesn't get there. Huh.
Yeah, you're not on Firaga. They're weak to fire.
Yeah. No, I knew they were weak to fire. I missed my timing on moving over.
Fair.
Was hoping.
Was praying. They're with a lot of experience.
There's my antidotes.
All right, here we go. Second encounter. No second encounter? Holy heck. I
That
feel...
happens sometimes. We are going to change it up now because now feels like a good time to do it.
Yep, so again, noting that this reduces the chance of the black belt getting directly targeted by a single target effect, so we put the black belt in the back. We offer up a black mage as an offering at this point in time. And the fighter is still up in front and is still a statue. Tiamat is exceedingly powerful and has a lot of different AoE abilities that do lots and lots of damage. Blaze is a good one. Poison gas hurts a lot. What we're really looking for, Thunderbolt also hurts a ton. We're just hoping that Tiamat decides to fight the fighter. There we go. Those are all free turns. Anytime a boss decides to just try to fight down on the rock at the top there, that's just free turns, and we love free turns. You know why we love free turns? Because we know the help we can get. Ice Storm hurts like heck, but ribbons help a lot. We're gonna keep hitting these tempers now. We're not far from killing Tiamat here, thankfully. Thunderbolt's the most powerful spell that she's got, but she does drop, which this is kind of what you expect in this fight, is that your black mages die, but they die valiantly throwing high potions and tempers at your black belt so that your monk gets the job done.
340 hit points on the black belt, by the way.
Let's go.
It's actually really good.
Yeah, that means you're gonna probably be at like 350 plus for the ending.
Yeah.
All right, 4 fiends down, 4 crystals lit. There's only one thing left to do now.
Kill Chaos.
You're gonna tell me there's a time loop, aren't you?
Hey, love.
Yeah?
I don't know how to explain this to you, but there's a time loop going on.
Yeah, no, I made the joke at the start of the run because there's a time loop. Why would I not make a time loop joke about a time loop earlier in the run when we don't know about the time loop yet?
Well, no, you should have made the time loop joke now and then made it earlier in the run. Then it would have really been a time loop.
I could have made the time loop joke when we actually got back to Temple of Fiends. But the first time was Temple of Fiends Revisited because we revisited it the first time, not the second time. Then time is backwards. Then we have a Gordian Knot of time. Time's all tied up.
Sorry, I lost track of the metaphysics.
It's like wibbly wobbly.
No, I'm the doctor.
Oh, right, shoot. I'm not a doctor, everybody.
You're a white mage.
More of a nurse. Weird cleric. I have a hammer, which I am allowed to use on enemies of the White Mage Union.
Fair. And noted.
Don't worry, they took away my real one. I have a squeaky one now. It's fine. It's all like squeak squeak when I hit people.
Is your hammer a mouse?
Yes.
You know what? Fair.
So here is Temple of Fiends Revisited, or this is the Chaos Shrine. We're now at 2,000 years in the past. We're here to close a time loop and save the world. Importantly, this area splits really neatly into 2 areas. The first area is high-powered enemies, end-game enemies that are, you know, that you either have encountered in, like, Sky or have not yet encountered, like, for example, purple worms. The second half is the elemental floors, where we go through each floor in sequence: earth, fire, water, and air, followed finally by Chaos's floor at the very, very end. the big thing about this particular part of the game is that we can stack up a pile of experience if we really want to. We don't need to. Like, we are pretty good on experience here. Like, a lot of this is just that killing encounters with Firaga is fast, and so we are saving ourselves a lot of effort here. Again, with the intent of trying to get out of encounters in exactly one turn whenever possible. Like, Firaga will completely kill that particular pack. Blizzaga completely kills green dragons in one shot. But we're gassed, so, you know. All right, here's Death Eye. This is Phantom in older versions. It's weak against Firaga. It is exceedingly resistant to physical attacks, so our black belt is just going to defend. Interestingly enough, of course, this encounter in particular is worth 1 gold and 1 experience. It's terrifyingly bad. But we run over to this right box, we hit the elixir, and then Princess Sarah gave us a loot all the way back at the start of the run, like 5 minutes in. We didn't mention it, but it's really important because you needed to remove this particular plate. If you try to leave the room at the very beginning of the game, she stops you and goes, no, hey, I really need to give you this.
Yep.
In older versions, she doesn't do that. You can just leave it behind in the NES version. And then you get to this point of the game and there's a plate on the ground, you go, what am I supposed to do? And then it's awful.
Yeah, that's where you know, bust out your friendly neighborhood Nintendo power or whatever.
And then you have to reset because you don't have a white mage, so you can't cast Exit.
I mean, if you have a black mage, you can cast Warp.
I don't like this. I feel like my territory is getting horned in on again. What do I bring to the table then? Am I important at all?
You bring killer commentary.
You know, fair. And I guess I'm gonna buy you dinner later.
Fair.
I'll charge the White Mage Union. They'll expense it, it'll be fine.
Let's go team.
Go team. All right, so this is the end of the regular floors.
Yeah, 1 more to go.
Coming up, yeah, 1 more. Ready to go to the right to left room here.
Yeah, you know this room.
Yeah, I do. This room was not a problem for me at all, though.
Fair.
This room didn't mean a thing to me.
Do you want to tell the story?
I'll tell the story. So I am, Stella and I are both part of a stream team called the RPG Valkyries. We're a fem-leaning and fem speedrunning team that primarily focuses on RPGs. Well before I was a part of the team in the year 2018, I was running PSP with a friend of mine, my friend Sonny Rath. And what ends up happening is that I have an awful run. I have my worst run of this game literally ever. Like, I'm dying in places I've never died before. The run is going terribly. And Sonny's run's going swimmingly. He's churning through the game without a problem. And he gets to this particular floor at this particular part of the game, and he gets ambushed by white dragons. White dragons know Ice Storm. And he gets Ice Stormed enough times that he party wipes. PSP doesn't autosave. So I'm sitting there like, I've given up on my run, and I'm like slow running through the second half of the game, and he goes, hey Demi, I died in Temple of Fiends. My last save was at Ice Cave. He lost the entire second half of his run, and I ended up finishing first. My stream team, the RPG Valkyries, have very jokingly soft-banned me from running Final Fantasy I in any of our marathons at this point. It's just not allowed anymore.
Yeah, it's my job.
Yeah, but you safety save and play in the version that has autosaves in it.
True.
I'm a little less risk-averse, apparently, or something. All right, so Fiend refights. There's 4 of them. This one's probably the worst of the 4. In particular, Lich does know Flare, which can do a ruinous amount of damage to the party. Also knows a bunch of instant death magic, which doesn't do anything through our ribbons, which is great, and has the ability to melee the fighter, which of course always makes us happy. Hey, look, Flare, everybody. But our black mages have so much health that they survive.
Which is wild.
Oh, that black mage gets cut down under Lich's claws.
Yeah, if Lich is mailing you and you're falling, you're in a fascinating spot with your hit points.
You're in a world of hurt. But yeah, we're gonna keep tempering and keep fighting here. We're gonna hope that Lich keeps doing that while we have removed Lich from the equation with only 1 death.
Yeah, that's really good.
Really good, actually. Normally it's 2. Sometimes it's 3 and you have to reset because Lich is terrifying. All right, reloading everybody's health and everything. Now here's the fire floor. Fire floor is probably the least scary of the floors overall. The encounters here are not very strong. We probably just run from all of them because there's, you know, okay, Red Dragons are worth good experience if we Blizzaga them, but we're not really, like, expecting to.
Yeah, and, like, I like queuing up the Blizzaga just because, like, if we fail to flee...
You'll one-shot anything on this floor with it.
Exactly.
Yep. Marilith is not particularly scary. Doesn't do much more than the original version. Her physical attacks are real heavy hitting now. She knows Firaga now too, but that's really it. I think she also actually adds an instant. She also adds, I think, a piece of instant death magic to her repertoire, which is actually better for us. But there's Firaga, but again, resisted by ribbons, so it hits for like 100, which is fine.
Yeah, the one thing we're worried about on this particular fight is if that melee decides to not hit the fighter.
Yeah, if it tags the monk, it's problematic, exceedingly problematic. Even with the diamond armlet, the monk can get one shot. Yeah, she had cast death, that's right. I remembered. See, I'm a good commentator, I remember these things.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, we're gonna defend now. We don't need to buff the monk anymore. Jeez, nice crit. All right, that's Marilith. So that's 2 fiends down. Kraken is exceedingly unscary again. The big thing again is if Kraken decides to melee the monk will die. Like, not might die, might have a chance to survive. Like, we're talking take 600 to 700 hit points of damage through the diamond armlet dead.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Otherwise, adds Thundara. Yeah, literally Lightning 2, the second tier lightning magic to his repertoire.
The one we bought all the way 10 minutes into this game.
It is exceedingly unscary, and it's fine. He also spams Ink, which is fine. He can melee the fighter, which is fine. But as long as he doesn't punch the monk, you're generally going to be pretty okay with things.
I remember one of the first times you were doing commentary for this run.
Yep.
And in the original versions of this game, basically every other one, they have the Fiend refights as just a random tile you walk over as you progress down in that hallway. And you had a moment when I just...
zipped on by, and I'm just like, oh no, you're gonna run into Kraken without healing, what are you doing? And then nothing happened. I'm like, all right, it's an orb.
Yeah.
I felt very silly.
I just like how we've done this enough that we have stories about doing this game together.
Stories on top of stories. That was a little frightening for a moment.
Yep.
See that melee attack go out, like, please don't kill my monk. She's doing work right now. She's busy. They tried to get a clause in their union contract that fiends would not punch monks, but the fiends did not go for it.
Can't imagine why.
Union busting. Terrifying. Awful.
If I was feeling a little bit behind the curve, that would have been an incredible encounter to pick up.
But we're not. We're actually, like, doing really well.
Right?
Here's Tiamat.
Actually less scary than Tiamat 1.
Yeah. Oop, wow. Exacted +1.
And that's fine because we have the second Black Mage to cast haste now. Just means we're going to need to buff up a little bit more before we start punching.
Yeah. Tiamat adds a bunch of level 2 spells to her repertoire, which are less scary. Thunderbolt's still kind of the worst. She also can cast Scourge, which she didn't do in the first fight, which is an instant kill, which we also just don't care about.
As one might expect, now's about the time I start throwing out a high potion.
Yep.
Do one more. Get that monk all the way topped up.
Better safe.
And one more swing should do it.
All right. So the 4 fiends look pretty easy. Pretty straightforward, not any big problems.
Yep.
We're gonna get one encounter on the chaos floor, and then we're gonna go into Chaos's room. We're gonna fight Chaos. This run has a bit of a nickname in the speedrunning, in the Final Fantasy I speedrunning community. It's got a bit of a reputation.
Yep.
Not a good reputation. This run is lovingly known, I guess I use the term lovingly pretty loosely here. Lovingly known as the Chaos Casino. So, do you like gambling? Do you like rolling the dice? Then this speedrun might be for you. You've now been at this for a little bit over an hour and 54 minutes. You're making great time. Everything is good. Chaos has a spell list that can absolutely ruin your party. Can cast Flare on turn 1, can melee your monk, can do a lot of really disturbing things that just kill your party and start the fight over. The big thing is we need to get 3 Giant's Tonics out on the monk on turn 1, and on turn 2 we need to hit an elixir on the monk to heal it to full. We also need to start buffing the monk as a part of this process, so hopefully our black belts will survive, or our black mages will survive a couple of turns in order to start buffing the monk. This is an optimal turn 1. Now we're gonna stop, we're gonna go ahead and turn over to Temper, Haste, and we are going to throw an X Potion directly there. This is frightening. Haste on Chaos means that Chaos now hits twice, and Chaos is an absolute monster. Chaos can crit for over 1,000 damage. That 947 hit points, nothing safe. But we need to start buffing up here. Didn't die. Are still alive. Not by much. So we are gonna have to crack another full heal here. Do you survive this? No. Chaos takes his pound of flesh here, and you are going to be loading your autosave, or your quick save.
Yep. It is worth noting that I was very close to PB pace.
You were right there, weren't you?
Yep.
You were running a 158 pace there.
Probably even a 157 on a cooperative chaos. My PB's a 156.
Terrible. Just awful.
But, you know.
Chaos takes. Your last run, you were on like 208 pace coming into Chaos. You one-shot Chaos, you were at 208.
Right?
Didn't matter.
Game knows.
Game knows. Going too fast. Yeah, this is not a good start.
Yeah, but if we get lucky, it's recoverable.
That's fine, actually. You still need to get the haste up is the problem.
Yeah, if it had been the other black mage who got punched out, I'd feel a lot safer here.
There, right?
You know what? That's
fine. You're alive.
We got the haste up.
You get to play risky here, maybe too.
Yep.
Nice. We need to do 20,000 damage, by the way. Just so everyone's aware, the amount of damage we need to post on this fight is pretty ridiculous.
Tiamat, for context, has 5,500.
Okay. This is... Kiraja is great, because we haven't done any damage yet. Can cast Kiraja, healing for 10,000.
I'm gonna push one more.
All right.
And after this, I'm gonna heal.
Okay. Okay. Is it time?
No.
No. All right.
One more.
Good haste. Rehasting doesn't do anything, so that's fine. All right. 5,000. Oh, geez. Oh, no.
That's chaos.
Oh, no. Chaos just decided to kill you.
Yeah.
Chaos is like 3 swings away. No problem. I got you, fam. And the fight's over. Just dead.
Yep.
Melee swing for 800, and then, yeah.
And that's why haste is so terrifying. 800 is an expected amount of damage, but I've seen Chaos hit for 4 digits before. Your HP caps out at 999.
Yeah, it's wholly, your HP tool is wholly irrelevant to a Chaos melee at that point. This is a reset.
Yep.
Flare on turn 1 just does 400 damage to everybody. It's just a reset.
Yeah, and this is why this is a 215 estimate.
Because Chaos can kill you 6 or 7 or 8 times. It is awful. Hey, remember when you were in sub 2 pace? I'm in trouble now. I'm in so much trouble. I'm sleeping on the couch tonight, aren't I?
Yeah, da 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 da. Ba ba da 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 dum.
Once more with feeling.
I don't know why the Bop on Battlefield always sounds like shenanigans to my brain, but it does.
It's fair. There we go. This is much better.
Yep.
We're not dead.
Survivable, all that matters. Speed drink, thank you.
Ouch.
Yep.
Come on, Chaos, just chill for a second here. Can you just relax for like 2 minutes, my friend?
Sadly, no. No, he cannot.
Does he have no chill whatsoever?
0 chill. Negative chill, even.
2000. Get stuck in a time loop and you lose all your chill? Seems awful. Chaos is less stuck in the time loop and more I created a time loop because I thought it would be funny.
Is he doing it for the bit?
I think he's doing it for the bit. I respect that.
You know, fair.
Not the worst, but not the best.
Definitely the terrifying.
Okay, good. All right, well, we actually get to start the fight now. We actually get to turn 3. Fine.
Yeah, not even gonna do anything.
The buffs come out. That's ideal. That's a miss because slowing a black mage doesn't do anything.
Yep. Slowra can hit
the
monk.
And it's because it is non-elemental. It actually pierces ribbon. It's really annoying. Well, that's the end of your black mages. Their day is done.
Yep. I am gonna go ahead and hit the elixir here.
That's fair. Do need a little bit of buffing now still. Not as much as last time though. Oh no.
That is bad. Oh well.
Oh well. Better let it, you gotta have to let it rip a little earlier, I guess.
Do one more.
One more, and then
we're just gonna let it rip.
Just let it go. Please be doing at least 3,000 damage. This is fine.
Okay.
Blaze is good. Time is on last hit, by the way.
Yep.
35. Oh no, 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 don't, no. Oh God. Chaos, why? Why must you do this?
At least in the most recent update, that last hit is way more noticeable than it has been in the past.
This is very true.
Like,
I shouldn't
the
say
first
anything.
the first time I ran this after the patch, I'm like, wait, no, that sounds so much different.
It
was wild.
Much cleaner.
Yeah.
Hopefully everyone will get to hear it.
I'm hoping.
I'm hoping. I'm feeling it in my heart. All right, this is fine.
Yep.
It hurts, but it's not lethal.
Yeah, especially with all the hit points we have floating around. That's not good.
That's not good.
Yeah, that's a reset.
be like Nikki at RPG Limit Break, where she was on pace for a one-shot kill on Chaos, and on the very last turn gets meleeed for her entire life pool.
Yeah, I know. Chaos can do whatever Chaos wants. He's chaotic like that.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, basically, the first goal is just hope that you get to turn 3.
Yep. That's fine, actually.
That's functionally workable here. That's not.
Yeah, that's a reset.
Come on, man. Chaos, relax. Just melee the fighter for a couple minutes.
Right?
He's adorable. Like she's up there, she's just sitting there. There's a brick. Just hit the brick.
If it sucks, hit the brick.
I mean, clearly Chaos doesn't subscribe to that at all.
Okay, again, we can work with this if we get lucky. And we do this time.
All right.
We're just kind of off cycle a little bit, but we're still, you know, hasted up.
Moisturized in our lane.
A little bothered, but we do what we can.
All right.
We do have the 2 full heals still.
Yep.
So we can just sit here, chill.
Jam some buffs.
Yep. Cass is like, oh, you're jamming buffs? I can do that too. Wants to join in on the buff jamboree. Ow. We're gonna play it safe.
We're almost at swing away town here.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and see where we're at. You know what? I can work with that.
Okay. 5K. All right. Nice hit. Oh, no.
Now we have to hope.
Okay.
Yo!
All right. Well. No.
Oh, that one hurts.
That one stings a little bit. Recover the bad start, get it going, dealing 3,000 a swing, and just...
Yeah, we were like 1 or 2 swings away. Like, I think if that last turn had been flipped in turn order, there's a chance we win there.
Yeah. Or if it's melee, the rock, it's probably a win.
Yeah. Or if we got a low roll on the Blizzaga, it's probably a win.
At least there's a chance.
So you're telling me there was a chance?
Cyclone hurts a lot.
Yep.
It's not Tsunami, though. All right.
Yeah, not lethal because we do have the incredible HP pools this go.
That's fine.
Hit the right Black Mage this time, which is good.
Okay. Speed drink. Giant's gloves.
Flare.
Not ideal.
But workable.
No bonus hits, but hey. Okay. 2. Cyclone's gonna hurt. 3. We're in flare range.
Yep, need to heal here.
Miss the good. Okay.
Need to go back to buffing, unfortunately.
4. Yeah, we didn't get any Black Mage buffs, really. 5. Blaze is fine. 6. Good. 7. 1 more and we're going, I think.
Yep.
We're gonna top off here.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Blizaga's fine. Nice. Nice. Keep going.
2. 3.
Come on, Chaos, really?
4. And Chaos is just being rude at that point.
Just stop this. Like,
yeah. Welcome to the Chaos Casino, where this run goes to die.
the house always wins.
Yep.
The house is currently in the process of, you know, ruining your bankroll. Why you don't bring your debit card to the Chaos Casino, you end up broke.
All right.
Well, alive.
Whoops.
You got lucky there.
Yeah.
That needed to be a full heal.
Yep. Look, we're deep enough in that my brain is just like
Marshmallow.
a little bit. Chaos is like, oh, you messed up. Here, let me just take care of that one for you. Try again. Do it correctly this time.
What do you mean you have the optimal whiff punish?
Again, this is workable. Okay.
This is no longer workable.
I'm not even going to worry about that one.
No haste. Can't win.
Yeah, it is really nice to be able to just exit out the title screen in battle. That didn't used to be the case. That was one of the console features that they patched in. Normally, you'd have to, like, force exit the game or just sit there and wait. But now you can get out of dead attempts really quickly.
Feel your pain. That sounded awful.
Yep. That was uncalled for, game.
I don't think the game really cares anymore about what is or isn't called for. The game does not have any sense of decorum anymore. The game only knows violence. All right, here we go. Giant's Tonic. Giant's Tonic. Giant's Tonic.
Fyraga is great.
Fine.
Honestly, one of the best things he could do. Beautiful.
Okay.
Fine.
Morally acceptable at this point.
We're gonna get a little cheeky and throw a high potion this time. Which may wind up saving our bacon.
Okay, this is fine. Is it time?
Probably.
Let's go.
Gonna keep queuing up the buffs and start swinging for the fences.
Come on, team.
See how many hits we get. We are at 32 hits, so we just move all the way over to just tempers.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We topped off.
Yep.
Do the thing.
Time is very soon.
Kill this man. Time. 213.
We take it. Underestimate. Let's go. I love this silly run.
I'm just as tired as you are. You're the one who's actually doing the hard work. I'm just here to talk.
Welcome to the ending credits. This game is so near and dear to my heart. Final Fantasy I was one of the games that got me into streaming and the first speedrun I ever did, and being able to present it at so many different events has been such a blessing for me. Thank you all to everyone watching. Thank you all to everyone here live in the audience. Thank you to the wonderful GDQ staff. And thank you to my 4 wonderful Warriors of Light. You all are so wonderful, and I love you all to bits.
Aw. Mer. I got nothing. I can't follow that.
That's fair.
So sappy. Love you.
Love you too.
We should get out of here.
Thank you, Leggy, for that chaotic run of Final Fantasy. That was just absolutely rude of chaos, but what can you expect? We're setting up for our Gauntlet Challenge, so if you would like to participate, please line up to the left. I don't know my directions. But yeah, if you would like to have a chance to do a speedrun on our stage, please line up against that wall that I'm pointing to. And yeah, we'll have some commentators commentating your run. It's gonna be a good time. But before that, a couple of announcements. We are looking for a special event showrunner to highlight speedrunning communities throughout weekend specials as we revitalize GDQ Hotfix. If you're passionate for speedrunning and thrive on organizing gaming events, check out the duties and apply today at gamesdonequick.com/jobs. And Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th to July 6th. Run submissions are now open and will close March 24th. If you'd like to submit a run, go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information about the event. And we'll be right back as we set up for the Gauntlet Challenge.
I'm glad we've done this enough.
Oh. Hello and welcome everyone to the PAX East 2024 speedrunning stage. We have the Gauntlet stations available for anyone to practice over on the side of the room. We are actually going to be showcasing this in a short second. But if anyone would like to play, we will line up on one of this side, this close side towards all the tech here. Jair, who has graciously helped us with programming and making a lot of the stages in this gauntlet, alongside the previous person that was helping, Omni Gamer. So shout outs to both of them for doing a great job with this. For anyone on stream, there's going to be a little bit of info that you need to know about this. This is actually 4 different stages in 4 games that'll allow you to kind of get a little bit of an insight into speedrunning, give you a little taste of speedrunning different games, you know, maybe see if you like one of them or the other. But on stage here, we are giving away GDQ PAX branded lanyards. If you just come up and play, it doesn't matter how well you do, just come up and play, and then you will get a lanyard for your troubles. Or your successes, you know? But with that, we actually have one of our GDQ producers here, Railcoon, who's going to be playing in this first one to kind of demonstrate and set a good time for everybody. So, Ray, are you ready? All right, they are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go! All right, and here we see Railcoon. We're going to be having 4 stages here, so you're going to be seeing these 4 stages over and over again. And the first one is going to be Super Mario World. We'll get into the other 2 after this. As you can see, going into the water slows you down, so you really want to get out of the water as fast as possible. And then once you finish this, you will be going into the second stage in the gauntlet. Again, this is very quick. You know, going very quickly here in each stage. We basically have one, you know, bit of a stage for everyone to try. And going into Mega Man 2 here, there's going to be a very interesting strat that they use. So coming up here, you're given different things than you have in normal speedruns. So this is not something you typically see, but you're going to see an item 2 placement here where you're going to do some pretty precise jumps. Ray attempted to do a jump here, but didn't get it. So you actually have 3 lives. You know, this is a 3-life challenge here in the Speedrun Gauntlet. So if you die, it's fine. You can still continue on with your run. It'll cost you 10 seconds at the end. Every life that you have is a 10-second bonus that's basically reduced to your final time. And so with this, again, Ray trying to make it over with the item 2, but not quite making it through. If you place the item properly, you can. And then in this second screen, this is the last screen of this game. You want to place a very precise item 2 here. You can use item 3. It just ends up being a little slower. As you can see, a little bit precise there, but nicely done from Ray. And now on to the most difficult puzzle game of all time, Dr. Mario. So this always, for the stage that we set here at PAX, this stage always starts with the double red, but then after that, it's random what appears for you. So you kind of have to have some precise placement here, and good tuck there from Ray. Very nicely done, getting that through. And again, the goal of this is to get clear 4 of in a row, and you want to clear the viruses. It doesn't matter just clearing the pills themselves. You want to clear the viruses. So we're going to see what they decide to do here. And clearing some space. And Rage opting to say, I already lost 10 seconds, so I'm just going to reset this. So you take a death, or you can basically just press the reset button. That reduces the life, but you can try again. And again, I can already see that this is a lot better. If you look at the bottom right, your goal is to get that virus count to 32 or less. And that'll be the 12 viruses needed to clear. Ray getting a lot of double reds in a row. That was 3 or 4 in a row right there. Very unlucky pattern from Ray. All right, we see a lot of blue at the bottom, but there we go. All right, and you can see this last, next game, Alicia. It's Alicia Dragoon. This is Jair is one of one of Jai's top 10 games on the Genesis, I believe you said. So, you know, I know nothing about this game, but speedrunning expert that you'll see later, Jair, has run this game before and put it in the gauntlet here. This is actually, you know, a very interesting take on one of our gauntlet games here at PAX East, because this is a lot of platforming you have to do, because if you take damage on the ground, you actually kind of get stunned a bit. Whereas when you take damage in the air, you get to keep a little bit of your momentum and speed. And now, Ray is going down because your goal is to make it to the end of these two screens. The first time I went through this, I actually went through the top part and ended up getting like a 2-minute time. But it looks like Ray is going to be finishing up very quickly here. Going to be setting a good time for the beginning of the gauntlet here. Round of applause for Railcoon, who can get a lanyard if they would like. Would you like a lanyard? Oh, you already have one. Oh, well, okay. I guess not, but nice 2-minute 40 time, setting the first time here for today, and congratulations on your finishing of the gauntlet. All right, and we have PAX regular Stump here, who's going to be who also has a run this upcoming Sunday, going to be doing Crash 2, I think. But yeah, so we're going to be getting into this next part of the gauntlet, and Ray is going to actually be joining me on the mic here.
Hello. Hello. I think you can hear me now.
Yeah, and congratulations on your time, by the way.
Thank you very much. So this SMW level is pretty tough, because if you're not familiar with old school Mario, basically modern platformers' ice physics is how SMW controls. And keeping your momentum is really, really important in this level.
Yeah, this is what happens when I play this level, is I get stuck in the water and I lose a lot of my momentum.
Stump tried to go for the safe strat of getting the P.
The star, yeah, and the star as well.
Just unfortunately wound up in the water still. But Mega Man 2, there's a lot of sneaky ways to save time in Mega Man 2.
Yeah. And we actually see... We see Metal Blade here. This is actually one of the most powerful tools in the Mega Man 2 speedrun that you can have. But usually you'll see, you know, people in this stage opting for some different strategies.
Yeah, this is the more, like, I'm playing Mega Man.
Yeah, you mash 4 to kill those hopper enemies at the beginning, if it's just your lemons, your standard shot. But again, with the Metal Blade itself, you can, you know, have 8 directions that you can shoot in, and it only takes 1 to kill most everything in this game, honestly.
Oh, no. Last try for Stump. You can get this, Stump. We believe in you.
Yeah, and if you're not comfortable with your mashing, honestly, with the file that was provided graciously again by Jair for this stage, you have a lot of different options that you can, you know, opt for when you're doing a speed run of this. And again, when you're just getting into speedrunning, maybe not need to do the most optimal strat, but you can, you know, go with something a little bit more safe. And we see good item 2 usage there and going into this final screen. Now again, you can use item 2 or 3 here. And good item 3 usage.
Yeah, it's important that you pick your own speed when you're speedrunning this type of thing.
Yeah.
All right, this is the real equalizer. Hopefully Stump doesn't get that pattern with 5 double reds in a row.
Yeah. How did you feel when you got all those double reds in a row?
Unhappy.
Oh. Okay, Stump going for a nice corner turn.
Oh.
Accidentally presses it 1 too many times. That's actually happened to me quite a bit, trying to do those tucks.
A little bit of a misdrop from Stump, but this is easily recoverable.
Yeah, this is not too bad. Honestly, anything for me, if I get like 45 seconds or less in this, I feel pretty happy, because this is a very difficult game as someone who is Tetris-brained, where I understand how to play Tetris, but any other puzzle game goes way over my head.
Yeah, you have to think about this one differently, because there's also the animation time of the pellets dropping is very slow. So if you're trying to optimize this really hard, you actually want to avoid the half pellets dropping too much. Then it takes up so much time before you actually get to move again. So it takes away the way you would normally think about this if you were just clearing the full level.
Yeah.
Since you only need to clear 10 viruses, you can
Very nicely done.
stack up garbage.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Alicia Dragoon here. Again, on stream, you're just seeing the text Alicia. The full name of this is Alicia Dragoon. I've been told by our wonderful Gauntlet creator that this is an amazing game. So if anyone wants to check it out, just check out, just do a Google search, Alicia Dragoon. Apparently, this is just the first stage here in this game, but the rest of the stages apparently are also very intense and a lot more hectic than even what we see here, which honestly, I'm seeing a lot of things on my screen.
Yeah, this one looks very complicated, but like you're saying when I was up there, a big part of it is just making sure you're not hit on the ground. And then if you let your lightning charge up by not using it, and then you press it when the meter is full, you do this super attack, which does more damage and take out enemies in one hit. So this one in particular is a little bit more of a routing puzzle. You want to make sure that you're...
I'm going for health here.
Yeah, good backup on the health. But if you just come up with a good plan on when you want to use your lightning and make sure you're jumping through enemies to damage boost, you can do pretty well on this.
Yeah, very nicely done. Congratulations, Stump, on your finish. If you would like a GDQ lanyard, I see you already have one, but congratulations on your time. And we have Adamantoise returning, who has, in our previous years at PAX here, gotten many first place times.
Yeah, I'm going to get crushed.
Yeah, we are going to probably expect Adamantoise do that again here as well. Hopefully your leg is okay, Adamantoise. But yeah, we should be seeing a very good performance here.
Yeah, we're just taking an extra second to make sure that Adamantoise can get a good view from the edge of the stage. Unfortunately, not able to get up onto stage very easily, but we got him all set up. Do you want to count down when you're ready?
We're just going in. And again, as a first place finisher, I believe in 2 or 3 of the days usually at our last couple PAX events, we should be expecting something pretty good here.
Unfortunately, a little bit of a premature dip in the water here, but that's still going to be a pretty good time. That'll be like a 24, maybe a 23 here. Definitely subpar.
Anything under 25, honestly, is very quick for this, and very nicely done from Adamantoise.
All right, well, what strats do you think he's going to pull out here on Mega Man?
All right, so I think if I remember correctly from, a year ago, we might be seeing a late item 2 usage here. So yeah, doing some shots here. And then when you get to the edge where the pit is, that is a safer spot if you're not comfortable with jumping over the tellies there, which are what those little cylindrical enemies are. And as you can see, you do see the item 2 usage here. And then going on to the second screen. Again, we have people here at PAX, practicing a little bit too low on that one, but this is good. You can feel free to go to the practice stations. Very nicely done.
The practice stations are over there on the right side of the room, and there's also
and
2
outside,
out the hallway.
Yeah. We've had them open pretty much most of the day today. So if you want time to practice later this week, we will have different games every day for practice. And for everyone on stream, you get to experience a couple different games here. So, maybe if you're interested in speedrunning, you can go take a crack at any of the games you see if they interest you.
Interesting setup here. Dealing with reds is one of the hard things about this stage, and I managed to get a nice little drop there.
Yeah, nice horizontal clear.
We do have this set up so that every time you load this stage...
37 seconds? I can barely get sub 40 most days.
Very solid.
All right, and this is a game new to the Speedrunning Gauntlet, so we'll see how much experience Adamantoise has with this. Again, a lot more different than a lot of our different games that we've had on in the past. Like you said, it's a very heavy decision maker. Do you spend some time to attack things? Do you just damage boost through them? Do you get the health? What do you end up doing?
I would just go for full damage boost. And as long as you can make sure you've got the full lightning to break some of those capsules, either here or there's capsules in the next screen, you can get enough health back that you can just damage boost everything.
Yeah, I am a scaredy cat, and I always get the health. And I always end up with like a 58-second time. which is still pretty good. It only loses like 3 to 5 seconds.
Yeah, my best is like a low 55. I'm sure you can get better. There's more optimization out there that's hiding. So if people want to get out there and practice. And
Adamantoise taking a death right at the end. Again, 10 seconds every death you take will not be taken off of your final time. So, you know, if we have a deathless run up in the gauntlet, that's what ends up happening is you get a full bonus of 20 seconds off of your final time. So again, you know, unfortunate that death happens, but not the worst thing in the world when Dr. Mario, as you can see, minus 12 overall. Or minus 20 overall. That was just for Dr. Mario.
Yeah, and you can see the difference here. When you take a hit in the air, she still takes the damage and makes the sound, but you don't get stunned.
Yeah.
And you can even move even right after you land. But when you get hit on the ground, you just get that long stun animation. So I think this game really is about just making sure you're taking damage boosts in the air and just trying to figure out what you think is the best route for when you use your big lightning attack.
Yeah, Adamantoise here with half a bar of health left. This is very close. We'll see how this final screen goes. Maybe take it a little bit safely. Yep, I think this is the last enemy on screen here. You can see that top health bar on the left. Very nicely done with a first place time. Nothing, we don't expect anything less from one of our reigning champions from previous events.
Yeah, and if you want another lanyard, they're over here. But I think that might be a circling around to get back in line is what it looks like.
I thought Trey was about to walk up. I saw Trey walking up to the stage. I thought he was going to try out the gauntlet. But we have some wonderful enforcement staff here at PAX. Can we get a round of applause for our enforcers here at PAX? Well, our next contestant is actually an enforcer, Ovoke Jam, who is also a PAX regular. And we're going to be seeing this attempt at the gauntlet as we set things up.
Can you hit, like, escape?
Is that for this?
No, it's on the screen, too.
This is what the screen.
Oh, you better flip the cable out.
Just. All right, we have some technical issues. We will be getting that sorted out in 1 second.
See if it's frozen on the screen as well.
This is how good Ovoke Jam is.
I cut you. Should I put you back?
All right. This is how good the enforcers are at doing their things. They have enforced our screen into submission. But yeah, so, you know, again, we have some regulars here at PAX that have played the Speedrun Gauntlet many a time. We are going to get this reset up, though, in just a second, just so we can see the full run. Obviously, no vid, no did applies for this as well.
All right, Ovoke Jam, getting right into it. I feel like SMW is deceivingly difficult.
Yeah, you can lose a few seconds here, even if you just take one small dip in the water. And if you're not good at getting out of it very quickly, that could ruin a lot of your momentum that you have.
For people who are trying this out and they're struggling, the key is you got to hold up when you try to jump out on the water. Yeah, the fish bounce can catch you by surprise.
Yeah.
If you have the full speed, you can just hold right. You'll bounce off the fish, go right in the pipe.
Yeah, and again, as we saw from Adamantoise, Ovoke Jam has seen these first 3 games before in our speedrunning gauntlet, but we'll see what the 4th game ends up doing and what strategy we employ here.
Looks like the late item 2.
Yeah, it's good telly hits there, making sure that they're off screen. You don't want to deal with those as you're navigating through the screen.
And I think that's placed high enough. Yeah, there we go.
Very good placement.
Oh, going for the item 2 and the wall.
A little too far away, too close. But good placement on that 3rd one. Very nicely done.
36, very solid.
Yeah, I mean, 7 seconds ahead from Adamantoise right now, so we'll see if that can propel in Dr. Mario, because Adamantoise had a very good Dr. Mario time.
It was a very good Dr. Mario time.
Yeah, even for me, again, 40 seconds, 40 to 50 seconds, if you can get that, like, I'm happy. Ovoke Jam with a little hesitation. It's like, where do I put this one piece? Oh, I like this play, yeah, the horizontal play. That also sets up that blue there. If you can get a blue tucked in there, maybe even a double blue tucked in there. Yeah, I like this placement because you're actually avoiding the clear animation by doing that. So, you know, getting that double red is very unfortunate, but you do get a nice clear. Oh, yeah. I thought Ovok Jam was going to put that all the way to the right, but there you go. Putting that one all the way to the right. Setting up 3 blues on the right and clearing the left. Very nicely done. Again, that's a very difficult game to do. And again, we saw Adamantoise here lose time, so if Ovok Jam...
Adamantoise took a death.
Yeah, that's 10 seconds, and this is 13 seconds off, so we could see a new record here potentially.
You just need a clean run here from Ovok Jam.
Yeah, we'll see how much practice they did. I have no clue. All right, getting that health. I like getting that health. Again, that's what I decided to employ when running through this stage, is getting that health. It kind of sets you up for the end of this stage, because regardless of how many hits you take, that should give you enough of a buffer to make it through.
Right, 35 exiting the first stage, first screen is pretty good. If we can get some good navigation through here, Ovok should be able to get a sub-minute here.
Yeah, very nice jumps here. I really like the plays here from Ovok Jam.
Saved the powerful lightning for the end there, but used it a little early, gets stunned, but still a 58.
In a new first place time from our wonderful recurring player, Ovok Jam. Congratulations. If you would like a lanyard that you already have, you can feel free to come back.
Knowing Ovok, that probably circling around to get right back in line.
What's your name? Okay. Oh, okay.
All right, so we've got the Gaming Guru 51.
Yeah. We'll see if this guru can dethrone our first place player.
Are we about to get shown up, Richard?
Well, it doesn't matter how well we will do. We'll see how Ovok Jam is sweating or not sweating after this. We see a little bit of a turnaround to try to get some speed there. We did have a very quick beginning of the stage, and
yeah, especially on
this
this stage, if you lose your speed, taking a second to get back can make all that time back. So
yeah, again, that's basically, you know, tied just 0.03 seconds faster than our record time.
I feel like this is the stage where you see how much people have practiced, because you can play really risky on Mega Man, or you can play it really safe. So
there's only one way I could play this stage, Ray. I don't know what you're talking about. I have been a previous 46 Robot Master player.
Richard bullied me into trying the early item 2 jumps.
Yeah. And again, deaths cost you 10 whole seconds at the end of this.
But especially on Dr. Mario, if you get really far behind, just taking a death on purpose to try again can definitely be worth it.
Yep, and while we're doing this, I do want to remind everyone, if you want a GDQ lanyard, feel free to step up in line now or anytime during this weekend.
Hit next. With start. Use start.
All right, we might not be seeing a very well-practiced guru here, but nice item 2 placement, getting over that last platform there.
Yeah, if you're going for the late item 2, a little short.
We'll see if item 2 or item 3 is used here.
The tip for item 3, if you're going for it,
you can actually press both buttons at the same time on that last platform and left. Just all 3 of those buttons all at the same time on that left platform, and you will be able to get on it.
Yeah, if you hit jump and the fire button at the same time, then it's an easy way to get up there.
Jump left and the fire button all at the same time. Just smash them all with your fingers at the same time. Going into Dr. Mario.
This is the great equalizer.
I'm not even surprised if someone could save 25 seconds in this stage.
It's so hard. There's definitely like a little bit of advantage if you've played Dr. Mario before.
Ooh! All right, you know, that is the final life here. So this last attempt, if you get this, then you finish the gauntlet. If you don't, then you'll have to get back in line if you want your attempt at finishing the gauntlet. Dr. Mario is a killer game, though, and there are very many opportunities for you to either block your own path of clearing or just to top out.
Yeah, normally if you were playing this casually, you'd have to be thinking ahead.
This is me playing casually. What is happening on screen right now is what happens when I play casually.
But since in the Gauntlet you only need to clear 12 viruses,
Yeah.
you can afford to drop some extra stuff in places, still get those clears. Definitely not over.
Wow. That commentator's curse. You just blocked the well right there. Oh, we're going to see if we can see a little tuck here. Nice tuck. Maybe try to get that in that little left slot there, potentially.
Oh, going to go for the horizontal clear?
Good horizontal clear. You know, sometimes you need to go for the swag plays. If you know that, you know, you're on your last attempt, you want to showcase things off to the audience. And again, all of these games that we have today are very different. So you're playing 4 completely different games when you're playing through the Gauntlet. Another good clear here. And this is what happens when you pile up your stack. You actually get a lot of pills all next to one another, and those are not what you want to clear. You want to just clear those viruses.
Yeah, the goal is 12 viruses, not 12 clears. You gotta get away from the classic Tetris brain that you've got.
Nope,
sometimes.
can't do it.
Richard, also a big Tetris enjoyer, if it was not clear by the commentary.
We have another person here, Trey, who is also a big Tetris enjoyer. He's not even open.
Oh, we found 5 in a row. So this happens because the randomizer for the piece randomizer in this game is just a set series of pieces, and you start at a random place in that set series of pieces. So you will run into that 5 in a row if you get unlucky or if you play long enough.
And it's looking very dire here. How will our gaming guru fare?
Oh.
That does clear up a little bit of wiggle room. It opens up that yellow there. Still needs, again, you need to get to 32 left in that bottom right corner is what you want. This, like in Tetris, I don't believe you want to cover your wells like that, right?
No, generally not. Yeah, and I think that misdrop is going to be too much. Thank you so much, Guru, for giving an attempt.
But very nicely done. Thank you for playing, and enjoy your PAX GDQ branded lanyard. We have one of our social media assistants, Carrie, going to be playing Carrarium, going to be playing professional game Super Mario World here. You are a professional gamer in this. I saw you yesterday.
Got the insider knowledge here, Richard. Let me tell you.
Yes, she is an expert.
Carrie was doing the salty practice earlier, and I can tell you with confidence, the final time doesn't matter. Carrie wants the 31 in Mega Man. That's the only thing
31
that's
in
gonna
Mega
make her
Man.
happy.
I mean, that's a good time in Mega Man. I mean, look at this fast playing here in Mario World.
Managed to keep the speed out of the water as well. Now, Carrie, I'm certain is going to go for the fish bounce. Didn't go for the fish bounce. Carrie
Yeah, but
is
look at this
normally all
time,
about the flag.
22 seconds, almost 21.
Very solid time from Carrie to start off with.
She's showing off her platforming prowess from, you know, Celeste. Going into Mega Man 2 here. I got a very difficult game, but we do have item 2 to help us get through this first screen. Carrie, unfortunately, falling will not help you get through this first screen.
Wow, the sass from Richard. It's okay. Carrie's got this, I believe. There was quite a bit of salty practice going on earlier.
Yep.
Carrie blamed me for it by saying I shouldn't have shown her
Good first
what
jump.
the optimizations.
Good second jump.
Oh! Got 2 of them.
Yeah. You need 3 very precise jumps there to get over those telly enemies.
And then there's a 4th to get over the block.
Yeah, that one's easy. A little too low.
Whoa.
Okay, that looks good. Leg of the ladder. Yeah. Very nicely done from Carrie. All right, now on to our great equalizer, Dr. Mario. Ray, what do you think?
Dr. Mario, it's tough. You can practice it because it's the same stage each time, but you're going to get different pieces. And it's tough.
Yeah, there are a lot of pairs of 2 viruses, you know, which only require you to get 2 pill segments to clear, obviously, because it's 2 in a row. So, you know, do you include in your routing trying to clear those first, or do you want to get some of these singles that are kind of getting in the way of that?
So personally, I think trying to unlock access to the red viruses is really important. Because all the red viruses are kind of hidden, and if you get unlucky with red pills, it can be a big problem.
Yeah, I noticed when I was doing practice, clearing a lot of the right side allows that double blue on the right and double red underneath it.
Yeah.
And that, I mean, that's 4 right there. So that's a third of the way to clearing. 1 more virus for carry. And this is it right here.
Gonna go for that tuck for the last one.
Good tuck.
54.
Yeah, 54 second time is very nice. And now it is down to this final stage, very close to the record. So we could be seeing a new first place time. All right, good destruction of these enemies at the beginning here. We'll see if she decides to get some health or not. Takes a good chunk of damage from that. And she does decide to get it, yeah.
So I was seeing some pretty good times from Carrie out of this when she was practicing out in the hallway. So definitely capable of putting up some good times here on Elisa Dragoon.
All right, going into the second screen here. Again, with 2 bars of health here, it's not super dangerous. You can kind of damage boost through most of the things, you know. Once you charge up, again, with your lightning attack, you know, it charges up in the top left corner that you can see. But making it through on the final enemy, and very nicely done, getting 4th place in our gauntlet. Congratulations, Carrie.
Carrie's already wearing a lanyard, but we're swapping out Richard because Richard wants to get in line and claim his place in the gauntlet high scores. But we're going to be joined here with Jair, helped put this together. Hello, Jair. How you doing?
Hello, Ray. Hope you've been enjoying the gauntlet here so far, and let's see what our next competitor gets up to.
Yeah, Super Mario World is all about the momentum. We got to hold down the run button and actually get a good run up before you get that P speed. And it's definitely a strategy if you just want to take this a little slower, make sure you get all these jumps. Don't take a death to these spikes at the bottom.
Oh yeah, the start here is a great way to get through most of the stage. It lasts long enough to clear through about 2/3 of the rest of the way, and if you can get past that one last fish.
Or if you got P-Speed, you just bounce on the fish. I know you're a big fan of the fish bounce.
It is my physical and emotional support fish.
All right, we got a 39 on an SMW. It took the slow but safe approach. And this definitely goes into what Richard was talking about. Like, if you're new to speedrunning or picking up a new game, go at the speed you want to go.
And especially in the gauntlet with 10 seconds per death, you have to think about whether it's worth taking those risky strats to decide if it's going to be 10 seconds or if it's better just, you know, be more consistent.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely the risky strats here on Mega Man you can go for. You can go for the late item 2, you can go for the early item 2. You can try to just go Buster only. I saw one person earlier practicing, go, no, I'm gonna go Buster only, no items. I'm just gonna clear this with just the lemons.
And for the Speedrun Gauntlet, we've set up this particular challenge in Mega Man 2 with a set of items that you wouldn't normally have in the speedrun, which allows you to try out different strategies. Like, you would never have item 2. But as you can see from the runs that we've had so far, it's been tremendously useful for getting people across that.
Even if you did have item 2, you'd probably be saving it for later in the stage anyway. But since these are little bite-sized challenges, just 2 screens, it makes you think about the games differently. Even if somebody's a Mega Man player, they have to approach this a little bit differently.
And just like you've been saying with Dr. Mario, like, the strategies that you have for 10 viruses are very different than for completely clearing out a level. So you have to come up with these on the fly. There's not going to be a preset way of doing a lot of the challenges that are available online.
You have to select next and hit start. And that saves more time than it looks like, because this jump right here can be a pain. Very well done jumping off the spring enemy.
Yeah, those spring guys are super annoying to deal with. They always get in your way and they like to bounce really fast back and forth. Dodging past them is almost impossible.
So this part's really tough if you're trying to get the item 2 or the Yoku blocks. If that's giving you trouble, item 3 is the way to go. Right up against the edge of the wall, hit the shoot button and the jump button at the same time. That'll help you get up over this wall.
Perfect, works every time. Just do them at the same time, jump and shoot. Climbs up there, no problems. Now for Dr. Mario. Now, Ray, you had some strategies with Dr. Mario. I think your strategy was don't get the 5 consecutive double reds. But besides that, other tips that you give to runners?
What I like to do is I think unlocking red viruses, either this one on the right or the one on the left, as early on is a big priority, because when you get these red pieces and you have nothing nowhere to put them, you either got to dump them or just clear them. And the clear animation takes some time, so I try to make sure I've got every color available at any given time, so I prioritize unlocking reds early is kind of what I'm trying for.
One of the things I like, with the middle opened up like this, you've got a lot of horizontal opportunities. That double yellow to the right, as well as the double blue, if you can clear out that one yellow off to the side of it. Those are ones that people don't often go for. And the horizontal is just harder to visually see when you're in this Tetris mode.
Yeah. If you're just picking this game up for the first time, it takes a little bit before you start looking for those horizontal clears.
We got 4 more viruses to go. I'm seeing that one on the left. Where do you see the next 3 coming?
We can definitely get a horizontal clear on this red. Might have to drop a few pieces. We're close to getting the yellow there as well.
Ooh, that might be it. There's one more. So we got the blue there.
And then we got the double yellow, or those blues right there, yeah.
Excellent job.
I think it's important for Dr. Mario to, don't panic. You can drop the pieces fast, or you can take your time.
And it's definitely worth kind of not getting into the mindset that you're locked in of having to optimize every piece. If you don't know where it goes in 1 second, just shove it off to the side and hope the next piece is better.
Especially if you unlock the big well in the center, it's going to be hard to clear those pieces that are deep down there. You can just shove a piece down there. So taking a second just to find the controls, get comfy. For this one, you can choose between the different familiars, but I found it was better just to leave the dragon out. I didn't find a whole lot of value switching between the familiars here.
Yeah, for this first stage, the dragon doesn't really do much. The default dragon actually has a really useful fireball shot that takes out a few of the bugs that are coming across your way. If you see the speedruns of this game, they actually just put the dragon away. And that's because the cutscene right after this section that is part of our challenge is a very slow automatic putting the dragon away, so they just do it manually.
But you can get lucky, in the context of this being the gauntlet, where it's little bite-sized sections. Oh, unfortunately,
so
taking
close
the there.
Good job.
So we got our next challenger coming up. Looks like the name is Hawkward. Nice portmanteau, I like it.
Well, good luck, and you can begin when ready.
Wearing a Mario shirt, so...
Are you thinking this is going to be the game? I'm seeing some fast jumps here, some good P-speed. Doesn't go for the mid-air shell jump, though, so we're getting an idea about what's going on.
That mid-air shell jumping is so hard. It is technically something you could do on this stage, but if you're not an SMW player, I would not recommend it.
It actually saves absolutely no time. It just looks good.
But it looks really cool. Another little tiny thing, jumping towards the ribbon on the tape, it actually lets you hit the goal a little bit further to the left. So jumping at the goal saves a few frames.
All right, Mega Man 2 here, we're seeing some excellent mashing of the lemons. But the question is, how many people are going to go for that more advanced item 2 strat going over there?
Well, Richard's in line.
That there is someone that is going to show us how Mega Man 2 is really done.
I think Richard very much wants to get that and nothing else. I think if Richard gets the item 2 strat and messes up the other games, he'll be happy.
Well, I definitely get the item 2 here. If you get the right vertical height, you can zip all the way over to where the staircase is. It's not as big as those first couple of jumps, but it saves you some really tight timing over the lava pit.
Yeah, sometimes when you place a rush here, it just zips down through the walls, very unhappy. This is so tricky to place the rush here in the wall correctly.
I just go with item 3. Works every time. It's super easy.
But still a 40, 42, very solid.
anything under par is doing pretty good. Like, that's something that you sit down, within 15 or 20 minutes, you can probably get around those times, but doing it consistently, every single time, and especially when you're up on stage doing the challenge, that's where you can kind of show off the practice that happens.
Yeah, and unfortunately, getting these early red pieces without having red unlocks, this is why I kind of prioritize. But sometimes, even if that's your goal, it just doesn't give you the right pieces. You have to have, you know, backup plans, be willing to adjust. Dr. Mario's gonna Dr. Mario sometimes. Yeah, go for the reset. That's definitely a good play. That was gonna take a while to get through. Hopefully just get some better piece randomization. And when you get the red early, you can use it to get this first clear. Help you out a little bit. And this is good because it'll drop the red down there, so you can set up for like a horizontal clear, or just get another double red to clear that out later.
Yeah, we'll see what strategy goes for this particular temp, but it looks like we've got a variety of options on all sides of the board. You got 6 more viruses to go, and a lot of choices for where to put these pieces.
But that right there, just taking a moment to think about it, that's definitely a play. If you go too fast and you make a mistake, you're going to lose way more time. So if you're not sure, just take a second, breathe, assess your situation. Definitely a solid play. Very good clear, 47.
All right, Alicia Dragoon here is a game that I expected most people not to be familiar with before coming in. How have you seen people come in with different strategies when they've been doing this on stage so far, Ray?
So what I've seen so far, like out in the hallway watching people sit down and try the game for the first time, is a lot of people don't figure out naturally how to avoid that stun lock. Sometimes people think it's have to do the lightning or, you know, any of the other things. It's really just make sure you get hit in the air. It's I think it's easier than it looks at first glance. But there's still, it's an interesting routing puzzle. Like, when do you save up your lightning? When do you use it? When do you want to use that big power? Because using it at the end of there can avoid a hit, but also lags the game pretty hard, which is a time loss.
And since you're someone that came into this game without any background to it, how long did it take you to kind of pick up these strategies?
Well, I kept not getting stunned, and it took me a little while to figure it out. And then I was like, oh, I don't get stunned in the air. I was just, you know, trying things out, seeing what works. And it didn't seem too difficult. It was a good introductory game. I like that.
Well, we're good enough to get a 5th place time, so looks like these strategies are working out, and congratulations on your completion.
Very solid Mario clear from the person wearing the Mario and Luigi hoodie, so maybe that's what they wanted. And this next runner is named Andy Land, so welcome onto the stage. Start when you're ready. And that early run-up is important for the stage. It gives you a nice long platform to get your P-speed going here on SMW.
The tricky bit is you don't actually want to do a very long jump there. It's about 3/4 of the way across the platform. That'll be your ideal spot to jump down to the next section and keep your P-speed. It's a little bit of a trap that most of these you want to optimize just like right to the bare edge. But a few of them you have to realize that jumping short is actually the better strategy for it.
What Carrie was doing in the hallway earlier was actually getting the full speed and then jumping before. If you jump early, that can also work. So there's multiple ways around this stage. Still a 34. Got through it. Didn't take a death, so.
That is the important thing, keeping your lives for these more difficult games. The intro game is often one that you can get a pretty consistent time. You might lose 4 or 5 seconds here and there, but having the lives in reserve, if you've got a game that you're nervous about, you want to make sure that you're being consistent and maybe being a little bit extra careful of the other games, just so that you're ready and prepared for the one that is going to give you the most difficulty. I think for a lot of runners, that's going to be Mega Man 2 here today, although Dr. Mario, surprisingly difficult if you are just expecting to walk up and not struggle with it.
That'll take you all the way to the end. Good job.
Very clean going across there. Let's see if it's item 2 or item 3 for the next screen as well.
Going for it. That looks good. Very nice. First try.
So far, keeping up with these 2 games. Now let's see how Dr. Mario treats us. The randomization here is really what can be tricky for somebody that is looking at this where you've got not a lot of space vertically to work with at the beginning.
No, you don't.
And so you have to kind of be prepared for a few different contingencies about different piece orders that you get. And here we see that the middle is getting attacked pretty hard, opening up those edges for potential drops for burying pieces or for just going after the viruses.
Yeah, managed to handle those reds pretty well. They're stacked up, can be cleared pretty easily later on if that's what needs to happen. Also has some reds on top of a red virus. So we've got a very good opening setup here by Andyland.
All right, I'm seeing a triple coming up here, and that's going to be one more virus left to go.
And get those blues in the center for the 49 finish. Very good.
Got a subpar time there, so we're going into Alicia Dragoon.
Subpar is an under the par.
Yeah.
We're not throwing shade here. It was a solid time. Yeah, for Alicia Dragoon, unfortunately, if the jump buttons are all different places on these games.
It is the Genesis. The Genesis does what the Nintendo, and that's putting the jump button on the wrong side.
So you'll see some of our players come up and there'll be that freeze from selecting the familiar. And I think that's just a little bit of confusion between the buttons being in different places between the different games.
If you're doing this in person, on our practice stations, we do have the control layouts on screen all the time where they have the splits here for the leaderboard competition. But for practice, it's really about trying to introduce you to the game, get you familiar, compete against your own PB to see within a practice session how you're improving over time. And those are great tools for anyone to work on these games while they're here at our event.
Running low on health, but there are some of those capsules coming up where you could get some health. Is going to opt to skip them. It's going to play it safe with these enemies here at the end.
I think it should be okay.
Oh!
Yeah, it's about a quarter bar per hit that you take.
Yeah.
So if you get down to sub 1 on Alicia's health, then you're going to start counting down the number of hits that you actually have to give.
Those slimes are nasty. My whole route is making sure I have a super-powered lightning at the end, just because if they get on the ground, they jump at you from both directions. They can stun you, lock you. You get hit 3 or 4 times there at the end if you don't kill them. It's really nasty.
Yeah, I definitely like at least trying to damage boost to the first group so that then you get the lightning for the second group.
Yeah. But gonna get through here with a decent amount of health. This is definitely doable.
And it's looking about 7 hits for going down. There's a couple of hits that you're intentionally taking in order to skip time going through here. Like all of these enemies that are kind of spawning in, the red soldiers, it would take a long time to kill them. And so jumping around them, you're going to be having to take damage boosts almost continuously on the way down. All right, we got 2 hits left, 1 hit left. But a completion, 6th place on the gauntlet. Congratulations on your fine performance.
Yeah, and that last slime was crouched. He was about to jump. Got to the end of the stage right there at the last moment. And this next runner is Zansake? Am I saying that right? How would you say your name there? I was saying it right? Okay.
All right. Ready to begin then.
I like Mario being first, because Mario is the game everybody knows, but it's harder than it looks if you've never played Super Mario World. The physics are... I was talking with Carrie about this. If you're used to modern platformers, Super Mario World is going to be really weird for you. And this is also another strat. Get the P-switch, just go over the water.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that skips over a decent-sized chunk of the stage. Like, anytime that you've got a Mario stage, which these are about 20, 30 seconds long for the most part, if you have a strategy that cuts out a third of the stage, that's a pretty big chunk in terms of what you have to learn and memorize for performance in this gauntlet.
And it makes a lot of those jumps way less tricky. You can just take the blocks over.
I've also seen people go for the power-ups as an alternative as well, just so you've got an extra hit to take.
Yeah. Because there's a fire flower near the beginning as well. This is the strat that always seems popular when we do these on stage. It's just the take this normally, clear the enemies. Ooh, that's the really hard jump.
Yeah, that short jump under the enemy there is tougher than it looks. It's very common to just damage boost to that very last one.
You can also do a full jump and fire at the very height of your full jump and take out that enemy as well, but that timing can be difficult as well.
That's a little bit low for item 2. Let's see if we can get it on this try. Ooh, there we go. Very nice. Toe in there.
And here comes the great equalizer.
Time for Dr. Mario. We'll see the strategy that happens here. We'll see if we get the quintuple double red.
I hope not. I don't like the 5 red. Nice horizontal clear to start things off. Sets up those yellows to be cleared later on as well.
It is giving a little bit of difficulty placing in some of these blue pieces. You don't have a lot of blue viruses opened up if you go this way. But sometimes you get lucky and you get the yellow-red combo that you're looking for.
Yeah, I like the yellow-red combo in this stage. There's a lot of places where you can place it over both a yellow and a red, set up some nice double clears. Practicing this, I'm always happy to see a yellow-red.
All right, looks like we got some garbage building up in the middle. We go for the right-hand side or the left-hand side. Left-hand side starting to stack up.
But that's what I was talking about. Like, you've got some room if you just want to focus on the edges. You definitely can. You only need to clear 12 viruses.
All right, we'll see what happens with this red piece. All right, so it looks like we're going to take the red out on the right-hand side. We still need 2 more viruses to go. And blue is the color that we're looking for right now.
We could also clear that yellow blocking the double blue. If we just, you know, focus on getting that yellow out of the way, that would be a good way to get there too. But it looks like the players just trying to figure it out, dig their way down. The blue is open here over on the left. Yeah.
Ooh, and we got a double yellow coming up here. That's going to be a lot of the work that needs to get done for this.
Yeah, and that'll be the clear. Just drop the yellow on top, and that's it.
There we go. Dr. Mario, it is a lot tougher than it looks.
It's stressful. Even if you've been over there practicing and then it just gives you a really nasty piece, then it throws off your game. Now we got this like little flying salamander friend.
Yeah, the yellow boomerang dragon does appear a couple of times in speedrun. It's got a neat homing shot, so that's useful for enemies that are kind of moving around a whole bunch, where the green dragon, for example, might not be able to hit it with its fireball. There's also some spots where you can just kind of park this dragon right in the middle of an enemy, and because the boomerang goes in circles, you'll hit them over and over again.
Nice. Managed to get through that the first screen without taking too much damage, so we're set up pretty nicely here. But there are pretty much these mandatory damage boosts, unless you can sit here and just wail on these enemies. It takes so long to kill them.
Yeah, up till you're taking 3 damage boosts through here, and there is a backup health. I haven't seen a lot of people take the backup health halfway through. You can see it right off the side there for those floating capsules. But not needed this time. 8th place finish there.
Oh, here comes Richard. I was going to say, when's Richard coming?
And we've got our final Gauntlet competitor. Richard has threatened to break Gauntlet for all time.
We were supposed to be done, but Richard is just doing it.
We got to let Richard go for it.
Okay.
And Richard has been practicing this for more than 3 years on these levels. We're going to see perfection.
But not Alicia Dragoon. That's the new one.
I'm seeing interesting fish strategies. I would not necessarily recommend spending this much time in the water or dodging around all of these sea urchins, but Richard has a strategy in mind. I am certain about this.
I think that's the plan went south and Richard just started playing safe. You know, that's what you got to do if you get off route. You know, just play for survival. Still a 25.
Yep. Right around the part time. Let's see what the Mega Man 2 time is going to be like.
Richard's going for the early item too. I'm telling you that. Richard is only going to be happy if he gets it.
I mean, 36 is the best right now. I'm thinking 34 from Richard.
I've seen him get a 32, even a 31 if he gets this. Oh, that's so hard to do. I was almost wondering if he was going to hit the salty reset button. I almost expected it. Has one try on the wall. I can guarantee you he's going for it. Still a 41, but he's unhappy because he really wanted that 32, 31.
Well, that's okay because Richard's best game in this sequence is going to be Dr. Mario.
Oh, of course. Richard is just a big Dr. Mario gamer, big fan, as you heard earlier on the commentary. Well, this is a nice setup. Setting up that horizontal yellow afterwards, very nice.
I like the horizontal yellow there. Perfect for that combo in there, and it opens up so much of the middle of the playfield to work with.
Kind of in a tough situation with those 2 blues on the right. Had to stop and think about it for a second, you see there, but still has plenty of viruses open to him. Only needs 4 more, so Here's a good situation. You can leave some of this garbage in the way, just get the viruses that you have accessible. Only needs one more. There's some blues over there that are pretty easy to get to. Richard's definitely got this.
I've got faith. I'm not sure where these pieces are going, but I've got faith.
Richard says he's going for the red, which I'm confused about, but okay. That's good, because that's the 5 reds.
Yeah. Yeah, that coming up. And coming up, we got Alicia Dragoon. Our very final gauntlet section for our very final gauntlet runner. Let's see how Richard does here.
Gauntlet will be returning on our subsequent days if you want to check this out while you're here at PAX.
Gauntlet will return, but we'll have a different set of games each of the 4 days for PAX. So come in, learn those during the day. You can practice all day during here. Got our Gauntlet stations set up throughout this area that we're in here today. And I believe 5 p.m. every day throughout the entire week is going to be Gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely. Richard taking a short detour there to get the safety health. Definitely a good call. Had taken some extra damage here in the first screen. Still Exos with a 38. With a good time here on the second screen, this could be a sub-minute.
Yeah, it should be right around 1 minute. We've got plenty of health to work with. Already gone through the first couple rounds. Now we have lost the dragon, unfortunately. The dragon is adorable, so that's a shame, but does not affect your time at all going through this.
Richard has the super lightning and chose not to use it.
But a good enough effort for 5th place overall. Congratulations, Richard.
Now, I think if we hold here, it should show us the leaderboard, see what we ended up here for today. But thanks everybody who came, played in the Gauntlet. We do have those practice stations. They'll be up there tomorrow with different games. If you want to come back, try them out. Maybe try the Gauntlet tomorrow.
And thank you everyone for attending our session today here at PAX East. We'll be back for more speedrunning action tomorrow morning. There's a schedule posted outside. You can see all of our wonderful runs and runners coming up throughout the entire week.